You abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. Just a vacancy. Love don't live here anymore. When you lived inside of me, there was nothing I could conceive that you wouldn't do for me. Trouble seems so far away. You changed it right away, baby. You abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. Just a vacancy. Don't live here anymore. Love don't live here anymore. Just emptiness and memories of what we had before. You went away on another place to stay, another home. You've abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. Don't you know I miss you so and need your love? You've abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. Just a vacancy, babe. Love don't live here anymore. You've abandoned me. Love don't live here anymore. Just a vacancy, babe. Love don't live here no more. No, no, no. You've abandoned me.
Let me out right here.
DatPiff.com world premiere.
Inspiration was all within the crates waiting for the homie to rediscover, reshape it. I maybe smoked a half a fatty while he made it. Crafted by the masters, the coupe ensues, additional chapters, Honda Prelude, super tuned fast one, driven by a lady assassin, scaling the walls of your mansion. You was just lamping, never imagining some shit like this could transpire. You had the juice, but now it's expired. The streets is tired, that work that been stepped on too many times. You tried to stretch it too far, you done crossed the line. Now your name is mud in the streets, the fiends won't buy. They walking on by while I'm cooler than a polar bear's toenails. Oh hell, there he go again, talking that shit that leave a sucker nigga going home without his bitch. Spit a nigga all about his scritch. Got a plan to get rich. Come through smelling like a zip, flicking a big 93 octane lit. I understand that some of these folks is buying regular gas. Some riding trophy cars, some is driving trash. Me myself, I'm top shelf high. Anything else would be uncivilized. Real OG shit is only to be recognized. That sucker shit is to be redirected, corrected, or be chastised. Don't kill yourself trying to live that jet life. Cool, quicker than the Uzi Carbine. In my Ferrari dodging crossfire. Trying not to be killed by niggas from the other side. Or the one time, that's how I survive. Nigga, I'm cooler than the polar bear's toenails. Oh hell, there he go again, talking that shit that leave a sucker nigga going home without his bitch. Spit a nigga all about his scritch. Got a plan to get rich. I'm cooler than a polar bear's toenails. Oh, hell, there he go again, talking that shit to have a sucker nigga going home without his. Spit a nigga all about that scritch. Another plan to get rich, huh?
Take some of these.
Yeah, yeah.
Never took it off.
They did them greasy like brown bags of fried fish. Bring me your nose, bitch, try this. Every line needs a line this. I admit I'm high as shit. I'm at peace with my environment. Cholo lowriders, ladies designed in the candy. Skulls and knives, fire, golden eyes. A Korean stockbroker shit that was an old disguise. Split his wig, throw him to the pigs. Discuss murder over cured Italian deli meat. Jimmy shot Johnny in the park over a Jew broad. Facing the wheel, Frankie Valli still playing no. I'm saying no. Why the A's of shoot always got blonde hair? Why? You rock designer jeans, dog, with the ass cut out. Exotic rap pants. I make the Mac 10 tap dance. Shit.
Welcome to Player Talk Radio with DJ Kuda, the hottest DJ in the manosphere. Let's get it.
Yo, what's going on? Shout outs to everybody here. Give me 1 second. I'm still trying to set up today's show. It's a lot of stuff going on today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to everybody here. What y'all got going on today? I took yesterday off. I ain't gonna lie, I was sick as hell. Out of all the stuff I was seeing. Give me 1 second. It's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to David Akasanya in the building. What's going on, man? Played some Afro beats not too long ago. Hoping that you caught it. Hold on. Let me see. I gotta use Ebonics. Hold on. Give me 1 second, y'all. Okay. All right. So there should be a poll in the chat. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Tyrone. Shout outs to everybody here. Hold on. All right. Shout outs to everybody here. Give me 1 second. All right. Shout outs to the cynical one. Hold on. Shout outs to UFO Kamikaze in the building. What's going on, Guido? What's going on, Gail? Hold on. Shout outs to Gail in the building.
Thank you, girl. Sprinkle.
Yeah. So much stuff to talk about. Listen, were you guys here on the last couple of shows? Literally, before this happened, the last show, we went in deep on assassinations and stuff like that. And remember, I was literally before I got off air was just telling you guys that it had to be God, because we were talking about politics, right? Thank you, Gail. We were talking about politics. You know, as we always talk about politics, right? And you know, we were talking about how Donald Trump, people, cause you know, and y'all gotta subscribe and really start hitting the like button and supporting these shows, because we really on one. You know, we were literally talking about how and War Master said it. Even LT, man, we're talking about this last week, and my bad, it's 9/11, y'all. So we got a couple of things to get to. I don't want to really throw off the show. But remember, we were talking about how the left and people just in general pretend like there wasn't an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. Like, it doesn't get mentioned. It gets swept under the rug. Imagine if they shot at Kamala. They could have been aiming at somebody in the crowd, and they, oh my God, it's Kamala, and she's so strong, and she, you know, our president is so powerful. She's just such a, oh my God. Where is the American people's spirit? Where's people's hearts? Remember, we were just saying that they pretend like Donald Trump, the president of the United States, didn't get shot at. Like literally, if he didn't turn his head, that bullet would have landed right in the president's head. Literally, if Trump didn't turn his head, that bullet would have landed right in his head. You know, what's going on, Red Door Woman? Good to see you, love. Hold on. Always great to see you. You know. Always good to see you. We were just talking about this. And it's just so crazy. It's crazy as kept. You know? That they try to pretend like, oh, what happened to Donald Trump didn't happen to Donald Trump. And literally we were just talking about, you know, how, you know, the shooter was using a AR-15. And it's like you know, and it's like you know, we were just talking about how that's not the you know, the type of rifle to use for something like that, you know. And they got video footage now, but you know, this one, you know, he used a sniper rifle, and I'm gonna tell you the irony of you know, the irony of silencing somebody and shooting them right in the voice box, right in the neck. He couldn't even scream. He couldn't do nothing. He just had to accept death. He probably just felt something coming in from his left side, and just that was it. I saw the video. Now the video that y'all are looking at, I'm talking about, I saw like a front on video. Like you see the bullet go into his neck and his eyes just roll to the back of his head. And he was, and the niggas try to act like he was alive like 20 minutes and something later, like he was fighting for us. No, he was done. He was, when I saw his eyes roll to the back of his, I say, oh, he done ski. He's done. And listen, it looked like it was sharp shooting. It looked like the sniper was a marksman, but the sniper probably wasn't a marksman. See, I was talking about, guns and gunaholics and stuff, and we were talking about this on the last show, and I was like, like even like those rounds are heavy. It's like you shooting a biscuit at somebody. So, those sniper bullets, bro, there's something called bullet drop. Okay? I'm gonna give y'all a little bit of science with this game. Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. Please hit the Cash App. Please hit the PayPal. We have a goal for today's show, and I'm trying to get some new equipment, guys. If you guys could definitely help me out with supporting the show. And trying to get an Xbox, so I can actually really prove to y'all with some of the weaponry that we're talking about. I can actually show y'all if they get captured, Call of Duty or some of these games. Anyway, I will be going live and bringing you guys more streams. Something to do, but it's something called bullet drop, and what it is that when you shoot long range, gravity comes in, so the sniper very well could be aiming at his head. But by the time the bullet and the wind and everything, and then people are there and all kinds of stuff is going on, by the time the bullet got to him, it dropped. It dropped. Remember, he's and I don't even know why Charlie would have sat there, bro. Like literally, like you're in a dome. Like everybody can see you. Everybody's like looking down on you. He's like literally at the bottom of a dome. So everything is like kind of sort of, because like everything's like kind of up. Like his tent was literally kind of in a dome. So aside from you kind of being covered by the tarp and stuff, and I thought about it too. I've been saying, I'm like, yo, these niggas need a bulletproof wall beside them. They need a bulletproof wall beside them. I was thinking it, because I was looking at, and this was before, he got killed, obviously, because I was looking at Myron. And I was looking at a couple of other people, because a couple of other people, these are starting to get common now, that a lot of people are going on college campus and doing these debates and stuff like that. Charleston White, he just got he just ran off on a campus like a day or two ago. I'm not gonna lie, when I saw this too, I was like, oh, Myron better pack it up. I ain't gonna lie, Myron better pack it up. I said, hey, yo, Myron might be next, y'all. I'm not even gonna lie. I just stayed in bed yesterday. I didn't even want to get out of bed. I said, man, I gotta work, but I can't. Man, but I'm here working. I'm here with you guys. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. Let's go. Shout outs to Party in the building. What's up, man? Wasn't we just talking about this, man? Watch out. Hold on. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. Shout outs to Party. Red Door Woman said, if people have to worry about getting assassinated because of opinions and beliefs, what kind of society is this? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. What do we got going on? Freedom of speech. And you can see why a lot of people in the left is against, gun ownership and all this other stuff. No, that's somebody that can't. That's somebody that can't control themselves. And a lot of people have taken on a feminine patina. A lot of people have taken on a feminine patina, and so has their ideas. And what I mean by that is that, like, for example, right? And I hate to bring it back to ladies, but ladies, I'm gonna, kind of get y'all the game too, right? If you ask a lady about relationships and stuff like that. Hey, what do you want? Or, you know, or give her an example. Not nothing theoretically or hypothetically, right? She gonna tell you what she's experienced. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, I don't want a guy that can't pay his bills on time. And it's gonna be specific. It's like the amount of detail that she's gonna add to it is gonna be like, yo, we didn't tell you to tell us what happened to you, but really, not even low key, high key, you're telling us exactly what happened to you. So it's like, okay, well, she wants a guy to pay his bill on time. That's specific. You know, because she could have just said, oh, well, I don't like guys that don't pay their bills, or I don't like guys that don't, whatever. I'm just using this as an example, right? When you listen to a lot of people, quote unquote, on the left, they tell you, you know, what they, oh, men can't be trusted with a gun. No, nigga, you can't be trusted with a gun. You understand what I'm saying? Men can't be trusted with no, nigga. You can't be trusted with that. It's like when you listen to dudes get on here and be like, well, I don't even get it. I'm just gonna trick off on these women because guess what? You gonna pay anyway, and blah blah blah, and this that. It's like, no, nigga. You haven't looked in the mirror. You don't hear yourself, nigga. No, you can associate sex with paying and stuff like that because that's your world. That's what you have locked yourself into. That's what you finna do. You haven't trailblazed any new grounds to find out that, hey, you know what? Given with the right time, the right amount of confidence and headspace and whatever the hell I want to do and putting in the work, any man can live a player lifestyle. I don't got to trick. I don't got to feel bad about myself and then try to pay to cover it up. I don't got to sit up here and be subject to all of these games. I don't got to sit up here and pay for subpar women and not really get what I want and have to still deal with an attitude. I don't got to do this. I don't got to blah blah blah. But instead, you come to the internet and you tell everybody, man, see just how these women are, man. You gonna have to pay anyway. No, nigga, you gonna have to pay. You gonna have to pay. That's what you put on yourself. You gonna have to pay. It's the misery loves company thing all over again. Some people they need you to they need to they need to include people in some of their hardships and struggles and stuff like that, because the thing is that they don't want to be alone, and they're not really happy. Hold on, guys, I can't see my screen. Hold on. They're not really happy, and whatever they talking about is not yielding the results that they're trying to sell to you. You know what I'm saying? So a lot of times they're not gonna be fully truthful to you. Hold on, guys. Yeah, I really need some new equipment. This is bad. Hold on. So it's a lot of people that want you to live the same lifestyle as them because they know that it's abnormal. You know. Hold on. I can't see my screen. Give me 1 second.
son of a bitch. You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker. Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head. Stop pushing your shit, you son of a bitch. You piece of shit. You fucking goddamn fucker. Listen, fuckhead. You have fucking crossed the line. Get that through your goddamn fucking head. Stop pushing your shit, you son of a bitch. You piece of shit.
There's an old saying in Tennessee, I know it's in Texas, probably Tennessee, that says, fool me once, shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again.
All right. All right, we back. Catch up on the comments real quick. Shout outs to Bronze Flat Power God in the building. You said a direct hit on freedom of speech party. Yeah, absolutely. You said they're definitely trying to stop freedom of speech. Absolutely. Oh, you guys are so violent. You guys are so violent. And then they do some violent shit towards us. And you know what's the crazy part about this shit too? You know what's crazy? I remember a couple of weeks ago, I did a whole show, about and it had Charlie Kirk on it, and he was arguing with the girl with the braids. Remember we had that feminist girl, and she looked like Rick James. This is after I think it was on Jubilee though. This wasn't the one with Andrew, but he was arguing with her. I was just editing that video not too long ago, and repurposing it back on YouTube because it's just me. So that's why I tell you guys, because I get myself caught in an endless trap where I have to keep doing live streams and live stream after live stream after live stream after live stream. Y'all have no idea how much work this shit is, on air and off air. And I was like, dang, look how I was just up there editing that video, and the guy that's in the video, he's gone. Charlie Kirk. You said masculinity, effeminate men can't accept differences of opinions or belief. Yeah. And I ain't gonna lie, man. That's another fear. Y'all are, some of y'all know what I'm talking about. But it never struck a lot of y'all head where it's like, I could get taken out by anybody, right? But imagine just getting knocked off your pivot from a jack off, from a jackass, somebody that don't got nothing to do with nothing. Like, for example, I've learned, being a speaker and being somebody that speaks. People will and say all of this stuff and try to distract people and troll and try to get y'all, get people's attention or my attention or whoever, right? And you like, you know what? I'm gonna shut up. Here's the mic. Here's the show. Go ahead, run the show. What does this button do? You don't know what that button does. Go ahead, click it. You live. Talk. Speak. Entertain these people. They want to hear something. And if you don't say anything that they want to say, they're gone. Or they don't care about you or what you have to say. Go ahead and speak. You want to interrupt everybody. You wanted the spotlight on you. You wanted the attention. You wanted you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, speak. Do something. I don't know what to do, or I don't know what to say, or you understand what I'm saying? These people ain't got shit. They're not doing shit. They're not talking about shit. No one cares. You get taken out of here from a jack off. What's going on, LT man? Good to see you, bro. Shout outs to LT man. Gave you a shout out earlier. Was we not just talking about this, bro? Was we not just literally just talking about this? Shout outs to LT man. This shit fucking, man, I'm not gonna lie. This shit fucking ruined my damn 9/11 show. Was we not just talking about this? And happy 9/11. I mean, it's not happy, but happy, whatever, y'all. Happy 9/11 to everybody, man. These people want to, they want to be heard or seen so bad. Well, there you go. Congratulations. You done killed Charlie Kirk. And then created like you done created like 50 million more Charlie Kirks now. Congratulations, bitch. You won the war. You won the war. Stupid motherfuckers, man. I swear. I don't give it. And then here come black people with they stupid shit. Here come black people with they stupid shit. And this is I hate the new black people, dog. I'm black fatigued out. I don't want to hear this shit. This battle don't expect. Shut the fuck up. Y'all didn't even know who the hell Charlie Kirk was. Niggas just heard about him the first time yesterday. This is how out of touch with the new world they are. And you want to know what something? Let me throw something else there out at you, niggas. Yeah, I'm gonna say it. You let me throw something else out there at you. Because guess what? YouTube makes us the only people that we can actually talk about and don't have to worry about the damn algorithm. Have you noticed that? No. Sit back and go watch your damn shows. Niggas done turned themselves into grandma. I'm just gonna watch shows every day. Watch shows every day. Not really understand what's going on in the world. But if you listen to Player Talk Radio, you subscribe to Player Talk Radio, and you support Player Talk Radio, you up to date. Congratulations. You know what's going on. And let this game edify your brain and put you in the right mindset. If you still on this whole racism thing, bro, you are officially stupid. And I hate to say it like that, but let me enlighten you. You're stupid. This whole race loyalty and all this other bullshit. No, you're just late to the party. You're stupid. You don't. The majority of people don't do their history enough to even be mad at a Charlie Kirk. You're not dark enough to even understand what the hell you've read. You're not looking. You're still. You're not. You niggas don't even play checkers. So it makes no sense for me to make any type of chess analogy. And you got the same women that was literally grilling y'all about divesting and fucking guys like Charlie Kirk, telling y'all that yo man, you need to ride for the kingdom. You need to, man, get the fuck out of here. I've seen and heard black women and black people say way worse shit than Charlie Kirk.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
I've seen and heard black people say way more racist, more crazier shit than Charlie Kirk. And then let me tell y'all something about this fake black solidarity. These TikTok-minded brain niggas. Let me tell y'all something about this fake solidarity. Black people are running around here inserting themselves in political issues as if they understand politics. And then number one, they're inserting themselves in issues as if the black community is fully together and cooperative and on one accord. What? You niggas are still gunning each other down in the streets with machine guns. And y'all are sitting up here saying, well, you know what, if Donald Trump send the fucking National Guard to Chicago, we ain't gonna stand for that, shawty. Oh, so you want to keep black men in these streets gunning each other down. Cool. Tell us more. Tell us more. And also square black men. Cause you even see it all the time. What do you see here in the manosphere that ain't got shit to do with shit but got shit to do with everything? What do you see? You see a bunch of square black men trying to fit the Pookie and Ray Ray narrative. You are getting spun by women to try to fit a narrative, to sit up there to either become a gangster to attract women, or you're gonna have to sit up here and well, who's gonna clean up these black neighborhoods? They spin you both ways. Well, if you're gonna have to clean up these black neighborhoods, what type of black man is going to have to be out there? What type of heart of a black man is gonna have to be out there to stop these Pookies and Ray Rays? Black men sit up here and say, hey, you know what? Instead of being out there and having to jump in front of bullets, why don't we change the family and get back to a nuclear family and have fathers in these kids' lives? Because you know what? We sat out there. We talked to those young brothers. Everybody sit up here. Man, who gonna speak to the youth? Who gonna put the words out there? Who's gonna say something that's gonna inspire somebody today? Who's gonna do all of this other shit? What nigga you think is gonna sit up there and jump in front of those damn bullets? What words do you these stupid little motherfucker, bro? What words do you have to say to a young kid in Chicago with 100 rounds in his damn in his damn pants, another magazine in his back pocket, and he don't have nothing? What are you gonna say to him? Oh, he needs a father. Okay, who's in front of the who's in the way of black men being fathers? Nuclear family, these nuts. Who's the man? I don't want to hear none of this race shit. We did that already. We did that already. We did that already. And hell, if this is the way that y'all are acting for some white man that you don't fucking know or haven't listened to not one lecture or videos or whatever, and you want to cherry pick some of the fucked up shit he says, like you don't say fucked up shit on the internet all the time, and then the irony of it is that even in his death, you goofballs run right back to the internet and say more fucked up shit. Where do you think your soul is gonna be at when it's all said and done? Fake patriotism. It's a civil war going on in the United States that nobody is talking about. It's another Cold War, and it's another civil war going on in these states that nobody's talking about. It ain't even about no goddamn Charlie Kirk. It's about free speech. It's about stuff that men have been saying this whole fucking time. And congratulations, you done created more than 50K more Charlie Kirks now. Man got taken away from his damn family. It don't matter. I know somebody's political views don't matter. A nigga will be a fucking Democrat yesterday and a conservative tomorrow. Because people change sometimes with new information. And then you got a group full of people telling y'all that they're the biggest victims out here, and now they're turning rifles onto everybody. And listen. Those trans dudes and those gay dudes, they have the body of a man, but the mind of a bitch, of a woman that wants attention. And that's a deadly combo. Because what would a goofball jack off dude do for fucking attention? That's very dangerous. And you see women trying it all the time, trying to be men. But imagine an actual man with the mind of a hoe. What he can do. That's fucking dangerous. Fucking dangerous. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. I'm cooking up here, man. It is fucking dangerous. This is where and listen. Have y'all paid attention in the last 2 days? This is why I just stayed in my fucking bed. I said I don't want to hear any more of this shit. There was another school shooting. Listen, there was another school shooting. Charlie Kirk got killed in front of thousands of people, and I saw the video with the blood spewing out of his neck. The shit was horrible. There was another shooting, another school shooting. There was Charlie, whatever happened to Charlie. Then we were just talking about that young lady that got kidnapped. Then there was some dude in Texas, somebody in Texas got beheaded. Somebody in Texas recently just got beheaded. And then there was something else that I forgot to tell y'all. I turn that shit off. Turn it off. Shout outs to LT Man in the building. Good to see you, brother. LT Man said the Bible instructs followers to speak the truth. And the crazy part about it is that he who speaks the truth will encounter so much hate. He who speaks the truth will be hated on to a degree. LT Man said the Bible instructs followers to speak the truth, even against evil, as lies and deceit are abominations to God. God desires for his followers to expose evil deeds, seek justice, and deliver warnings. Falls on deaf ears. LT Man said to the wicked so that they may turn from their wicked ways and save their souls. However, speaking truthfully should be done within a framework of love and not for gossip, slander, or hatred. That's interesting. Basically, what I would say is tact. But yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. And then you know the crazy thing about it, because people are like, oh well, people that curse are bad. No, people that curse aren't bad. Actually, study shows that people that curse more, they tell the truth. They're more truthful. And if you guys are into psychology and stuff like that, and that perplexes you, or it's an interesting thought, it's like, okay, why would somebody that curse a lot tell the truth. Actually, it makes sense. A lot of people, they're not going to go out of their way to use extra words, i.e., because when people say, hey, you got to know and learn how to speak to people, that's not really what they're saying. What they're saying is that your message could be not misinterpreted the wrong way, not just that, but people will cut off because guess what? You didn't say it the right way. You need to deliver it a certain type of way and all this other goofy shit. And it's like, what? What they're really saying is that you need to be more tactful. You need to be more tactful. That's what they're trying to say. And by the time it gets to people that like to tell the truth or that will tell the truth, because there's a difference between liking the truth, telling the truth, and whatnot, right? The people are trying to warn you. They're not trying to sit up here and be like, hey, let me coddle you with kitty gloves and be super nice to you while you're being fucked up rude. And then also too, when you have to tell the truth, you're in a haste. You know what I'm saying? You're in a haste. And then look at the age that we live in. Most people don't have the lexicon to even come up with different types of words. And then not even that. When you use different types of words, let's say if you've done the work and the research on yourself, you understand that, hey, I might not have the lexicon to be tactful as I would like to be. I still got to do some work, but till this day, I'm still going to tell the truth. Even while I'm studying, I'm a work in progress, right? If you can recognize that, hey, I might not have the lexicon to deliver information in the way that I would like to tactfully, because people would like to pretend they heard something else when they didn't. Most people don't even have the comprehension to take in what you're talking about. They stuck on certain words that you're using. What does that mean? This is the whole point of the red pill, y'all. Talking to people that are pretending, because it ain't even about if somebody's asleep or not. Most of these people are pretending. They have a phone in their hand just like everybody else. And they're seeing the same thing just like everybody else. UFO says constantly coming to a platform to argue with other men you disagree with is effeminate shit too. They want to silence people who disagree with them. Some people just want pushback or to be contrarian. You said black people dancing on that man's grave and never heard of him till today. Until yesterday, my bad. Yeah, that's true. You said they talk about manifestation and want to be 1960 so bad they don't realize that they are damn near on the verge of that wish. That's true. You said Tariq getting flamed up by everybody. Yeah, I heard he said something about it. What's going on, Link? Welcome to the show. Hold on, guys. Let me catch up. Because I damn near got a headache from talking about this stuff in continuation from yesterday. Listen, if you have a headache, okay, it's Friday. Well, it's Friday where I'm at right now. It's Thursday. But if you have a headache or if you have trouble sleeping or if your eating habits is off, you find yourself eating at 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. and stuff in the morning, I need you guys to do me a huge favor and click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat and head over to hempforfitness.com. That's hempforfitness.com. If you want to relax, if you want to, chillax, get your nerves in order, and you want something that's healthy, and you don't want to have no guilt, and you just want to vibe, and you want to enjoy the show more, and you want to, just relax, take the edge off the day or during the day. Head over to hempforfitness.com. There's something over there for everybody. If you like free stuff, if you mention Kuda, you get 2 gifts for free. And also, stay tuned. If you read the comment that's pinned to the top of the chat, you will see how you can get an extra 10% off your first order. Okay. So listen, it's Player Talk Radio. We catch up on these comments real quick. Give me 1 second. Shout outs to Link in the building. Speaking of Tariq, getting that body count up, Link. Link says, "Hey Kuda, learned about him recently. Wasn't good what I heard. You said no ill towards the dead, but he was wax sauce. I shared videos of Charlie Kirk on my show so many times. I've shared videos of him on the Whatever podcast, videos of him on Jubilee. On the last show, y'all heard me talking about not Charlie Kirk, but y'all heard me talking about Ben Shapiro. Y'all heard me talk a little bit about politics. I was literally just telling y'all how Donald Trump was very lucky because he turned his head at the right time. And then the next day, this happens. Then the next day, this happened. I need y'all to be tuned in and locked in. You know. Shout outs to Link. Link been here. You said, you know what else got me perturbed? How black women recording videos with their face on it, talking hard in a wartime like climate. Yeah. And they be acting like they finna go to war. That's another thing too when they put that battery in y'all back, man. They be acting like they finna go to war. Most black women don't even know how to fight or operate a gun or anything like that. I was watching this black girl fight this somewhat stud-looking chick. And then when they start getting hit in the face, they start grabbing for air and shit like that. And it's like, and the funny part is that they be the ones trying to initiate the fight. And then they do that stupid shit with their hands. You ever seen them put their hands up? Like black women, like goofy pugilists. Like they put their little hands up and they look like they shaking maracas sideways and shit. And then go get knocked out. It's like, girl, you walking in the fight the wrong way. They be trying to like swing their fist forward like they dancing or something. Like, bitch, you in a fight, not a TikTok. You like they be acting like they in a TikTok. It's like, girl, you are in a fight. Now, granted, because they don't know what the hell they doing, fighting is a form of dancing. But they don't know what the hell they doing. Then they have the nerve to be. She done came out recently too. Then they have the nerve to be talking about Clarissa Shields. I was watching this video and this woman was like, "Oh, men don't understand basketball." It's like, bitch, men created basketball. She was like, "Oh, the stuff that Angel Reese and all these girls had to do," and I'm like, I'm pretty sure a man told you that and taught them that. I'm not gonna lie, bro. Generation Z, y'all niggas are fucking. I gave y'all props on the last show, but there's a lot of y'all that are fucking slow. Imagine having the internet, right? To rediscover the world outside the phone. And you become so invested in your external organ, which is your phone, and don't understand the world outside the phone that you're literally in. Literally, if people's phones disappeared, they would perish too. Yeah. What you call it? They had that, and y'all was and niggas was not y'all, but you know, niggas was sitting up there going to her fucking channel. What's that woman's channel? And I was showing y'all she had the black man hanging from the tree, and then the black woman on the other side using his body as a counterweight, as on a swing. Only in a patriarchy women can do this. I'm not even gonna lie. Once I start hearing women, and this is some advanced shit, somebody's gonna steal it from me in the future and get the credit for it, but fuck it. Anyhow, I start hearing women putting a battery in any man's back or talking about, you know, that's backdooria to me. That's backdoor behavior to me. Anytime I hear a woman trying to shame a man into race loyalty and stuff like that, no, that's misandry to me. That's backdoor vibes. Cause that same women will fire up another live and go on the other side of that live and be talking about dating Brads. Even the ones that you know damn well can't get a Brad. They will talk about dating Mr. Cartwright. Those women that's sitting up here making all these dumbass videos that y'all niggas are falling for, they are the same ones. I don't give a damn how much pick me she is. They are the same ones that will date the fucking Charlie Kirk types. And then when they find out that he ain't really feeling them like that, then they try to run back to their black man and try to weaponize him against the Charlie Kirk types. Black women don't even want husbands or boyfriends anymore. They want pimps. Ooh. Ooh-wee. 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 They want pimps. That good loving husband that's a father, he gets taken to child support court. He get a whole bunch of kids that ain't his. He get put through the most. He gets Shannon Sharp. Show me a woman that ever took her pimp to court. Ooh-wee. 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 What a demonic world that we live in. What a demonic world that we live in. And all it takes is understanding. Shout outs to LT Man. He said Matthew 10 verses 22 and 24 verses 9 says that you will be hated by others for God's name, but enduring the end results in salvation. Party said they're going to be crying for protection later. There you go. What's going on, GMT? Welcome to the show, brother. Here we go. Yeah, they're going to be crying for protection later. You said, Charlie did this. Charlie did great work. Pray for Charlie. Charlie strong. Charlie's legacy. Charlie this and Charlie that. That shit funny. Most of those people just found out who Charlie was, you know? And this is the thing. We've been playing Charlie over here. We've been playing Andrew Wilson over here. We've played Milo. We've played Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, all of those people that debate. And we sit here and we listen to them debate, and you know, most of these people haven't even listened. They don't even know who Charlie Kirk is. And he was a Christian. People claim that they're Christians. They're not sad about losing their Christian brother. He was an American. Woe was anybody that's proud to be an American. You know? Hey, another patriot gone. Ain't that crazy? You said if you refuse to simp for divestive validation, you're a pookie. Effeminate niggas are done. And that's another thing. They want the pookies. You know? Yeah, there's a black woman that got killed. So and somebody else got beheaded. You know? You said this is what's going on, D Chicago? Welcome to the show, man. Hold on. You said this is a byproduct of men who need to be in an echo chamber. No, it's not. No, it's not. You said this is a new version of men that we have to deal with, not the new version of men. It's the version that always been here. Oh man, shout outs to Party. Thank you, bro. Hold on. As always, I'm gonna go deeper into that too, man. They don't want no goddamn man. They want pimps. They want pimps. Show me a woman that's ever taken her pimp to court. Actually, I'll give you this one, right? I'll give you this one. I've actually seen women take the pastor type pimp to court. I've seen that because he was sleeping with everybody in the church. Not that he was a pimp, but because he was sleeping with everybody in the church. You did? All right. I'm not sure, but shout outs to Party. Thank you so much for supporting the show as always, bro. I appreciate you. And definitely the knowledge and everything that you always drop on these shows, because people be sleeping on you too, bro. And I got my OP1 here. I definitely got a show with you, Nicer, and everybody, all my musicians and producers in the chat in mind. Okay, so I'm gonna let you guys know that's coming. Also, I just got to fix my equipment and see how it's gonna work. But thank you for supporting the show. I think Party, I think you be dropping the huge 30 ball on the PayPal, but they donate. I'm not sure exactly what percentage that they donate, but they donate it to charity and the less fortunate, over on the coffee store, which I appreciate you. Thank you, bro. So it shows up as 24.35, but fucking it's a 30 ball to me. And I appreciate you guys, man, for definitely supporting the show. Let's keep the show support going. Let's go. Hold on. And shout outs to all my players and playettes in the building, navigating and moving around in the real world. Because if you guys are here and you guys are definitely, because listen, I'm not even gonna lie. This is why I'm so glad that I can now put the chat on the screen. Because let me tell you guys, back in the day, literally, like on YouTube, the chat wasn't on the screen. So for me to preserve the video, I would literally have to keep the video as is because YouTube would get rid of the chat. Listen, I say a lot of legendary things and drop a lot of legendary game. But one thing I will say to you guys is that my audience is also legendary. And yes, I mean you. And I'm glad that I can put the things that you guys mention, and the things that you guys the game that you guys be dropping on the screen, because even if y'all arguing and shit, but I'm glad that I can put this on the screen, because guess what, now people can say, yo, aside from what I'm saying, it's like, yo, Kuda acknowledges and definitely drops a lot of game himself, but there's people around him that help him to become greater, and is dropping this type of knowledge that you can't get in college. You know what I'm saying? Somebody will read LT Man's comment, and they might have a Bible, and they might say, let me go look up this verse. And then they go look up the verse and they're like, dang, it does say that. Dang, it is true. Damn, let me actually take time and sit down with this message. Or a party may say something and it's like, damn. That what he said is stuck on my mind. And you know what I'm saying? And let me, this is why I call it mental chewing gum, because some of this stuff, it has to rest on your mind. Not necessarily your conscious mind, but some of it will sit on your subconscious mind. And your subconscious mind, because people don't understand that their mind is split into two. That's why there's two hemispheres of your brain. It's another part of it. You have a conscious mind, something that you're consciously doing right now, and you have a subconscious mind. I tell you guys about this, with pickup. It's called a RAS. I think it's called a reticular active. It's a reticular activative system. Anyway, a good example of this is like when you're in a supermarket and you're talking to somebody, you're actively talking to somebody, and you can listen to the conversation that you're having with somebody. But guess what? In the grocery store, you hear the music that's playing, you hear all the background noise and everything. Or like if you go into a Starbucks or a coffee store, you hear, yeah, you're talking to the person, the barista or whatever, but you can hear the coffee machines in the background. You can hear, somebody scooping something. You can hear the silverware or the glass plates and stuff being clacked and stuff in the background and stuff like that. This is all stuff that goes on in the background. This is all stuff that you hear in the background. That's why if you ever get on the internet and you type in ASMR, or you type in certain things, they use sounds and items and things that you hear throughout your day-to-day life, or when you're going certain places, and your brain takes it in because your brain is more familiar with it. And these are sounds that soothes the brain. What do you do when a baby is crying? For the most part, you know what you can do. If you don't know, you can hold the baby and you can walk over to a sink or something, and you can turn on water, because guess what? When the baby is in the mother's stomach, that's all it hears is liquids, fluids, water. It hears these different sounds, and that calms the baby down. Well, guess what? As there's certain things that are visceral as an adult that people don't grow out of, and that's the same thing. Also, too, man, and I've talked to you guys about this multiple times. You know what I'm saying? Just giving y'all some knowledge you can't get in college, or it's gonna take you a while before they start talking about it, whatever college you go to. But I just give y'all the gems. I'm gonna talk to you guys about hypnosis also, because that's a real thing too. You know, that's why I played that Jeezy song. See, everything I do, for the most part, if I'm gonna have to mention it, but everything I do, if y'all pick up on it, is meticulous. Why out of nowhere DJ Kuda would play "Hypnotized, You Are Hypnotized"? Why would I do that? Well, guess what? We're talking about politics. We're talking about a lot of deep stuff. And what I do, what makes it seem like I'm jumping from conversation to conversation, which I do plenty of times, is called multi-threading. Because what I do is I try to tie it back into everything. This is why you got to follow what's being said, because guess what? Who's more hypnotized than the people on the left? When they say a soldier, they say one man's soldier is another man's freedom fighter, or their opinion on what they think freedom is. Adults that really don't, younger people that don't really understand the real life have to grow into adults at some point. Tax-paying citizens. And we're gonna show you. I got it right here. We're gonna show you the video of not the video, but the footage. They got this. They got the guy that they think killed Charles. I mean Charlie. My bad. I know I said Charles. Charlie. They got video surveillance of him. And I want you guys. I'm not gonna say you guys should fear the same thing too, but let me tell you guys something, man. Y'all are real players. And I think everybody here is legendary in their world, and even here, at least, I'm going to tell you the truth. Move with your head on a swivel. Don't get killed by no dumbass. That's the most manliest shit I can ever tell you. Don't get killed by no dumbass. That's the manliest thing I can never tell you, bro. Nigga, go out to cancer. I don't know, get hit by a bus or something. Don't get hit by a bus. But y'all know what the hell I'm talking about. Don't let no jet, bro. That's the scariest thing in the world. To go for some idiot. Look at Pop Smoke. I hate to use other people as an example, but a kid. A fucking child, a juvenile. With a gun. I used to sit down and talk to little dumbasses in my neighborhood, and I'd be like, because for some reason, because they know about me and shit like that, and I ain't gonna lie, I got, hey, it's where you came up from. But they used to talk crazy about square people, and I'm like, listen, bro, when all this street shit is said and done and stuff like that, or when you get tired and stuff, nigga, you gonna return back into a square anyway. Yes, these people are civilians. A lot of people, they're not with certain things and stuff like that. And yeah, it's little street politics, but bro, y'all are not even in a crazy fucked up environment. Y'all are not even in a crazy fucked up environment. But I will tell y'all this: don't let no goofy trick you up off no damn street. You are your greatest enemy, and don't let no idiot kill you. Because the thing is that you're so young, you haven't accumulated enough in life to say, hey, I want to live. You can crash out. You don't have anything. I'm not saying that's an excuse, but there's but so many roads where your mind is going to lead you. But when you start to build meaningful relationships, when you start to, you know what I'm saying, you still trying to jump off the porch. Nobody's telling these young kids this. Nobody's telling these young kids this, and nobody's certainly going to tell them when you grow up a little bit more. It's going to be a lot of people that's going to try you. It's going to be a lot of people that's going to try you because shit. The game gets even more deeper when you have shit to lose. Cause somebody that's jealous of you, right, fellas? Somebody that's jealous of you. Let me give y'all the game, right? Somebody that's jealous of you will look at how much you have and still try to tempt you. Somebody will say, "Oh, you don't have this," and still try to tempt you and stuff like that. Now I'm gonna say this too. Like, don't let people play with you. Certain people, you gotta decide. You gotta sit back and be like, "Yo, am I gonna crash out? Am I gonna turn this into a demonstration?" Is really a mind game. This is why you look at that. This is why you look at that. That statue of that guy. I don't think it's Plato, but the statue of the guy that's thinking and stuff like that. Men have to think. That's the greatest. That's the greatest testament of a man. Men have to think. And this is where logic comes in, fellas. That should be your strong point. It's like, okay, let me be tactful. How am I gonna handle this situation? What's a clever way to handle this situation? And sometimes not handling the situation is a response also. Ignoring it. And there's a tactical way to ignore. You ever heard the saying, no response is a response? And let me tell y'all something. And if a lot of people have came across this information and have heard this information, Charlie wouldn't have got shot. I played that song for you too, Party, earlier. If you haven't caught on to it. Why the Asian shooter always got blonde hair? Why? A lot of people don't know about no damn Action Bronson, man. He said Jimmy got shot in the park over a Jew broad. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button and supporting the show. We're going to go deeper as we go. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Hold on. Shout outs to Party.
More.
Hitting the coffee store.
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to Morbid Trinity. What's going on, man? Shout outs to Morbid Trinity, man. Good to see you, man. No, I'm not pulling a heel turn today. It's funny because I've been watching a lot of AEW and stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie, man. I saw Mercedes Moore. She did a what you call it? She did a her top women's Mount Rushmore. Who she had on it? She had on some Asian girl. I forgot her name, but she looked like she's legit. She had Trish Stratus, she had herself, and then she had my girl Tony Storm on there. I ain't gonna lie, Tony Storm is dope. You know, we'll talk about wrestling soon. You know, shout outs to Morbid Trinity in the building. Good to see you, man. He says Essence Festival isn't an echo chamber. Echo chamber. Funny shit, man. Look, I heard some white people bought back Essence Fest. That shit gonna be funny as hell. Now y'all went from complaining about jollof rice. Man, fuck Essence Festival. Look, God damn, the jollof rice. God damn it. What's that sauce over there? Y'all niggas went from complaining about jollof rice. Now y'all gonna be complaining about quiche. Now. I swear, man. So let me tell y'all something as we go. Don't listen to fucking black people on this stupid this stupid ass. It's stupid once it start coming out their mouth. Don't listen to the majority of black people on this Charlie Kirk thing, because they don't even know who the hell he is. And a lot of these dudes have the nerve to be trying to follow red pill content and shit like that. I'm not saying that, oh, you need to agree with every single white man. And listen to people that's talking to you. Not one iota or piece of me sat up here and said, man, I'm just gonna agree with him because he's a white man. No. Like him or not, he was a voice for masculinity. He was a voice for men. He was a voice for family. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to agree with everything everybody says, but I can respect if somebody puts the conversation somewhere in the ballpark of what we're talking about. And the man had a wife and kids, and everything. And this is what I'm trying to say, right? Was Charlie Kirk a gangbanger? He spoke out against gangbangers, but was Charlie Kirk a gangbanger? Was Charlie Kirk a gangbanger? Let me know. What gang was he in? What gang was he in? Was he not American? Was Charlie a tether? What gang was he in? So he deserves it. Now he's a martyr, but he deserves to get taken out over his kid. I mean, not his kid, but he deserves to get taken out. Hold on, y'all. Where the hell did this come from? Hold on, y'all. Okay. Yeah, so why does Charlie Kirk deserves to get taken away from his kid? And why are people so happy about this? Why are people so happy about this? All right, give me 1 second. Let me catch up. You say, yeah, they call him Cuban Pete. I'm the king of a rumba beat. when I shake my maracas, I go chick chicky boom, chick chicky boom. Link already know that. The Mask was like my favorite movie coming up. You said, when I shake my maracas, I go chick chicky boom, chick chicky boom. Oh shit. Oh my goodness. Yeah, yikes party, man. This is what I'm trying to say, man. I've never seen a black woman take her pimp to court. I've never seen not one of these women take OnlyFans to court neither. These hoes got AI telling them to sell their coochie now on the internet. And they gonna do it. I know a girl that's been naked for more than 15 years on social media. That's crazy. That's a diabolical statement. And she still ain't got a husband, but she got a house full of kids though. Men are the problem. Men are the problem, y'all. Yeah, round 52. Yes, yeah, man. I definitely making dope content, man. Definitely making dope content. I appreciate you guys for definitely putting your intellectual property into the pot. You know what I'm saying? Definitely. Shout outs to And1 Play 5. What's going on, player? Welcome to the show. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, and that's the thing. When you guys are smart, because this is the thing. What did Benjamin Franklin say? That you know, not that your mind, your brain is a terrible thing to waste, which it is, but your mind is a bank. You know, your mind is absolutely a bank. You know, your mind is a bank. When you empty you know, when you take your money and you go acquire knowledge, experience, or skill, and you empty that into you empty that into your brain, nobody can never rob you. Nobody can never take your knowledge away from you. You know what I'm saying? This is why they tell people to, hey, you know, go acquire a skill to make you irreplaceable, or have enough experience and stuff like that, because there's a wrong way to do the right thing, and there's a right way to do the wrong thing. And you know, it used to be like back in the past, it's like, yo, why do people stay in fucked up relationships? The reason why a lot of people, because you know, there was some nuances with it. You know what I'm saying? Now people think that people are easily replaceable. But in reality, a lot of people used to stay in fucked up relationships is because a lot of people don't want to feel that they spent a long time doing the wrong thing. Do you understand what I'm saying? So now we went from, when you think about it, and it's really taboo now, we went from foolish commitment to having commitment issues in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Because you know, we went from foolish commitment to being fooled by commitment. You understand what I'm saying? And if you go listen to how people speak nowadays and some of the stuff that they're saying, everything is set out of context. You see all these women that will be like, have you dated a narcissist? And every single man, all of a sudden, men have all these confidence problems and shit like that. But and same thing with women. But all of a sudden, everybody will raise their hands and tell you confidently that they've dated a narcissist. And it's like, bro, most people don't even believe in themselves enough to even give themselves the opportunity to be a narcissist. I gotta sit up here and tell dudes in the quote unquote manosphere that's supposed to know about women. Allegedly, they're supposed to know about women. That don't mean they do. I gotta sit up here and tell them, like, yo, you sitting up here not even doing your homework or asking a real player, you know what I'm saying, about hypergamy, narcissism, all of these $20 words and shit that y'all are hearing. And y'all think that y'all got the game on women. This is why you got to keep returning, because y'all are getting spun. Y'all are getting spun around. Spin artists, you know. And the thing is that, you know, y'all be really thinking that women, every time they date, they get the right guy. Oh, every single time that she dates, You know what I'm saying? She gets the 6 foot tall. She gets the 6'6s every single time she date. Y'all would sit up here and listen to some goofy content. And it's like, bro, why are you listening to this person telling you that every time women date, she can replace you with a taller man, and she can. I don't like you. You don't have no confidence in yourself. Oh, I'm gonna replace you with somebody that's richer. Good for you, bitch. Do it. Why didn't you do it? You would have done it already. You would have done it already. It's like don't tell me that you got women in this space that know more than you do. And this is why I keep telling y'all gotta have a, and this is why I got a little frustrated earlier, because I'm like, man, I can't break down no chess mindset with these niggas, man. Think about it. Think about it. Just give it a thought. Think about it. You have people that play pool. Let's say we go into a pool hall. You got people that play pool, and then you got people that play billiards, right? What's the difference between somebody that plays pool and billiards? Well, I'm glad you asked. The difference between somebody that plays pool and billiards is that if somebody plays billiards, they're not just hitting the ball to pocket the ball. What they're doing is they're thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead. They're thinking 2 to 3 steps ahead. And they're like, hey, you know what? If I make a mistake, I can go back 2 steps or maybe 3 steps and correct it. Or I can readjust, my my aim or what I'm gonna do, or it can go somewhere else. They're looking at the bigger picture, which also puts me in a theater of mind of having to think of, look at today's generation and look at the type of people that are committing the type of crimes that they're committing. Are people, and we're living in an AI day and age, are people, are they learning all of this shit to become stupid? I mean, usually you have very smart criminals. You know what I'm saying? Because sooner or later you'll find out in life that life doesn't really reward you if you're fucking smart. It really doesn't. You think it does because you hear all of these stories like, hey, I got this PhD. Hey, I'm very educated and I'm this, that, and the third and blah, blah, blah. And I think different. I don't be in the same room as you niggas. You niggas are this, that. And the whole time they in the same room with you. They think just like you. You know what I'm saying? This world, if you follow along with it, it will have you hoodwinked, because this is the thing. This is the thing. And you guys should be, all my words should be hitting home with you guys, and definitely be capturing your attention. Listen to what I'm telling you. You have people that are dumber than you. You have people that are way dumber than you. That have maybe accolades or maybe have more achievements than you. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that you're stupid, but we all can use some work if that's what this shit really is. How can somebody that don't know half the shit that you know have most of the things, or maybe a lifestyle or something that you may want or haven't gotten around to doing? It's not that you're lazy. Not necessarily. It's not that you're not smart. It's not that your ducks ain't in a row and stuff like that. It could be a myriad of things. And like I said, it put me in a theater of mind to think, like, why are all of these people? What's going on, Ghost Man? Damn. Hold on. Let me catch up on these comments. How do people nowadays have the fucking mental capacity to even be a sniper? How? Think about it. Think about it. If you're a sniper, you've already learned the things to not go do stupid shit. There's so much sophisticated shit. And maybe you're a shitty sniper. You're not. I mean, it really don't take rocket science to aim a gun. Guns are like cameras. You know what I'm saying? If you go buy yourself a Fujifilm or a Nikon camera and stuff like that, you could put all kinds of lenses on it if you like. It'll work with all different kinds of lenses. Honestly, if you learn about aperture, shutter, and just certain things, and honestly, you don't even have to learn about cameras nowadays. The camera does so much shit for you. You just really got to learn about positioning, which is perspective, and lighting. You know what I'm saying? You learn about lighting. How is the light gonna hit this lens, and what will it produce, and shutter and stuff like that. You could take the lens off and put a whole other lens on it, and then have certain settings on the cameras. Really what you're trying to do is based in the camera settings. You know what I'm saying? So you program a camera once. It's kind of like a one and done type of thing, unless you're adjusting something. The camera is just as sophisticated as you want it to be, and it's just as simple as you want it to be. Guns are the same way. Once you understand the basic function of it. So I'm not saying this person went to sniper school. He has a ghillie suit and he knows how to do all that. No, I'm not saying that. But for sure, you got snipers that nigga can lick the air and tell you if an airplane is gonna be coming in like 5 miles away or some shit. Let me stop. But what I'm saying is, that nigga be tasting air. There's a plane 5 miles down the street. But no, what I'm saying is, people become educated to go do dumb shit. And let me tell you something. If they catch this guy, you might find a manifesto. I guarantee you might find a manifesto. And in that manifesto, he might say that he was inspired by the first guy that tried to take out Donald Trump. You go after somebody that's a smaller target. I saw a video of Charlie Kirk saying that he was gonna try to help JD Vance become the president. People was actually literally asking him, when is he gonna run for president, or if he was gonna run, or if he thought about running for president. Shout outs to Red Door Woman. Hold on. Red Door Woman says the thinker called the Gates of Hell. The figure was intended to represent poet Dante, but came to symbolize the creative human mind. Yeah. I'm going to talk to you guys about that a little bit later, about manifesting and stuff like that, because, the human brain is hypnotized on a daily basis, and like I tell people all the time, that your mind is an instrument. Learn how to play it well. Because if you ain't playing it, best believe somebody else is playing it. And even just with the simple stuff that we talk about, like relationships and stuff like that, you don't think somebody playing with your head top? Shit. That's wishful thinking. Yeah, they're gonna have raisins in the potato salad this year. What's going on, D-Mac? Good to see you, bro. Hold on. Shout outs to the truckers in the building. You guys make the world go around, man. You guys are loved and appreciated. D-Mac said the funny thing is that this happened in Utah, which is like 90% white. Crazy. Absolutely. And then also the day before 9/11. This shit ruined my damn 9/11 plans. The day before 9/11, y'all. Can you believe it? This shit happened the day before 9/11. almost 2 hours into the show. Make sure you guys please hit the like button and support the show. I know my monologue is a little bit long and I'm behind, but man, we just gonna we got to sit with this one, man. We definitely got to sit with this one. You know, y'all bear with me. Really nothing to bear through, man. It's just you know, wow. And the crazy part is most people haven't even processed what's happening and what's going on. You know, because we're just so you know. My thing is that when did people become so heartless? And I've been asking this for years. You know, I've been asking this for more than 6, 7, 8 years. When did black people become so fucking heartless? Like you know, even with a situation like this, you know, when did people become so fucking heartless? The thing is that you know, you know, every you know L on one side ain't a W. You know, these are the same people that has flip-flopped and jumped ship so many different times. You know, if you know, you don't necessarily have to be conservative to get where I'm coming from. You don't have to be conservative, you know what I'm saying, to agree with some of the points that, you know, that Charlie made and stuff like that. You know, you just got to, you know, kind of take things not necessarily as it goes, but you know, you just have to have a greater understanding of things. And sometimes that understanding of things is going to come is going to be outside of your quote unquote political scope, you know? Anybody can get up here and be like, "Man, I don't like the Democrats. I don't like what they do. I don't like their politics. I don't like how they think." Whoop de whoop. But the guy that says, "I actually know why they think like that. I actually know what they're looking at because they believe it's this way, but either they're ducking the truth or they haven't came across a situation where they had to think of something, critically think, and this is the landscape of their mindset, and they don't really understand that it's this way." And you know, a lot of people that used to be like them, sometimes you can you know, you can look at other people and be like, "Damn, I used to be exactly like that." And was completely unaware of how or fully aware of how foolish you probably was. You know, it's kind of like looking at older pictures of you in an album and it's like, "Oof, I would never wear that shit ever again." What, you know, what made me wear that shit in the first place? But then, you know, you sit back and you think about it and be like, "Well, even though I won't wear that shit now, it was appropriate for the time that you know that we was in. There was nothing wrong with it. As a matter of fact, it was stylish and stuff like that. But with presented, you know, presented with new information, you know, I made a change. You know, something else, you know, resonated with me, or I just got older. I outgrew certain things. You know, so you have a lot of people, you know, obviously that are in their journey and they haven't woken up yet to the reality of the world. Some of those cats going, you know, some of those cats got to get into business and get their whole business taken away from them before they be like, "Yo, damn, I'm moving wrong." Some of these people, you know, they got to go through certain things before they realize, like, "Dang, okay, now I'm wide awake. This ain't this, and that ain't that." You know, some people that's literally gonna be their process. Crazy as kept. You know, crazy as kept, y'all. So some people haven't really experienced that much. Some people haven't really grown up. That's why you see a lot of the younger people, they lean more towards the left until they grow up and realize the world that they live in, and it's like, yeah, this ain't right. I think Charlie Kirk was talking about how if you follow the left, you're going to be stuck with an apartment for the rest of your life and renting for the rest of your life and not really owning things intangibles and stuff like that, and they rather it that way because they don't want the people to have ownership and stuff like that. So, this is what I used to do when I was younger. I used to listen to Howard Stern, Tom Likas, and mind you, I'm on the East Coast, so you know, back then, syndicated radio and stuff like that, terrestrial radio, you have to literally go out of your way, to go find these people and listen to this type of stuff, you know. And I would listen to Rush Limbaugh. I would listen to Alex Jones and what's the other guy? I would go out of my way to go listen to racist people. I found some of the stuff they said about black people actually hilarious, but it was bad. I get to see it in bad faith or hear it in bad faith, or I would hear something. I'd be like, I wonder why this person think like that, or that's a straight up stereotype. Where did that stereotype come from? You know, where's this unseasoned joke? Where does that stem from? Why would that person say that? Is this person an Oreo? Why is he hanging around listening to this shit and laughing? Like, where is this coming from? Just to think. Just put yourself in the same theater mind of the person that's saying that stuff. So I would listen to Imus. I would listen to Rush Limbaugh and stuff like that. And some of the stuff, I'm like, hey, that's not gonna go well with the people, but I would listen to it. There's another guy that I would listen to, Patrice O'Neal. I love Patrice O'Neal. He's one of the reasons why I started a radio show. Patrice O'Neal, rest in peace to him, and shout out to my girl Vaughn. Patrice hung around, which was funny, a bunch of guys that are suspected white supremacists. Andrew and I forgot the other guy. It was Andrew Schultz and no, Anthony and Opie. My bad. My head's all over the place, y'all. And I'm pretty sure they would have been different today if Patrice was still alive or whatever. Honestly, the world would be more real. But anyway, Patrice had a show, and it turned into like a news thing, and he was talking about comedy and stuff like that, and because comedy gets into politics. I'm starting to see the memes and the stuff of Charlie Kirk now, and it's like, oh, this is fucked up, but he would talk about politics, and he would talk about comedians and some of the jokes that comedians would make towards politicians. And he said something that most people, very intelligent, he said something that most people wouldn't say, but he was like, there's a dark side to everything. There's a dark side to America. There's a dark side to like a lot of different things, and he was saying that, they were talking about this joke that somebody made about Condoleezza Rice or whatever, and it was like a rape joke, and they were like, that's a terrible thing to say. Like, why would they make a rape joke about Condoleezza Rice and stuff like that? Have you ever heard a funny rape joke? And Patrice had to sit there and look at him and say, yeah, I heard a few. He had to acknowledge, yeah, the vein, that those jokes may be coming from is not the most savory thing. But the thing is that, the person that was telling the joke, it didn't hit, because now, and even then, when you have jokes, how jokes are set up, if you guys ever wondered about like comedy and stuff like that, how jokes are set up, when people write them, they use the truth as a punchline, because the truth, especially properly set up, it will have a bigger impact. And that impact can do a couple of things. It can make you either laugh or it can make you cry. You know what I'm saying? Same thing with love. Oh man, I'm going too deep. And if you rewind this whole show and go back to the first song that I played from Mother's Finest, love will make you happy inside. Love will make you sad, make you cry. You know what most people in America do? They're laughing to stop from crying. A lot of people are laughing to stop from crying. Do you understand what I'm saying? But what Patrice was saying was that, yeah, the joke was fucked up. No doubt about it. Joke was fucked up. But you can't get mad at someone for attempting, you know what I'm saying, for attempting to make the joke. You know, it's like you know, you can't get mad at a comedian for attempting to get a reaction out of somebody, for attempting, you know, can't get mad at them. So when I used to listen to this, and when I used to sit around, I used to listen to, you know, Alex Jones and a couple of people and stuff that they're talking about. I started to realize, okay, this is how these people view America. You know, this is where America is going. This is where America is headed. And they're voicing their displeasement with it. Whereas you have the black community that's been voicing our displeasement with whatever. Like, it's to the point now where you look up, it's like, what are niggas mad about today? That they can change but won't. You know, because when you think about it, there's nothing wrong with having a strong, you know, desire for your people, or a strong desire for your people to do better. That's noble. You know, but actually go out there and try to get, you know, Negroes to execute that shit. You gonna get executed. You know, sit up there and really try to really put your best foot forward and try to get black people to do the stuff that they're complaining about and claim that they want to do. You know, you're not the first person. You know, you're not the first person. And like I said, I mean, like, most people don't even do their history. So it's like, by the time you gain your right state of mind or your thoughts, right? Why are you going to sit up here and listen to a team full of idiots try to dupe you into some fake race loyalty when they're pumping and dumping their own race? They're pumping and dumping their own race. Black women have pumped and dumped the black race. The black community has gotten pumped and dumped by black women so many times. They will tell you. And it's sad because you see a lot of dudes sitting here spinning their wheels talking about some, man, I wanna you know, save the nuclear family. What nuclear family? You better and this is something that we should have been doing anyway. And this is what men do. I mean, you do this shit at your own accord. Your family should be first. Race should be second. You already, if you think about this, ladies and gentlemen, if you're raising a family, the race shit is already out the gate, because it's off the table, because anyhow you produce an offspring, it's already gonna be your race anyway. And that's what modern men and men of yesteryear need to, you know, come together on. Your race is second. Racism was built in stupid shit anyway. Racism is built in the fear of genetic annihilation. You know, waking up, not seeing people like you, not being around your type, not being around your culture, not being around your tradition and stuff like that. Well, guess what? If you already fulfilled your biological imperative, which is having an offspring, it already is gonna. That's already off the table. You know what I'm saying? That's already off the table. So it makes no sense in sitting up here listening to a bunch of hussies trying to tell you about some fake ass race, some fake ass race politics that they themselves don't even believe in. They're not even loyal to their own race. They don't even protect their own race. And in a heartbeat, they will tell you, even if they know damn well they don't have no fucking options, will sell out their own race. How much times have black men got thrown under the bus for random brads they don't know? They will throw you under the bus exactly for the Charlie Kirk type. So you can sit up here and listen to everybody and fall into that fake race loyalty bullshit. If you don't have your own personal opinions on Charlie Kirk, if you just found out about him yesterday, then that even makes you worse. That shit is null and void. And it's even worse too, because I'll even throw this out there. If you are jumping on that bandwagon and the actual square brain or just the actual human indecency element in you didn't say, damn, that's crazy, that's wild, that's a crazy way to go out, rest in peace to that brother, prayers to his family, and move on. Like if you sat here and just, yeah, man, F that white guy that died yesterday and all this other shit and blah, 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 and you jumping on top of that with everybody else, oh, there's a special place in hell for you. Because that means you were just, whatever it is a mannequin. You were just waiting for something to happen just so you could just take yourself to hell. You would go to hell over a stranger. Ain't that crazy? That you would burn up in hell over a stranger. And it's how fucked up the internet is. It's a knee-jerk reaction. I'm gonna just talk shit about somebody that I don't know. I'm gonna just talk shit about somebody I don't know their political views. I'm not gonna lie, being a content creator is a gift and a curse, because guess what? If I don't know something about somebody and they're big enough to hit my radar, I gotta do my research on them. And y'all see me here, I will sit up here and take a whole show and go over a whole full 2 to 3 hour clip. I will include you guys in my study and get a bunch of feedback. I will go over a 2 to 3 hour clip, and I would not just judge somebody off of 30 seconds of them saying something. Okay, well, I heard what they said, but what context was it in? What led up to that? What type of, that's even worse. I'm not even gonna lie. It kind of saves me, I would say. And the reason why I said it kind of saves me, I mean, not that I go around saying F anybody, but the reason why I say it kind of saves me, because it's like, wow, I learned a valuable lesson not to just necessarily pass judgment off a 30-second clip for the most part. Let me go do my research on this person. But hey, man, God bless the audience, because guess what? If you haven't done your research on this person and you don't have anything in your future or what you're doing to say, hey, let me go do a little bit of research on this person before I take to my social media, because I mean, let's just throw that out there. I mean, if you were to go live today, who would be listening to you? Some people, yeah, you might have your relatives and stuff on Facebook and stuff. You might have a little audience and stuff like that. There's nothing wrong with that. Definitely nothing wrong with that. But what I'm saying is that you have a lot of people that don't have an audience, that don't run a show, that don't really, and this is what fucks them up. They don't really have a reason to do research on somebody that they're condemning. But guess what? Imagine going to hell over a stranger. That's even worse. Over somebody you don't know. God gonna bring up your old tweets. It's like, yeah, but look at this. And these are the same women that were tap dancing on Kevin Samuels' grave. These are the same women that were tap dancing on Kevin Samuels' grave. How you tap dancing on Kevin Samuels' grave? These are the same fake divester women that was telling you, "Oh man, we're gonna leave you, black men." Look how much times black women have came on here and said they're gonna leave you, and y'all are sitting up here with this fake race. Look, man, get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not with that shit, man. Respectfully, you know. You said people have already started losing their jobs celebrating dudes unaliving. That's crazy. Ain't that crazy when your job has to have more integrity than you? Imagine getting fired from Giant or fucking Walmart because Walmart it had more integrity than you. Walmart's like, listen, we don't like Charlie neither, but you doing too much on your off day. You said we're at the line. You said we're at the line in the sand moment. You said niggas gonna have to pick what they want to be internally and outwardly. That's what I'm saying. And let me tell y'all something. Half these people are new Republicans anyway, and conservatives. Simps are egalitarian. They believe in equality, and they're lost because people don't realize that equal don't mean identical. You said niggas can't stand 10 toes down on their hive mind. Exactly. And but that's the thing though. These people, these people, right? They change so much, but they don't look at somebody like a Charlie Kirk and say, "Hey, why don't I just go up there and debate him? Let me change his mind." Since I'm so familiar with change, maybe he can change. That's the thing, fellas. People get mad at you when you draw your line in the sand and you don't change. And then the sugar on top of it is that you keep telling the truth. And the crazy part is that you're so rooted and truthful in what you're talking about, other than refining yourself and getting better with time and the few adjustments that you might make, you don't have to change. And that's what drives a lot of people crazy, because we're living in a day and age where people are pumping and dumping their own religion. They can't even stay faithful to their own thoughts. As a matter of fact, if you can't even stay faithful to your own thought, you are haunted by your own thought. You might as well take that gun and stuff it up your own ass, because you're pointing it back at yourself. You might as well take your own gun and stuff it up your ass and shoot and pull the trigger because you mad at yourself. People are at war with themselves. They're not consistent with themselves. I don't give a damn what that man said. If Imus or whoever was to get smoked today, I'm not gonna sit up there, man, he deserved it. Mm-hmm. He was being racist. He deserved it. You know? It's like, listen, man. And I don't know, man. I mean, I'm not gonna say Charlie Kirk deserved that, because one can I'm not gonna lie. The karma talk is a cop out. A lot of the karma talk is a cop out. Because the craziest thing in the world is that it's the quiet people that y'all don't know about. They've done the most fucked up shit. That's why they're quiet. But the person that's loud and saying the most craziest shit that you've ever heard, sometimes them be the actual good people. They just fed up with something that they might not talk to you about. Who knows, man? Who knows? My thing is just don't go around uh, you know, don't go around, celebrating death on people, especially now, man. Because I get it a couple weeks later or something like that or whatever, but this shit is still fresh. Like dang, people. Remember when people had a little bit of decorum and they're like, man, is it too soon? Too soon? You know. Um, but him getting a bullet in his throat was crazy. I really don't want to, because y'all may not have seen this angle, but let me know. I will try to fire up my Discord. Let me know. I can put the video in the Discord. I got the video. So if y'all really want to see what the hell I'm talking about, and it was literally he was looking dead forward, and you see the bullet just coast right into his neck, and blood comes out, and literally he tried to hold on to the microphone, and he just you just see the life leaving his body, and he drops it, and I'm like, damn. What's going on, Miss V? Good to see you, love. But let's get into it, y'all. That was my monologue. I just say that to say this. Be careful on on how y'all talk about people. People are in a a transitional. People are transitioning at the moment. He's transitioning into the into a. He's transitioning, I guess you could say. It's just sad. His children and all that. This shit is sad. I was saying too, man. Myron, Charleston White, even recently Ben Shapiro, a guy that I wanted to cover on today's show. I didn't intend on covering Charlie Kirk, but Ben Shapiro. He. You know what? I'm gonna play a little bit of that on today's show, and then we'll get into the 9/11 stuff on the next show. Cause this just derailed it, but I'm gonna play a little bit of that. Cause most people in the black community, and it's crazy because they kind of do what they don't. They think like the Breakfast Club. And I'm gonna show you guys Ben Shapiro up there schooling the Breakfast Club, because it's like, how are we in a day and age where you have AI, you have adults that claim to have all of these beliefs and stuff like that since they were teenagers and stuff like that, like people's IQ ain't even on the level to be having some of the beliefs that they have, right? Because think about it. To a certain degree, there's a difference, right? There's a difference in knowing what you're talking about and being able to articulate it to yourself versus the world. But the thing is that sometimes the way you articulate yourself with the world is indicative of how you articulate yourself with yourself. And what I mean by that is that, like, your brain, your brain, like, your brain has a hard time there's a blockage. You know what I'm saying? Your brain has a hard time thinking on levels to relay back to you for you to think correctly. Does that make sense? You know, you have to sit down with your brain. This is why I say your brain is an instrument. You have to learn how to play it well, because this is the thing. What your brain does is it compartmentalizes things to try to break it down with certain things. Like, people think that, that, oh, you got to be smart and your IQ got to be they don't know. None of that shit means a damn thing. The thing is that you have to know yourself, or have been around yourself for a long time, to understand what you respond to. And I mean it like this, right? Me, I'm pretty. I'll say that I'm above average. I'm pretty. I just kind of did a IQ test. I think it was BS, but anyway. But I did above. I did it was above that, and it said I was above average anyway. But I think I'm above average, right? I'm pretty smart, but then again, I'm pretty dumb, and I understand that about myself. Cool, but I have other weaponry that I can use that that are equivalent or better. You understand what I'm saying? Giving this game to my players, right? Y'all hit the like button, hit the Cash App. Please support the show. I'm about to drop some gems on y'all real quick. Pay attention to what I'm telling you, okay? Pay attention to exactly what I'm telling you. There's a lot of different things that you can do to substitute for the other. So you don't have to necessarily be the smartest person in the room, but you can be more clever. You know, that's a form of intelligence. You don't have to have the highest intellect in the room, but you can be you can have extreme common sense. Do you understand what I'm saying? There's 1,000 ways to skin a cat. Choose one. Choose one. You can say, hey, you know what? I'm not the most cleverest person here, but I'm witty. I'm innovative. I can observe. And I can put two things together. Because, see, your brain, one of its primary functions is to protect you. And that function, that function can stop can not even just stop people, but that function can stop you from getting some of the things that you want. That's what your brain is here for. Your brain is built to protect you, but your brain, it can literally lock you out of the exact thing that you want. And this is why I'm going to tell y'all about hypnotism a little bit later, because the thing is that you have your conscious mind and you have your subconscious mind, and some of the things that you do consciously gives your subconscious mind or your brain the wrong instructions to have you tread around the thing that you want but not actually get what you want. That's why there's a saying that says everything that you want is right outside your comfort zone, but it's not necessarily outside your comfort zone. It's outside the cage that your brain has built for you. And I know one of the problems that I fall into, and I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys fall into it yourselves, is comfort. I don't like to be, I look at it as stability, but sometimes comfort will fuck you up. You will stay in a position for years, and yeah, you might be safe. You might not be out there like that, but you would stay in a position for years and be stuck there. And not just mentally, and not just physically, mentally. And that's something that you gotta come to grips with your own self. You might not think, as sharp as you should or do. You might not think um you might not you might not think as sharp as you need to for this particular situation. And some things I learned also too, it's like, okay, you're in this situation, because life is just situational. It's just a bunch of situations happening after each other. Another. Just another situation after another situation after another situation. And it's like, okay, well, are you reacting to life, or are you taking control? Are you being preemptive? Are you understanding, or can you see certain things coming and make a, adjust or make a move and stuff like that? So sometimes when you look at one situation, you're like, okay, well, being intelligent and being an intellect is the answer to this question. And this is why when you take like an IQ test, they're judging you off of patterns. They're judging you off of patterns. It's like, look at all of these patterns. What do you think is the next answer? And your brain is like taking in all this information, like, okay, well, the circle's over here, then the circle is over here, then the circle's in the bottom left. So the circle might be in the bottom right on the next one. It's taking your ability to take on patterns. But guess what? Yeah, life is full of patterns. But some of those patterns become more complex. This is a human interpretation of these patterns. You got the Fibonacci. You got what other patterns? You got the Fibonacci. You got, there's so many different things. What I'm saying is that, if you don't have any knowledge or if you don't have any knowledge or idea of some of this other stuff, if you don't know, you just don't know. And like I said, we're living in a day and age with AI and stuff like that. That shit, intellect is not going to be the only thing. You got to be a little bit artsy. You got to be a little bit witty. You got to be, you got to be multifaceted going into the future. You got to be multifaceted going into the future. Because sometimes just showing people that you're smart, that's not enough. But if you know how to get people to like you, one thing's gonna outclass the other. That's why in the game, shout outs to Flex, because he talk about it. That's why there's a concept called GIC square. You got game, that's a form of intelligence. You got intellect, that's a form of intelligence. You got wisdom, that's a form of intelligence. That comes via experience. You got common sense, that's a form of intelligence. There's a bunch of different avenues. And sometimes some things are gonna require a combination of the two. Okay, well, I'm not smart enough to figure this out, but guess what? I got common sense and I got a little bit of wisdom. How can I, apply that to this? And it'll make you go further too than a lot of people. It'll make you go a lot further than a lot of people that just only bring, one thing there. But anyway, like I said earlier, don't lose your life to a jack off. Look at this asshole, if this is him, because you don't know who this is. And then they all look the same. He would have been better off low key if he just went barefaced. Some white dude walking around in a hat and sunglasses, you're gonna, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna look suspicious. People are fucking stupid, and then have the nerve to have an American flag on your chest when you probably taking out another American. So that's crazy enough. In the millennials and the Gen, because what you call it? I guess you could say Kirk was like a younger Gen Z. I mean, an older Gen Z, maybe borderline millennial. And that's crazy. Look at, I looked at it. I'm like, damn, he was 31. He looked like he was in his 40s. Wife, kids, car, place, organization. I'm not gonna lie, he kind of did a lot within his 31 years compared to the average American or the average Negro that's going to judge him. Don't you think? Don't you think? Just think about it. Look what he was using his voice to do versus the people that's going to be talking about him. What are they using their voice to do? Whether you like him or not. And, I'm not, hey, look, I'm not trying to convert y'all into fans or nothing like that, even though I've featured Charlie Kirk about 6, 7, 8 times on the channel. Some of y'all probably seen him and just I get it. A lot of white guys, they look the same, especially if they're talking some red pill shit. They're like, okay, then he kind of blended in with all the others. I thought it was Andrew, but it was him. Damn. Shout outs to LT Man. LT Man said, I was 21 when he was born. He definitely accomplished more in his life than men who are still here and older. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And then you know it's funny when you tell people this, because he was white. It's like, oh, see, there we go. There we go. There we go. Yeah, exactly, LT Man. Exactly. Exactly. So anybody that's tap dancing on that man's grave or at his death, if this guy is the guy that did it, here's your champion. Here's your champion. Here's your champion. Have these people, and I said this on the last show. Have these people listening to Kevin Samuels, they don't even know who the hell they listening to. BGS. Who's that? Who's that? Have these people listening to people, they don't even know who the hell they listening to. Who's the BGS? Who's the BGS? I thought, why is Kevin Samuels tattooed on your body? But see, y'all should have known this. You know what was happening? And I seen it coming up, and it was just funny to me, because I actually skateboarded, I actually went out, I actually listened to some of these people's music and stuff like that. You remember when Target and Walmart was like they got like these t-shirts, and you had people wearing remember when those Che Guevara shirts out of nowhere started to become more popular? And people don't even know who Che Guevara is. Like, do you even know who you have on your shirt? And me, I'm guilty. I used to wear like basketball or certain teams and stuff like that. And I just sometimes I wore stuff because it matched. Not necessarily because I was a Mets fan or something like that. I just wore shit because it matched. But these people be having political leaders, I see people wearing Motley Crue shirts. They don't even know that that's a rock band. I'm not saying that you got to dive deep in their catalog, but damn. You know, I mean, you kind of representing something when you wear it. You know what I'm saying? Um I've seen people wearing Misfits t-shirts and just all kinds of stuff. Just it's like, man, pick your poison. What do you want to brainwash you? What do you want to brainwash yourself with today? People don't stand on nothing. And they know about it too, because guess what? They wouldn't wear a shirt with the funny mustache man on it. So they're like, "Oh man, hell no, I wouldn't wear no HH shirt." So it's like, "Oh, okay, so you do use your dress style as a representation. You're just a billboard for something else, you know?" When you see, this is the thing, y'all. When y'all wear Nike and there's like Nike checks all over y'all shirt, y'all don't even realize that you're advertising. It's free advertisement. Again, that's your brain taking in the logo. What's the slogan this year? Just do it and stuff like that. Like when you guys see me, put up a certain logo or something like that, like the Player Talk logo. You see, I switched back to my crest in the sign and stuff like that. And you see the raining in the background. I have a rainy days collection, even though I haven't advertised it. But if y'all been on the channel for a long time, you notice that. Or if you see my symbol somewhere, you like, oh, where have I seen that symbol before? Or it's like, oh, okay, I know whose symbol that is. Or an avatar. You see an avatar, y'all see avatars on here blinking all day, or certain avatars in the chat. Or if I put up the hemp for fitness, you know what I'm saying, advertisement, and you guys see it and stuff like that, your brain starts to acknowledge this. And it's like it's there, it may take a couple of times you've seen it before you click on it or you engage with it, but you recognize it. Your brain, with all of the stuff, with all of the trash and stuff that you guys see, spam and stuff like that, you start to become familiar with things. It's all advertising. It's so deep too, which is hilarious, is that if somebody was to show you a picture or a skull or just the silhouette of somebody's face, you can recognize what celebrity that is. You can be like, oh, that's Eminem. Oh, that's Lil Wayne. That's Lil Uzi Vert. Oh, people have facial recognition. Look at all of the stuff that we build, like cell phones and stuff like that. The technology that's in those devices is the same as people. Oh, I don't have to see the Just Do It and stuff like that. I can tell that Nike, that's a Nike check. Oh, even though I don't know or didn't know that Instagram has a specific color palette, when I look at a picture with an Instagram filter on it, my brain, whether I know this or not, has already acknowledged the colors. Some people, when they see the combination of orange and a specific type of blue, they think the Knicks. Does that make sense? Some people, when they see the aqua green, the orange, and the white, they think the Dolphins. See, all of this stuff that we learned in kindergarten, it comes back around full circle, even with color combinations. I don't see too many people talking to y'all about this. LT Man says color or race have nothing to do with his success. He was determining to make a difference and speak the truth that many will never do or become or fear of being canceled or 86. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I felt so bad for him. I'm like, dang, imagine being on stage speaking in front of people and then out of nowhere. And then I seen other people do press conferences and shit like that. I'm like, bro, you gonna stand up there and do a damn press conference? He never saw that shit coming. He in his wildest dreams, he would never think that would happen to him. And that's fucking scary. You being on the spot, like just think about you speaking on stage, right, man? Somebody can throw a bottle at you, some food, panties, whatever, and that bottle will hit you and stuff. How much stars have y'all seen get drinks thrown on them or something like that, and they walk off? You don't see it coming. You really don't see it coming. You're in front of everybody. Somebody can have a fake camera phone, and when they press the picture button, a bullet just shoots right at you. You don't see it coming. Most people don't have no conviction in their voice with anything that they're saying. Most people have stage fright. But imagine having stage fright where it's like, yeah, I can die. I can die. I can be publicly executed in front of everybody. And remember, on the last show, y'all, the last show, just as I'm doing right now with LT Man and everybody here party. Shout outs to War Master. Shout outs to Link. Shout outs to and One Play 5, Bronze Flat Power God. Shout outs to everybody. Shout outs to everybody. Y'all know we talk about this stuff. We were literally talking about Trump. And it was like, yo, in that split second, if you see how fast this bullet hit Charlie, right? In that split second, that's how quick you can go. Like, as soon as you hear the bang, you're dead. The bullet is so fast, especially from I think Red Door Woman put it in the chat earlier. What type of rifle they said hit him? You might have to look that up. But the bullet hits you so fast before the sound even complete. You know, the sound is later than the actual shot. By the time you hear the sound, you already hit. Especially the first shot. Pow. So imagine jumping from the sound of hearing something going off, and in the middle of you jumping, the bullet already reached you. I'm telling you, when if I could show y'all this video that I saw, not that side I saw all the different angles of it. No, I got the real one. He had a water fountain of a neck. Like his blood spewed out of his neck like a water fountain. And literally, even the side view, you could see the audience on that side that was looking at him. When you can see they went from cheering him because he just answered a question. You can see it went from cheering him to just shock and disbelief. So, and shit, imagine his family. Imagine your kid having to see you get Kennedy'd right there on the fucking screen. That's gonna live on the internet forever. Yeah, just think about growing up and watching your father's death. What that would do to the mind of somebody. And all of those people that had to sit there and watch that. That's why when I was talking about Trump, I'm like, bro, imagine the president getting hit like that in front of everybody. by some jack off on the roof. That's the crazy thing, man. We live in a day and age where somebody that shouldn't even be around you can do that to you. Somebody said security at Charlie Kirk's event seemed light to those who attended. Well, he had a lot of people in plain clothes too now. LT Man said many of these new kids now think that Vanilla Ice is some type of gelato or something like Italian ice. They don't even know what Italian ice is. Dang, what was that video that I was playing not too long ago of that cake, that ice cream cake? That shit was good. What was that shit called? Man, that used to be the shit. We used to think it was the best. What was that thing called? Let me go on my page real quick. And y'all know I've shared I've shared endless videos of Charlie Kirk. Of Charlie Kirk debating feminists. Y'all don't have to love him, but we did watch him. Yeah, the ice cream I was talking about, it was the Breyers Viennetta. Y'all remember the Viennetta? Y'all remember the Viennetta ice cream? These kids don't even know who Vanilla Ice is. They think Ice Spice. They know Ice Spice more than Vanilla Ice. But let's get into it. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
FBI.
Please hit the like button. Please support the show. Let me see. Are we past the 3-hour mark? 2 hours and 55 minutes of pure work. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Has just released this photo of a person of interest in connection with the horrific killing of Charlie Kirk from yesterday. And this comes as they provided new updates and evidence today as they race to find this assassin. The conservative influencer was in the middle of debating a member of the public during an outdoor event at Utah Valley University when a single bullet ripped through his neck. Chaos, confusion, a shot that has been heard around the world. We are going to break down what we just heard with former FBI and CIA agent Tracy Walder. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Charlie Kirk, the co-founder of Turning Point USA, a stalwart friend to some of the most well-positioned people in our government, and yes, a controversial online presence with millions of followers, is dead at the age of 31. This is a dark day for our country. I talked about this on social media yesterday. I'm going to say it again. We cover some of the worst evils in this country almost daily, and I was still sickened and shocked and disgusted by what I saw yesterday. And I just tell everybody out there, please think about and pray for Charlie Kirk's family and friends, because they are now left with the new reality of pain and loss and confusion that victims' family members deal with every day in this country. This married father of two, he is credited with rallying young Republican voters during the 2024 presidential election. He had this famous debate-style events at colleges around the country, drawing praise from some, criticism from others, and this was his final one. It was during one of those college events on Wednesday that Kirk was shot and killed. And again, we are about to get into what the FBI just said. But it appears, based on their comments, that this may be a lone gunman who was atop a roof near the heart of Utah Valley University's campus in Orem. And we are learning, again, new details about that shooter right now from public safety officials and the FBI. We are going to show you the brand new press footage, and I'm going to be bringing on former FBI and CIA agent Tracy Walder to break down what these new developments mean, the potential evidence, how they're going to analyze it. Are we closer to actually catching the suspected shooter? We'll talk about it. But here's what we know. You had event goers who...
Now, these people are so goofy. They arrested some old dude with his pants dropping down. It's like, bro, obviously that's not the shooter. Anybody could have told y'all that's not the shooter. They arrested one of them old dudes. They arrested one of them niggas. And the crowd was cursing them out because they thought he was really the shooters because they don't know. They're in hysteria. They thought they actually caught him. You didn't see no gun. Then they arrested somebody else. They had to let him go. So this is why I'm saying allegedly this dude here might be the shooter. But let's go. See what they got.
Were lined up in an outdoor area to ask this conservative activist questions. Questions about things like gun violence and gender identity. And Kirk has this often, these answers that are booming over a microphone at the Quad. There's a lot of political excitement there. But again, controversial figure. And the New York Times reports that 3,000 people had turned out to see Kirk speak as he started another round of college tours. This one was called The American Comeback. Now, Kirk was seated underneath a canopy. He was surrounded by these metal barricades with his own personal security nearby. We can have a separate conversation, and maybe we will, about potentially the lack of security. But as seen in videos that were posted to social media, a member of the public standing just a few feet away was questioning Kirk about recent gun violence in America.
So, do you know how many transgender Americans have been mass shooters over the last 10 years?
Too many.
Okay.
And then his next answer, that was it.
It's 5. Okay, now 5 is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
And
at that point, he was gone.
That moment, there was the sound of a single gunshot, and Charlie Kirk fell. If you've seen the videos online, they are awful. We have seen this video. It was taken by people in the crowd. It shows the moment that a bullet literally tore through Kirk's neck, sending him sprawling to the ground. It is horrific. He was carried to a nearby vehicle. He was rushed to the hospital. It was only a few miles away, but he was pronounced dead.
He was dead after that bullet tore through his neck. And let me tell y'all something about bullets. If y'all really want to know how bullets work, let me show y'all. Y'all may have not noticed this, right? But if you really want to know how bullets work and damn near what they're doing in your body, you have to look at somebody shooting ice. Y'all, please hit the like button and support the show. This is a very educational show. This is a very educational show. This is a very educational show. Nobody's going to show you guys and give you guys the game the way I've been doing. You're not going to do it the same. Take a look at this. This is what a bullet does. And so imagine it being in your body and it still spins.
The tip of the bullet spins so fast after being fired that it could travel 1 million feet if it moved in a straight line. So this equals 300,000 spins per minute. Now look and listen for.
Look at this. The bullet already hit the ice. It didn't penetrate the ice. And it ricocheted. It ricocheted to another part of the ice. And look at the bullet, how it's still spinning. Okay, pay attention to the bullet, how it's still spinning.
For yourself when you touch it gently. You will hear how fast it is.
And look, he still could have got hit by that bullet. It still could have pierced something. Look at this.
The tip of the bullet spins so fast after being fired that it could travel 1 million feet if it moved in a straight line. So this equals 300,000 spins per minute. Now look and listen for yourself when you touch it gently. You will hear how fast it is.
300,000 spins per minute.
The tip of the bullet spins so fast after being fired that it could travel 1 million feet if it moved in a straight line. So this equals 300,000 spins per minute. Now look and listen for yourself when he touch it gently.
Now they said that the shooter was about 200 to 500 feet away. 200 to 500 feet away. How does that work? Hold on. How does that work? Hold on. Now look at this. Because we do this all the time here on Player Talk Radio, right? Where, hold on. Where we watch debates, right? Go look at this, right? If y'all go onto my channel, Player Talk Radio, if y'all come over here to Mental Chewing Gum Podcast, hold up. If you go look at this show right here that was on May, it's called Hype We Are Back because something happened to the show. Look at this video right here. We're going to go into it, right? This Amala, I keep butchering her last name, right? Remember this show? And like I said, this was put out more than 3 months ago. And this is one of the very few videos that I have. Remember
they're not being policed.
This woman that looked like Rick James on Jubilee? Well, look to see who she was debating with and who everybody damn near over here was agreeing with. Let's see who she was debating with.
At the same rate. There are more police.
I'm talking about
That's Charlie Kirk right there. Let's go.
dead bodies. There's no, like, we're not talking about policing, we're talking about murders. Why are so many blacks committing murders outside of their population?
Okay, let's take it back to some history.
I'm curious for an answer to that question.
I'm going to give you one. So let's go to redlining. Okay.
So you and shout outs to War Master. We were just talking about redlining and stuff like that. And War Master was like, she don't know what the hell she talking about. Most Gen Zs don't know what they're talking about when it comes to redlining because they haven't lived through it. And I was like, damn, that's actually interesting. And then it's funny because not just black women and women that are divesting. A lot of these women, this is why I keep trying to warn a lot of brothers. I got to do it harshly to not get this goofy battery put in your back by black women. Women like this can and will date a bunch of the white brothers, a bunch of the white players. You know, shout out to my white players, but you know, let me give y'all this game real quick. Women like her will get with and can get with and date, you know, a Brad or a Chad or whatever, right? But when you have a Brad or a Chad that's not finna drink the Kool-Aid, no pun intended, now all of a sudden you will see this sellout turncoat feminist woman that was telling you just a second ago she don't give a fuck about you. She's gonna go off to Brad and Chad. She don't give a fuck about you. The black community ain't shit. She pumping and dumping it. She about to divest and run off with Brad and Chad. Now you, Mr. Black Man that eats that same propaganda up like it's top ramen noodles. Now you are faced with the opportunity to say, hey, why is my woman that's been grilling and talking all this shit to me and also bought into feminism, because that's the part that they leave out. The part that they leave out with this whole race loyalty shit is not buying into feminism. So why do you have to hear about it? Why do you have to hear about misandry and black male hate? Because their male hate is specific. It ain't even for white men like they tell you it is. And if it is, it's not even hate. It's just straight up racism. Because the type of hate that you can have for somebody else just don't make no sense in today's day and age. You understand what I'm saying? It just don't. So what I'm saying to you, especially if you're on the fence about race, loyalty, and all this other stuff, go do your history. I will tell you the same thing I would tell one of these hoes that's putting a battery in your back. Go do your fucking history. And if you need specific literature and documentaries and stuff like that, hit me up. I'll put together a list. You can go down one-on-one in the Discord and click those links and do your damn research. Because 9 times out of 10, you don't know nothing anyway, neither. Or 9 times out of 10, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you should actually be mad when you're getting shamed by somebody that jumps ship and turn coats. There was a question, right? And this was actually a pretty good question. Cause y'all know we do watch stuff like this if you're familiar with me and my content, right? And the stuff that, we go over, right? You got a lot of women talking about we don't need men this, blah, blah, blah. We don't care. We don't need men. And they're sitting in buildings and infrastructure and stuff that was built by men, right? Somebody was like, if all the men disappeared today and the Chinese in America, right? And the Chinese say, hey, we're going to invade America. He looked at the woman and he said, what would y'all do? And they were like, oh, well, we would get the guns and shoot back and blah, blah, blah. And then he started laughing because he was like, man, get the fuck out of here. Because it's the truth. If men in America was to disappear and our women were here and they and China, decided that they wanted to invade, those women will not fight back. They will be having sex with the Chinese people. They will. They will. I hate to say it, but and it's funny because Patrice O'Neal made this same funny remark to an actual woman on the phone. He was like, you're a woman. You really can't do nothing, respectfully. He's like, all you're gonna do is when you get in attack mode is all you can do is offer some coochie. These women ain't gonna be no patriots. They're not gonna sit up here and defend America against China and stuff like that. They will be sleeping with Chinese people and they will get taken over. They will be having sex with the Chinese man and get taken over. There will be no more America. They will be trying to attack. They will be trying to attack them with sex, and they don't even have to attack them with sex. They would take the sex. Especially if they don't want to die. Most of them ain't going to want to die. Nobody wants to. So guess what? In attack mode, all you can do for real, is just give up sex. This is why you guys were seized also. And they get on here and lie and they say, oh, well, we want an all-women planet and we want an all-women this. Women will start to treat each other like property, like cattle. And will be owned by other women. That's their worst nightmare, actual matriarch. You got women right now talking shit about even that fat girl, that high calorie girl that came on here and was like, I'm not gonna go on coffee dates. I was listening to the stuff that she said that she got at McAllister's. I was like, damn, that's like bubble guts. Like this bitch drinking cheddar broccoli soup with a Dr. Pepper. Like that's some bubbly guts type shit. That's some bubble guts type shit. Niggas up here sitting up here arguing over coffee dates and getting shamed into some fake race loyalty When somebody does it, like the same person that's the same person that's inserting themselves into it, the same black people that's telling y'all, oh, that's their, don't get into it. That's their fight and blah blah blah. And it's like, no, that's actually your fight. First of all, let me tell y'all something too. As a foundational black American, you absolutely need to be paying attention to that. Especially if they're in the driver's seat, you absolutely need to pay attention to that. Because guess what? Let's say the white man controls all of this shit that, because people can't think past this. But let's say the white man controls all of this shit, right? Let's just say that, right? Hypothetically speaking, let's just say that, right? If he gets taken out, let's say by the Indian man or the Israeli man, are you ready for a new Israeli master? Are you ready if they get replaced by Israel? Are you ready for a new Israeli master? What do you think will happen to you at that point? Are you gonna ask them for reparations? Are you gonna try to get them to write some laws? See, and that's and it's just a stupid thing to think about, because the thing is that, okay, well, some of y'all call yourself being into politics. What's worse about this situation, right, is that Charlie is closer to you than you think. He's just a guy with an opinion. You know what I'm saying? He's just a guy with an opinion. He wasn't a politician. No matter how much politics he talked about, you're not a politician for the most part. No matter how much politics you talk about. So that should even make it more scarier, because he's closer to you than you think. Don't be fooled by color or anything like that. He's a man with an opinion that decides to speak up. So the irony of it is that if you get on the internet and you voice how you're so happy that he got a bullet in the neck, low key you saying, yo, I deserve the same thing too. I got something to say about Trump also, but it's negative. You know different than somebody that got something to say about Trump, but it's positive. You still getting on the internet and voicing your opinion. You just not taking it to the level that he took it, where he actually went out in the real world and stood on what the hell he talking about. Some of y'all can't even stand on what y'all talking about in the fake world. How crazy is that?
Okay, redlining.
Redlining
Yes.
is why so many blacks are killing each other?
No, let me name,
Okay.
and then you can respond. Is that okay?
And this is what I'm saying. Look at how fake these women are, that when they run into Mr. Cartwright, the one that they sold the quote unquote black man out for, how you have to always accept that they're not as race loyal as they're trying to tell you to be. They sit up here and throw you under the bus for Mr. Cartwright. And when they run into a Cartwright that knows more than they do and not buying their bullshit, now all of a sudden, those same feminists and divestors revert back to race loyalty. It's the oldest game in the book. And I can't believe that black men are still falling for this shit. When they run into Mr. Cartwright, that's like, listen, I got a wife and kids. I'm not attracted to black women. Y'all are on some bullshit also too. And literally, let's just say if you're into the whole slavery lore, because that's what the shit turned into. It's a lore, especially in today's day and age. Let's just say you're into the whole slavery lore. And you're like, oh, the white man this and the white man that. Well, now you got the quote unquote white man doubling back. The white man is doubling back and telling the woman that he used, that created you, that's going to break you. He's telling the same woman that he used to break you to say, hey, listen, we put you in control of the black community and we put you in control of the black family. And we know damn well you were going to destroy your kids and break your kids thinking that you're protecting them. But now you produced a whole bunch of feminine little boys. Technology and everything in the world is moving forward. We need you to check that. We need you to stop pushing these feminine little boys. That's actually finding their way into our communities. Their music is finding their way into our homes. And they're sitting up here and they're destroying things that we've built. We need you to protect your little boys that we broke and put you in charge of, right? Let's just say that. Let's just say you bought into the whole lore. Well, guess what? Now they have this now all of a sudden that they got to be accountable. Now all of a sudden they found this fake. They just now all of a sudden they just woke up and they found this fake race loyalty out of nowhere. Oh my God, black men, you need to. Oh my God, you need to feel good that Charlie is gone. Oh yeah, we need to dance from the heavens. It's the ancestors. You need to be happy that he got killed. This isn't a he said some crazy stuff about black people. Yeah. Did you see this clip? Did you see what was said? Look how easy it is to put a battery in your back. It's to the fact that like all the work that we put in, and it's like, okay, well, yes, I'm doing my job, but y'all got to mobilize. Y'all got to be like, hey, look, we gonna have a checks and balance because now everything on camera. If we see you on Al Green's internet, if we see you on Al Green, not Al Gore, but if we see you on Al Green's internet, with misandry, because they make their misandry known. All of the stuff that y'all hear on the internet that's directed to men, they put an address on it. Black women are not talking about white men. They're talking about you. They're talking about you in particular. So there is no way. So there is no reason why black men can't come together. Yeah, they're supposed to breed crash outs. That's the whole point of it. But now the crash outs are crashing into these good neighborhoods, and because he's specifically coming to her and saying, okay, why are your Negro men killing people from other races and stuff like that? Why is that crime significantly up? And let me tell you something too, because I'm not gonna lie, I don't even really agree with with Charlie on this one. I don't agree with him. But man, listen. Niggas know who to play with and who not to play with. Black men are terrified. This is why those Argentinians are running amok in Chicago. Look at how right now you can get on the internet right now, right? Let me give y'all a big example, right? You can get on the internet right now and go see these goofball niggas up there in Chicago talking about some man. I wish the National Guard gonna come. We get them National Guard niggas will take over Chicago in a whole day. Even if they turn that shit into Chirac and start shooting back. Them niggas are goofies, bro. Them niggas don't know what to do. And the sad part is that their whole life, their target practice was other black people. Them dudes ain't accurate. Go look at some of those stories and see how much kids get struck by gunfire in Chicago. Them niggas ain't no damn marksmen. I'm not gonna lie. Whoever did this hit knew what the hell they were doing, but they probably didn't. They probably, because that's what people do. Like, honestly, like if in shout outs to Party, because you know what I'm talking about, bro. And a lot of my gunaholics and people that's just kind of like men's men, that are here, y'all gonna know what I'm talking about, right? Y'all gonna know what I'm talking about. Yeah, they talking that while cartels are staying low. Exactly. People that know how to actually operate an actual AK-47. They didn't need to get a micro Draco or something like that to compensate for they fucked up grouping and firepower and shit. But this is what I'm saying, right? What's I about to say? Give me 1 second, guys. This is what I'm saying. The fucked up part, and I said this before. You have people from was it Argentina or Venezuela? I don't know. I forgot which one. It makes no difference, right? You have those people coming into those neighborhoods, right? Those and they bring in their gangs with them, right? They're coming into those Chicago neighborhoods, and those kids are thinking twice about pulling pistols on them. They're taking over whole buildings. They're doing all kinds of stuff. They these guys like 600 Breezy and all these other guys, they're like, oh yeah, man, we control these blocks. Niggas ain't finna take over. We're gonna sell our weed here. We're gonna do this, that, and the third. And then a whole nother group they never thought comes into the mix. And they're like, nah. First of all, we got our own culture. We got our own language. So half the time, y'all don't know what the fuck we talking about. This ain't gang language. This is a whole nother culture and a whole nother language. So y'all don't know what the fuck we talking about. And we don't care what y'all talking about with all them gang signs and colors and BD and on phone them and all this other stuff. Is like, that shit is a joke. Then you went and purchased your pistol specifically with a certain target in mind. You don't. Let me tell y'all who black people have the most. Let me tell y'all who black people have the most in common thought process to. Racist people. Black people eat shit and breathe and think just like racist people. It's if you did your history, you will already know what I'm talking about when it's called the way you view yourself as a black man is a hand-me-down from the dominant society. Because as humans, we have no, it's the brain again coming up, being indoctrinated and stuff like that. It's like who is the dominant society to you? Whether you're FBA or born or just got born today, You're gonna look at a certain society and say, "Hey, this is the dominant society. This is the role model. This is how I should be acting. This is the structure. This is what I should be doing, and this is what sets the bar." So, a lot of black people and a lot of quote unquote racist white people, by proxy, they're two sides to the same coin. You bought that gun with the same intentions a hippie, not a hippie, but you bought that gun with the same intentions a redneck with a pickup truck probably bought his gun. It's just that he got more steps than you do, because he'll hunt a deer. He'll go after a roadkill. He'll do whatever he wants to do with his damn gun. You bought a gun specifically to shoot at another black man. Oh yeah, let a nigga jump up out that bush. This micro Draco gonna eat his ass up. You bought a gun with the intentions of pointing that shit at another black man, and it's so crazy that you're in a gang that's supposed to protect the neighborhood from what exactly you don't know, but you got jumped into it, or blessed in, or however you got put on. And you're not even protecting the neighborhood, and your thought process of protecting the neighborhood just goes from oh well I'm protecting the neighborhood from other niggas, and it's like y'all ain't even doing that. So when that Argentinian man comes in, or that or the Venezuelan dude comes in, and he like, oh yeah, I'm finna set up shop. You've never seen, you've never really seen, especially like that. You never gone anywhere. You never went anywhere. You don't even know their culture. You all you know is your goofy ass block. You never went nowhere. You ain't seen this coming. So now you got a group of people in your shit that you think is your shit taking over. And you like, who are you? And they're like, nigga, who are you? I got a gun. I got a gun too. They didn't stop making mines when they didn't stop making guns when they make yours. You said I got heat for niggas like you. There you go. There you go. So it's like chickens coming home to roost. It's like, dang. I literally bought a pistol to point it at my own brother, who, in fact, I'm going to need. Let me tell you. I'm gonna give y'all the game. Let me tell y'all when hood niggas get their wake up call, which is if you do your history, they're supposed to be our warrior class. Oh, you like shooting guns, nigga? We'll head over there. Remember, the sword, the brain is more powerful than the sword. Again, once mastered. And I ain't even gonna lie, a lot of people in the black warrior class are gay. But we're gonna save that story for another day. I'm gonna tell you some real shit. So these niggas don't realize that when they're on the street, they're enemies with each other. Oh yeah, it's GD. Yeah, it's GD folk. It's BD folk. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hey, fuck you. Hey, fuck you. Fuck you. Get locked up. Damn, folk. Man, them Mexicans giving it to us this up in here and blah blah blah. Yeah, man, they done beat up BDs and GDs and the stuff. Man, they don't even care about no BDs and GDs. They're not even looking at that. They blah blah blah. They blah blah blah. They don't even care. They don't even care. Why are they supposed to care about you? And you're goofy gang. Goofy gang, goofy gang, goofy gang, goofy gang. And what you got going on? Why they supposed to care about you? They even come in the neighborhoods and say, damn, we ain't got shit to do with nothing, but these two black people are shooting each other up. Folk. So you have no choice, but when you get locked up, you have no choice but to now you got to click up. Yo, it don't matter what we got going on, bro. It's 2025. That shit was from a long time ago. Whole T. We need to click up together because we're getting fucked up in here. Bad. On site. We getting toe up in here. Now all of a sudden, people that killed your brother and people that killed your partner and stuff like that, you for whatever's going on in that prison at the moment with that nigga. And then some of the shit is starting to hit the internet, and they're like, yo, you see it right now. Go look at you know what's funny? Go look at Rondo number 9. He was doing a lot of the shit that he was doing on the street because he had a friend named and King Von got him tattooed on him too. He had a friend that got killed named L.A. Capone. He had a friend that got killed named L.A. Capone. He had a friend that got smoked named L.A. Capone. And if you go look on the internet, right, you will see Rondo number 9, this goofy nigga in there kicking it with the man that shot his friend, and everybody's like, "Yo, that's the dude that smoked your friend." He damn it, you're beside the actual guy that smoked your friend. And y'all are buddy and y'all in there kicking it and stuff like that when you supposed to be putting in work. You supposed to do that to him on site. Never mind the fact you're already locked up on a murder. Your life already Jadunsky. You supposed to give up whatever the hell you got going on for your friend. Man, they in there kicking it. Laughing at each other, jokes and shit. So black people in these blocks, they're not living for anything anyway. Send the National Guard in. Let's see. You hard, right? You tough, right? Mr. Gunman, you tough, right? They didn't have no smoke for the Argentinians. No, Argentinians got up in Chicago, man. Watch out. Y'all wasn't doing nothing anyway. Watch out. Fuck out of my face. Them niggas wasn't doing shit. They ain't had shit to say to no damn Argentinian. They've never seen an Argentinian a day in their damn life. They never in their wildest dreams would they thought they would run into somebody like that that's gonna be on their turf. They don't even have enough pull to get G Herbo into O Block. G Herbo got denied the other day going into O Block to go shoot some more videos. Then them niggas lied to you, man. I'm trying to make it out the struggle. It look like you want to stay there, bro. Cause when y'all niggas make it out, y'all stay there. Niggas will go buy their mama a whole house and everything in the damn suburbs and shit like that, and then be in a damn car, a scat pack headed right back to that stupid shit. All my friends are there, yeah, and they can stay there too. You out of there. Bring some of them with you, but guess what? Them niggas want to stay there. How does that work? You don't got to drive them back home. Give them an Uber. Get an Uber from your mansion and bring them back. What's going on, Fasting? Good to see you, man. Oh, man. So listen, y'all. I want y'all to really pay attention to what I'm telling y'all with this fake race loyalty, because that same woman that will sit up there and tell you that she's gonna go get herself a white man and she's gonna divest and fuck you and all kinds of other stuff, when they run into the white man that don't give a fuck about that they bullshit coochie in they pants, they don't care about none of that shit that nigga already spoken for and stuff like that. They don't know how to act. I showed y'all this with Charlie Kirk. I showed y'all this with Andrew, and even single dudes that don't give a damn. Because guess what? You want to know how I know this? When I jumped into the manosphere at the ripe age of 12, 13 years old, it was undeveloped. It was a lot of stuff that was already going on. And we came up seeing the real shit in real time, because the internet hadn't really taken off. Video games, I mean, you know, men were talking about this stuff in video game forums, EverQuest and all kinds of other stuff. You had some real players that used to play, you know, Guild Wars and EverQuest and Diablo and all them games, and then you had a lot of goofy niggas that didn't go outside. So you had a community of niggas, you know, talking to each other. But at the same time, it's like it was evident the people that stayed in there all day and the people that's like, okay, yeah, I gotta go be with my family, or I gotta go on this date, or chill with my wife, and all kinds of other stuff. The video game community, you had Black Planet, you had the chat rooms in Black Planet, you had all kinds of other stuff, MSN Messenger, everything. You had these boards, you know, AOL Messenger, everything. You had everything going all at once if you were in tune. And there was definitely a separation between the streets and the internet. Well, we had yeah, they can't operate outside of the sexual realm. Exactly. We had Stormfront. There was this place which is Reddit now, but you had Stormfront and you had all these other places and stuff like that. You had a universal manosphere. That's what Myron and Fresh and all them niggas think that they're participating in, but they're not. Okay, so you had a universal manosphere, and you have what we have today, which is like a global manosphere. Black women was talking about divesting back then because they thought they had options. And let's keep it 100. A lot of them did have options. But this is before the internet. Now, see, a lot of dudes was like, "Oh man, she probably could get her a goofy white dude." As a matter of fact, black dudes were trying to help their white friends. You will see this happen so many times in history because we don't give a damn. Black dudes was getting together and they were trying to help their white incel friends. They were trying to help their white friends, and they're like, yo, okay, all right, Keisha, you acting crazy. Yo, won't you slide that cat over to my boy Billy right here? Yeah, you was talking about getting with white. Why don't you slide that cat over to my boy Billy right here? See, what she don't know is that Billy, he don't really date black girls. You know, a sister or two might have find him a little bit attractive, but Billy don't really date black girls like that. But Billy don't date girls at all. He can't get his white girl. He can't get no girl to cooperate with him. So we like, yo, slide that, over to my boy Billy. You have this all of a sudden overnight affliction for white men. Why don't you slide that shit over to my boy Billy? But guess what? Billy is like, yo, respectfully, T-Ron, I like you. Trey, I like you. You cool. But I'm good. And it's like, Billy, what are you doing? You can get some coochie. What's going on? Like, you complained about being in this drought. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get you out the drought. Billy not going. Billy like, nah. You know, Billy race loyal for real, not that bullshit that Keisha trying to drag you into. You see the difference, fellas? That nigga says that he don't care if it's a woman. Even though his woman isn't loyal to him, loyal enough to give him some coochie, he's not gonna dabble in the dark. He is more afraid of the dark. He don't give a damn about coochie. He chose his race. He said, listen, I'm not even attracted to that. I'm not finna do that to get my rocks off. Them niggas a lot of these niggas ain't incels anyway. They're true cells. He chose not to get rid of his inceldom. Do you understand what I'm saying? But on the flip side of that, you know what black men thought they can do? They thought like, hey, look, well, we cool with Billy. You know, Billy, he could do what the hell he want to. He made his own decisions and shit like that. He said he don't want to mess with the Keisha neither. You know, she already drew her line in the sand and said that she wants to be a divester or whatever. And so to a certain degree, if you a brother that got any type of sense other than using her for sex, she's damn near undesirable. You can't really build a family with her. She basically openly said that, yo, I will sell specifically a black man under the bus. She's a traitor. And you see, where a lot of these divestors shoot themselves in the foot is that they will openly, like an idiot that they are, because there's nothing wrong with interracial dating. See, there's a difference between divesting and interracial dating. See, they're not even smart enough to call it interracial dating. It's basically, yo, F you, I'm about to jump on the other side of the fence. You know what exposed them for the most part? The internet. Of course, we always knew there were bed wenches and stuff like that. Certain things we had to see in person and stuff like that. But the internet. Billy got the same internet you do, Keisha. And Billy can see that, oh, I'm definitely not about to have this disloyal broad in my bed. I'm definitely not about to have this. She will backdooria me. Billy, no matter how incelish he is, he can smell the backdooria. And he's like, no, I don't want to feel sexual euphoria. I smell the backdooria. I'm not dealing with her. And obviously, like I said, I am cool with certain black people, but I don't like black people. I don't want this black woman around me. I really stand on that. He will take it. He will take his race, even though he probably is not getting played by his race. He will take his race. He'll take his race for 1,000, Alex. You know, answer daily double. And as crazy as that may sound, hey, you got to respect it. But see, when the black man that was supposed to be an incel just like him, when the black man shows up with that white girl, now it's a problem. Cause she's attractive. And then, you guys are just talking about women. You're not really thinking like niggas just gonna talk about women. Niggas ain't getting into the politics. They're not really getting into the statistics. They're not really getting into the numbers. They're not because none of that shit means nothing. It's either you get women or you don't. And what type of women are you getting? None of that shit means nothing. But see, when you're an incel to a certain degree, you have all that time on your hands. 40% of this man can do this, and 15% of, and it's like, okay, that's good. But what can you do? You know, and then even if they can answer that question, is really to tell you what percent is, because they never. You hear all of this stuff, right? And you kind of hear a little bit of more of it today with the Negroes and shit in the space, but it's like, okay, I hear your stats, but you know, what percentage do you fall into? Most people can't tell you what percentage they fall into. And if they bring up this percentage stuff, like, like the Fantastics or the Media Man and stuff like that, these number crunchers and stuff like that, they only throw the percentages out there to try to tell you how much of a superior man they are. But the thing is, it's like, okay, but guess what? Guys that are really in that percentile, they don't throw that out there. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of like, and I hate to say it like this, and some people do it to show off, but it's kind of like a pep talk that they want to have with themselves. It's kind of like the reverse version of the big girl that like has like the false confidence and stuff like that. It's kind of like that. So when those black boys started dating eligible white women, those white boys got so mad because they jumped into politics. They tote pistols. They're very, quote unquote, if you want to call it that, politically conscious. And they understand their numbers. It's like, here I am having a hard time getting a girlfriend, and this is probably why. You got Trey over here breeding with our woman. She's a mud shark, and she's playing around and stuff like that, and she's, he can't even get her, but he would like to be with her, but he can't even get her, and he mad at you. And guess what? Some of them, they know they're incels. Some of them, they know, hey, look, our birth rates are dwindling. So some of them, they have, with their race loyalty, they have a sense of duty also. And the only reason why some of these people come together is that, hey, what do we have in common? Our women ain't acting right. And some of them are indulging in feminism. So we could come together and talk about that. And the funny part is that they know why the black man's woman is in feminism, but the black man who doesn't do his history, he don't know why her woman is in feminism. The black man is almost in the dark, realizing that your woman has taken up this mantle because she don't know how to mind her fucking business. And you're sitting up there seeing how you can better serve your woman on some shit that Billy had going on over here. And you don't know any of this shit because you don't do your fucking history. And neither does your woman. And even if your woman does, she sees that as a point where she can leverage something out of you. Because she's not going to let her hate for man go unwasted. She going to get the most out of life that she can. Is this too deep for y'all, or am I, or are y'all picking up what I'm putting down? So in the manosphere back in the day when I was young, we had a lot of different eras and stuff like that. It had the split, and then we had the original Jessica X, which was Nola Girl. Nola Girl was the original one. We had Nola Girl. So I can even give y'all actual examples. A lot of people got all these opinions and stuff like that. They wasn't around for no damn Nola Girl. They don't even know who she is. So once they found that their woman was messing around with a black man, they cut her ass off immediately. Even rich women, they cut her ass off immediately. She don't get access to the social circle. She's ostracized. She's like, hey, you messing with black dudes. You even go look at those videos of the white women that are into black men and stuff like that. And I was looking at this video of this old woman, and they were like, how did you know this old white woman? They were like, how do you know you were into black men? She was like, when I was growing up and I saw one of them, one of the a black man, she was like, my father told me, to not get into them. Don't be intrigued by them. And she was like, that made me very intrigued by them. A lot of those women that are practicing feminism, in a lot of cases, that's their reason to date black men. Because It's whatever their man told them not to do. See, do you see how this works? And a lot of their families are directly affected by feminism. Imagine if your mother abandoned you and ran off. Imagine if your mother abandoned you and ran off with a Mr. Cartwright. How do you think you're gonna feel? You're gonna be like, well, I know for sure that ain't my daddy. Why would my mother do that? You know, your mother's like a hero to you, no matter how wrong. The mothers can do no wrong. You know, until you become of age and you start dating, and one of the biggest testaments in a man's life that he'll go through, and it'll come out of left field if you're not ready for it, is that one day you're gonna date a woman, because I don't know where people come up with this goofy ass narrative that a man look for his mother in women. That's not true. Men do not look for their mother in women. Women have certain qualities that a man's mother would have, but men don't go out there and look for their mother in women. As a matter of fact, the opposite is true. Women actually look for their dad and their siblings in other men. One thing I learned as a player, which is a compliment, and men are so used to not being compliment, they don't even pick up on this. If a woman ever says, hey, you're like my brother, you remind me of my brothers, whether good, bad, right, or wrong, that's a compliment. If she says, oh my God, you remind me you're just like my dad. Like literally, let me tell you something. It's some fucked up shit when you think about it, and it's borderline ancestral. When you get with your girl, you don't sit there and call her mommy. You know, unless it's like a tongue-in-cheek thing. You know, I mean, you know, some guys will be like, come here, mommy. You know, or something like that. But you don't call her mommy. Like you don't. It's a different conviction. You're not sitting up there calling her mother and stuff like that. But guess what? She'll call you daddy. She'll call you papa. She'll call you, instead of dad. Like dad is like the only thing she won't call you, but she'll call you daddy. She'll call you papa. They always allude to like their man as like a father figure. But men, we don't look for our mother. You understand what I'm saying? In our wives, we just chase femininity. If she has those qualities there, she has those qualities there. But one thing you're going to run into is if you're flying through women, at some point you're going to end up dating a mirror of your mother. You're going to end up dating a mirror of your mother. You're going to run into a woman and you're going to be like, yo, she is just like my mother. My mother does the same exact shit. And you know what's funny? It catches a lot of guys off guard, because the funny part is that you get a lot of guys that get caught off guard and they be like, yo. They get to a certain point in their life where they're like, yo, I know it. I could only imagine. I know exactly what my dad was dealing with at this point. When some of y'all grow to see how miserable and how unreasonable and how it's like I could only. There's this video of this dude in the hood, and he's driving around and he's like, yo, if my dad, he's like, yo, like my father, if you see this, bro, get in contact with me, please. He said, if you see this, right? He's like, just get in contact with me. He's like, I forgive you and all that other shit. He said, I didn't know it get this deep and stuff like that. He was going through it with his baby mama and stuff like that. And he was like, man, he sat there and was telling the truth. He's like, half the reasons why these dudes don't be in their kids' life is the damn baby mama. He's like, I understand. He said, I gotten to the point where I understand where my father could be coming from. He's like, I ain't even mad at you or nothing like that. I just want to connect with you. I'm, all jokes aside, he's like, I already know you, Some of these dads don't connect with their kids because it's like, well, they've been around the mother the whole time. You know, fucked up as it may sound, and this ain't an excuse for you not to be a father. But it's like, what you gonna do? You gonna spend your whole life getting fucked over by a brainwashed kid, or you can go start another family, or you can choose peace. You know. So that was pretty interesting. And if you are keeping up with the conversation, you can see how deep this fake race loyalty goes. It all this shit is a lot of it is fake. And it's funny because you still have people running around here talking about some building the kingdom. What kingdom? Are you nuts? What kingdom? And the thing is that see white people know, black people don't. And honestly, we don't care. I mean, honestly, not caring is a part of letting it go. Girl, if you can get a white man, go get a white man. I hope he treats you right. That's the whole point. I hope he treats you right. I hope you're a good wife. Cool. But see, it's about to get real in their community because they're not producing children as much as they are. They're gonna have to do some other stuff too, and they're gonna have to adopt another race because I hate to say it, the last time their numbers went down, they had to bite the bullet and say, hey, you know what? We've been treating the Italians fucked up. Yeah, we've been treating the Italians fucked up. You know what? We're going to let the Italians identify as us. We're going to kind of blend in with the Italians and just try to purify it, clean that shit up and try to purify it again. You know, they have these little games that they have to play. But guess what? You got a lot of, Snow Kings, going after, Asian girls. That then took on its own patina. Go out west, go to Cali. You'll see a lot of, what I'm talking about. Or come to Asia. But they're not producing, is really not pure blood, so they gotta kind of really move a little bit militant these days. And it's crazy because their Generation Z knows that. So a couple of weeks ago, I was telling y'all how a bunch of black people were mad because they're talking about having all white cities and stuff like that. And a lot of Negroes that don't do their fucking history don't even realize that it's like they've been doing that. And they're like, man, that's racist. That's racist. They going into places and they're not letting black people in and people of other races and stuff like that. Remember, the racist American white man is not just racist to black people. It's how goofy niggas are. This is how goofy niggas are. And if they paid attention to what the hell I was talking about, you would already know is that they been had stuff like that. It's called a sundown town. We get in and you lock the blacks out. Stop listening to niggas that don't know their history and can't put two and two together. Niggas trying to tell you about the world and never left their block. So yes, send in the National Guard to Chicago. Clean that shit up. That will get the change that people want. Send in the National Guard to Chicago and clean that shit up. DC looks like a fucking haven. You can walk around the streets of DC and frolic. You can frolic around DC now. Niggas trying to tell you about, you don't know how this world works. He never even left his block. He barely knows how his block works. So what I'm saying is, y'all dodge these landmines that y'all gonna be seeing on social media this whole week, this weekend. They're gonna be celebrating this weekend that you know that he died, and that's sad. That's sad. And then let me tell y'all too. Y'all pay attention to some of these content creators y'all follow too, because guess what? Once Trump start taking over Chicago, because now Trump got no reason to go easy on Chicago. Once Trump start taking over Chicago, which is going to be another gun issue. Once Trump start taking over Chicago, they're going to try to say, "Oh, see, that's that's that Charlie. This is why Charlie Kirk was. This is why that happens and stuff like that, because they trying to do this. That these white people taught us how to kill each other, and now that we're so good at killing each other, they're trying to stop us from killing each other." That's all I'ma hear. That's all I'ma hear. They're not even smart enough to say these white people taught us how to kill each other. They just about to, why do you white people try to stop us from killing each other? That's all you're going to hear. It's like, oh, so y'all want to shoot each other. You know, y'all want the killings to continue. Cool. They're not smart enough to know that. You know, they're not smart enough to know that. And this is going to be a type of police they've never seen. I'm not even going to lie. In those little neighborhoods and stuff like that, some of those Chicago police that they got patrolling those neighborhoods, those policemen are a joke. Those policemen are a joke. I hate to say it. A lot of those Chicago PD policemen that are in those neighborhoods, they're a fucking joke. You don't understand. Some goofy kid with a Draco is way more dangerous than a policeman that knows how, than a policeman with a 9mm. They're way more dangerous than a policeman with a 9mm that knows how to shoot. Because it ain't even about you quick drawing and putting a bullet in his head quick as hell before he can use that machine gun. It ain't even about just you. It's about other people getting hit in the process of him using this machine gun. The machine gun and its rapid fire feature is to make up for his shitty aim. You understand what I'm saying? And when you have kids that are not necessarily more better or well equipped than a police officer, it's like, listen, a police officer is not gonna listen. A police officer is not gonna, especially there, he's not gonna go out of his way and jump in front of a bullet. He gonna let you shoot whoever you gonna go shoot, and if you can make it home without getting unsubscribed from life from somebody else in another gang, he just gonna come pick you up from your damn house. Negroes are getting on the internet mad as hell, man. Why didn't he jump in front of that bullet to save King Von? You think that policeman give a damn about a damn King Von? You think that policeman give two fucks about King Von? Like, you can't even get fans to think with common sense. It must be that damn beer or whatever Lil Reese said. You can't get fans to think with common sense. Man, he's supposed to jump in front of a murderer so he can make more music for us. Fuck out of here, man. FOH. Okay? So, yeah. Send that National Guard in. They don't know what to do with that. That tank is them Draco bullets ain't gonna pierce them tanks. Them Draco bullets ain't gonna pierce them tanks. Like it's gonna be Chirac for real. And then here's another thing, y'all. You in a neighborhood. You're not even built for war. Y'all are two shitty groups shooting at each other. Y'all are two shitty groups shooting at each other. These kids are getting younger and younger and younger and younger and younger. It's not like, hey man, some 30-year-old nigga that knows about bullets, and guns and shit shot at me. No, it's some 12-year-old from another block whose brother got killed shooting at you. So y'all are getting sent to the upper room by kids. You learned about guns from shooting them. This nigga learned about his gun off of YouTube and purchased one within a week, and now one of those bullets that he purchased is in you. So this is where the shit gets interesting. This is the part of the story you wasn't prepared for. So, you said facts. They ain't seen nothing like a tenth of what the military has to offer. Yeah, all they gotta do, bro, all they gotta do is see one of them Humvees and they're gonna take their ass in the house. You know what? This nigga, I ain't have don't nobody, E-Dog or none of them niggas, don't nobody in O Block have a bulletproof Humvee to combat anything they're gonna pull out that trunk. Niggas be talking about how they a human gun store. It don't matter. Also, you know how much people die with a gun on their lap? Like, nigga, you can't quick draw a Draco as quick as one of them can. Like, imagine pulling out a rusty Draco that's probably going to jam because you don't understand how shit works. Imagine pulling out a rusty Draco that's probably going to jam versus a nigga that's armed with a customized Scorpion, and he knows what the hell he's doing. Yeah, Pookie and his switch don't mean shit. He gonna switch your light off. Yeah, you better switch up and go in the damn house. Niggas think 9mm attachment is gonna save their ass. Get the fuck out of here. That Humvee will eat up everything that switch has to offer. You said you remember when they was just showing AMRAPs passing by on the train? They was shaking in their boots. Oh, speaking of the train, that was another story. Look how fucked up America is. You had Charlie Kirk getting shot. You had some dude in Texas getting beheaded. There was a Ukrainian girl, beautiful girl, on the train. And some jackass got up and started stabbing her and running the knife across her face. I don't know if she survived or not, but that was sad. That was sad. She was just sitting in front of him. He didn't do nothing, and he kept getting locked up. He got like 30 pictures. And he ran that knife across her face. Did y'all see that story? That shit was ridiculous. Then you got the young girl that they just found her body in my neck of the woods. I'm not even gonna lie. You said she got poked in the neck 3 times. She's dead. Damn.
Get out of here, you damn nigger!
I'm gonna let this play, man. I'm gonna have to charge my my laptop. Hold on, give me 1 second, y'all. Take a listen to this.
Okay, so redlining,
Damn.
federally mandated or sustained by the FHA, right? Separating Black Americans to specifically impoverished and relegated areas of the country. We are incapable of buying homes and putting equity into neighborhoods.
I don't know if he's going to make this point, but a lot of redlining was actually self-inflicted. Tom Sowell writes about this extensively. Like black
What's going on, Antonio?
people would go to like black-owned banks, black-owned businesses, and be just
This is 3 months ago, y'all, on Player Talk Radio.
Just denied as they would at white
And
businesses.
I'm pretty sure I got a more recent video showing y'all about Charlie Kirk.
And it is, because of cultural practices.
You said there's a dude, there's a jail call floating around with dude talking on the phone with his sister, implied that he got some material put inside of him. See?
It's because of things people not
It happened here in North Carolina. Yeah, like a lot of the stuff that we're talking about on today's show is at y'all doorstep. You dig? Y'all please hit the like button, support the show. 4 hours and 13 minutes into the madness. Let's go.
being willing to take the risk of an investment like that. But I don't know if we'll go there, if he'll follow down that path.
With lower crime rates and better educational systems, we do not have access to things that would uplift and help our community.
Now this is goofy right here. This is goofy right here, and I hate to say it like this, but this is the truth. In America today, black people cannot say we don't have access to certain things. If you have access to a cell phone, if you have access to Wi-Fi and a cell phone, you have access to a bunch of things. I can show you a website to go on right now, and you can get a bunch of college courses and even a certificate for free. An actual accredited certificate. You can go on this website right now, and you can type in the search bar anything you would like to learn, and it'll have it all there on a whole list. You just go down the whole list and study everything, and you can get a college education off the internet for free. All of this shit is on the internet. Now you can say I didn't know the exact website to go to. A lot of the game that I give y'all, it's like an exact website. And shit, I'll tell you, hey, look, I'll charge a nigga, Hey, you can spend your whole day, your phone is the library at this point. Your phone is the fucking library. So people like, man, we don't have access to that type of education, but you got access to an iPhone. You have access to a whole library of music. You have access to a whole library of information. You have access?
When you are put in an that promotes and reinforces social and economic inequality,
Walk your lie down now.
you become desperate and are forced to do things
Like kill
that
people.
maybe don't align with your values.
What you're making an excuse for a lot of
Now,
murder,
when you have
a lot of stealing.
a high
I know I shot him, officer, and that does not align with my personal values. I know I busted a cap in his ass, but that does not align with my personal values. Honestly, it's the generations of redlining. It's Jim Crow. My great-great-grandfather was a slave, and that is why I shot this guy in the head.
And the crazy thing is that they revert back to slavery when it's convenient for them and put a battery in a bunch of black people's back so you can be loyal to some people that ain't loyal to you.
high
I'm not even gonna
concentration.
lie. As a black man, in a lot of cases, I can point out where you are more better off being loyal to a white guy that's cutting you a paycheck than your own wife at home that's shaming you into race loyalty. And the crazy part is too, that's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. But other than being his guard dog, he may like you a little bit more or better. Or you can have more of a lucrative relationship with him or better. Because you do your job and you take your ass home. You ain't trying to get with him, or he ain't trying to get with you. But let's go.
Of a subjugated people in
Hold on.
one area.
If you were right, when blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that?
Now he's saying things, I think he's wording his rebuttal in a way that is, admittedly salacious, and I think purposefully salacious. He's saying blacks instead of black people. He's saying, why are blacks so murderous? Things like that. And it helps for the soundbite and coming off as saying something really crazy when what you're saying is actually true. And I don't know that you need to adjust your language in order to not come off that way, but it is sort of like a baiting way of talking about these things.
That blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less.
Now, what a lot of people don't understand, because they're not smart enough to put two and two together, is that he's supposed to get you in your feelings in a debate. See, this is the funny part about debating. Did you know, and this is how I look at debating to a certain degree. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did you know that a debate should only last about like 5 minutes unless you guys have real opposition? Funny part is that most people actually agree with each other. So opposition won't last as long as it should. Most things amongst humans shouldn't even be a debate. You want to know why? Because after a while, a debate turns into a learning session. Hey, you're racist. Hey, I am racist. You consider yourself not racist. Okay, let's have a debate on that. Okay, let me educate you and tell you why I'm racist. Even if it's coming from a place of ignorance, there's still something to be taught there. Does that make sense? Oh, well, I grew up with my grandmother, and when I grew up with my grandmother, she grew up in this neighborhood, and in the 1920s, this is what was going on in this neighborhood, and this is why she instilled this thing into me, and blah blah blah. And then me coming up and seeing this, that, and the third. Like, there still should be a learning. Somebody is going to be able to teach somebody. And then look, the opposing side is going to be like, well, listen, this is how it really is. And we understand that that's how you grew up. But like at some point, you should have let this go when you saw this or a change and stuff like that, even though you still know right from wrong. This is, you understand? It turns into an education session, or should. But guess what? Most people don't want to learn. They'll be ignorant. The thing is that the reason why most people, or at least one side, should almost instantaneously go quiet in a debate is because when you bring information, right, to a debate or something like that, right? You've been sitting on misinformation for years. And let's say new information is presented to you and you haven't gotten a chance to really digest it or understand what's going on, or really take the time to really soak in what you just heard. It's going to take, sometimes it may take you just as long, or some people overnight, but that's rare, or a couple of months to a year to sit with the new information to be like, dang, I've been perpetuating misinformation or giving misinformation for a long time. But this is the thing. When you are misinformed or got misinformation pushed on you, what happens is you form an identity and a lifestyle around the misinformation that you received. And you're not necessarily, sometimes you take in the new information and you're learning, but you're not necessarily ready to change who you are with the new information. So you still cling to the misinformation, or the lifestyle that you built around you with the misinformation. When you learned that somebody didn't do something to you, another group, now you got to damn near probably get rid of your friends. Now you got to damn near probably make a lifestyle change. Now, most people ain't ready to do that. So guess what? They cling to the misinformation. Because most people don't give a fuck anyway. They just needed something to cling to, honestly, an identity. So most people ain't ready to change anyway, no matter how much correct information that you have to offer them. Because, yeah, you got the answer to that particular debate, but they're not ready to make a lifestyle change from a debate, which they should if they're actually learning something. So guess what happens? People just join the debate just to yell and scream and be heard. So knowing this information, you should know that people are going to rage bait. They are going to antagonize. They're going to try to get you in your feelings. They're going to try to get loud. They're going to try to get you to argue. They're going to try to, hey, I'm right and you're wrong. You see it with Andrew all the time. But let me give you the game on top of that. When you're spitting the truth, it actually makes that process more easier. You don't have to tell any lies. All you got to do is just say the truth. But guess what? Don't sugarcoat it. Or tell a half truth. Frame it in a disingenuous way. Because 9 times out of the 10, the person that you're telling the quote unquote truth to, that's what they're doing anyway. So it makes it more easier. That's why it's easy for Andrew to talk to hoes. That's why it's easy for Charlie Kirk to talk to hoes. And most people don't know how to articulate themselves. A lot of times how people talk to other people is how your brain talks to yourself. So if you don't have a higher definition of certain words, if this is why I say reading is good, because reading strengthens your lexicon. Because you're not reading your words, you're reading somebody else's words. And another person's perspective may give you another word that will elevate your thinking with that particular subject or that thing. So that you didn't think exists. So what I'm saying is that, it's a lot of shit to learn. And I'm not even gonna lie. I'm gonna tie this back into to what we've been talking about this whole time. This is why somebody just take out a gun and shoot Charlie. You can't talk to him. You don't know what to say. You're stupid. You're not ready to change your lifestyle. Oh, you better be ready to change your lifestyle now. You about to be in jail. Or you're gonna have to go somewhere and off yourself. And that's crazy, just to sit up there and tell the truth, bro. You gonna have to change your lifestyle one way or another. Ain't that crazy? You said, I can't believe I wasted all that time arguing with a nigga in his 20s that don't know shit about life, yet people pretend to be anything online. There's some truth to that, obviously, yeah. Party said they could never claim that when white people employ many for sustenance more than their own. That's true. That's true. You got some white people that will hire an obedient black man before they will hire their buddy. Which you shouldn't do too much business with your friends like that anyway, depending on the type of business that you got going on. UFO Kamikaze said, you got no real life experience in your damn 20s. These niggas online trying to convince others about shit they've never actually experienced. Sad shit. Yeah. And then if you look at the picture of his killer looked like he's in his 20s. But then again, even though he looked like an older, more accomplished man, Charlie Kirk was still 31. So I'm not even going to lie. Crazily enough, if his killer was in his 20s or knew him, I wouldn't be surprised. To accomplish that much in your 30s and somebody else that's in their late 20s or mid 20s and y'all are still in the same age range, I can see that happening. So we're going to see how crazy this is going to play out because his killer probably knew him. And also, too, we got some hip hop news also. Remember, speaking of killings and stuff like that, YNW Melly, people are saying that he's cooked, but he might not be cooked. YNW Bortland took I think he took an Alford plea. He took the Gunner plea or a proffer or something like that. But that's not going to really indict YNW Melly. If y'all don't know, YNW Melly is a rapper from Florida. And allegedly, he staged a drive-by and shot two of his friends and killed them. And Bortland or Cortland, was the guy that was driving the SUV in the car. YNW Melly tried to say he wasn't in the SUV, which he was, and they got camera footage of him. And then also too, like the ballistics was showing how the gunshots were fired in the car versus outside of the car, like a real drive-by. And they were showing the travel pattern of the bullets and stuff like that, and everything. So, it's just a lot of stuff to go over, but we're going to get into it. Player Talk Radio. Who more thorough than us, though? Let's get it.
Less crimes.
Maybe they were afraid. I mean, 4,000 Black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
That's your explanation, but I guess
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is worse than it has been.
That affects.
See, when the white man stops them from divesting, now all of a sudden they know Black history. And I'm not even gonna lie, a lot of fucked up feminist Black women know a little bit more Black history than Black men. They weaponize it against you.
Did
80 years.
The generational psyche of an entire group of people?
No, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just trying to understand, why is it the more social welfare we've done? So we've spent $20 trillion on uplifting Black communities, 20 trillion, and Black Americans are poor. We've done everything that's been asked.
You haven't done everything that's been asked, though.
Great society,
because what is
food
being
stamps,
asked?
subsidized housing, Medicaid, public schooling, subsidized college. We're talking about $20 trillion that has been spent on the Great Society, and yet
He going there. Well, white women benefit the most off of food stamps, but he going there.
Black America is poorer, more murderous, more dangerous. So there's an explanation. I'm asking you to
But we are
explain
not
that to
asking for handouts. We are asking for equity.
Hold on,
And
what
part
is
of
that? What does
equity
equity mean?
is
You mean taking from
allowing.
other people?
Excuse me. It means sharing, which is.
You mean taking from other people. Excuse me, it means sharing. We're just forcing you to share, actually. That's so funny. I love the semantic games that we play in debates like this. Very interesting. That is amazing. It's the second time she said something like that. She said, Kamala Harris is not a DEI candidate. And when he asked what her greatest accomplishment is, she says being Black and being a woman in her position. And now she's done this. It's not taking, it's sharing.
Something that you guys seem to have a very hard time doing.
Sharing. So somebody has to explain why Black America, and you haven't, is 13% of the population and commits 58% of the murder.
Black people have built and founded this society.
Okay, alongside everybody else, baby. Come on, get in line.
Thank you. I was very smart group, very opinionated. There were a couple other people, I kind of felt bad for them. They had a lot of strong opinions, but they just weren't ready for prime time. Overall, very good group, very impressive.
He often will switch the topic, like do a lot of gish galloping and like kind of filibustering to get people.
Did he though?
And let me tell y'all something. I want to appreciate, I want to say that I appreciate you guys for taking the time to actually really sit down and go over some of this stuff and listen to some of this stuff with me. Because you want to know why? a lot of those women that a lot of these black guys and black men and people from the community that's going to be listening to them and their goofy ass TikToks and videos talking about how Charlie Kirk deserved death and stuff like that. Let me tell you what them hoes ain't doing. They're not sitting down watching debates. They're not going over any of this stuff. They don't know any of this stuff. They probably know it exists, but they're not choosing it. Y'all are listening to bitches that will watch Love and Hip Hop over this. Tell you who you should be putting a battery in your back and be riding for and not riding for. And that's bullshit. I gotta go through these lengths to save black men's lives. This is crazy.
Did he though?
To not be able to make the points that they want to make. And I definitely feel like he did that to me.
Hold on, yo.
You might have seen my.
Hold on.
All right. So y'all can see that in just other stuff. He said some more wild shit. But y'all can see that Charlie wasn't like this big racist prick that these Love and Hip Hop fools are sitting up here watching and stuff like that. Y'all can see that he's not this like this big alt-right, I hate Negroes dude that they're trying to portray. But let's go.
And Utah officials would later say that they believe that this was a targeted attack, one bullet, one victim. Now, people at the event, they scattered and all to the ground. It is horrific. He was carried to a nearby vehicle. He was rushed to the hospital. It was only a few miles away, but he was pronounced dead. And Utah officials would later say that they believe that this was a targeted attack, one bullet, one victim. Now, people at the event, they scattered in all directions. They were screaming. They were falling over one another. They were trying to figure out where the shots were coming from and if more bullets would be fired. The shooter was reportedly on the roof of a nearby campus building, the Losi Center. It's about 150 to 200 yards away from the gathering on the quad. And an unverified video that was posted to social media, it appears to show a person laying down on top of the building. Now, law enforcement has not confirmed this video, nor have they said this figure on the roof is the shooter, but let's talk about what they did say, okay? This is new. So Utah's Commissioner of Public Safety and the FBI...
I mean, does that look like a person to y'all or not? Let me run it back. Does that look like a person to y'all? If anything, he probably got tarp over him. Does this look like a person to y'all? Does that look like somebody with like tarp on them? Let's go.
Gathering on the quad. And an unverified video that was posted to social media, it appears to show a person laying down on top of the building. Now, law enforcement has not confirmed this video, nor have they said this figure on the roof is the shooter, but let's talk about what they did say, okay? This is new. So Utah's Commissioner of Public Safety and the FBI special agent in charge of the investigation provided brand new updates Thursday morning about the gunman. And that is what we want to talk about right now. So what have they learned about him so far? How was he able to get away? Take a look.
Through all that work last night, we were able to make a few breakthroughs. We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful, we will reach out to you as the media and we will push that publicly to help us identify them. But we are confident in our abilities right now, and we would like to move forward in a manner that keeps everyone safe and moves this process appropriately.
And the FBI also revealed they found the suspected murder weapon.
This morning I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. So the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation.
Also, this is just coming out from the Wall Street Journal. They're reporting that the ammunition that was used by Charlie Kirk's killer, it may have been engraved with transgender and anti-fascist ideology. If that is true, that makes a potential motivation for this killing a lot more clear, but we will see. We'll get more updates on that. Now, while officials aren't releasing very many details about the shooter's identity, they implied that he was able to blend in with a crowd on a college campus.
So what I'll release about the suspect is the suspect blended in well with a college institution. We're not releasing many details right now, and we will soon. But right now we're not. But that individual appears to be of college age. We are confident in our abilities to track that individual. If we're unsuccessful in identifying them immediately.
It's very, very interesting. And the Public Safety Commissioner also pointed out the importance of today's date, right, for American history, September 11th, and how law enforcement is once again coming together with one goal.
Historically, on 9/11, law enforcement has come together as a group to recognize and honor those that sacrificed to preserve the ideals of this country, the freedoms of this country. And instead, we find ourselves today hunting a murderer who chose to violate our rights, the rights of an individual within this country.
Now, again, I'm going to bring on Tracy. We're going to talk about what all this means. But the FBI and other agencies, they are actively working to try to track down this shooter. But there is misinformation, there is misidentification, it has run rampant so far. And just minutes after the shooting, there were details that started circulating online about an arrest. There were images on social media showing an older man being hauled away by multiple people. And soon officials would put out a statement saying that this man was not the shooter. He was arrested. He was arrested for obstruction, but he's not the shooter. And then hours later, FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X, formerly known as Twitter, that the subject for the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. But not long after that, the director kind of clarified, saying the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement. Our investigation continues, and we will continue to release information in the interest of transparency. Now, the Public Safety Commissioner pointed out that those people do not deserve to be targeted in person or online.
Yesterday, during the investigative process, we located a couple of persons of interest. We interviewed those individuals, and after releasing them and after clearing them of being suspects, they faced scrutiny, they faced threats. We asked the public to be patient with the investigative process. These individuals were not suspects, they were people of interest. We ask that you do not impose into those people and that investigative process. They don't deserve that harassment for being subject to that.
And that does make you wonder, is that why they are not releasing video of the suspected shooter? We're going to talk about that. Now, there have been makeshift memorials that have sprung up on campus, and some people gathered at the state capitol in Salt Lake City to remember Charlie Kirk. Others paid tribute at Turning Point USA's headquarters out in Arizona. President Donald Trump, who was one of the first people to confirm that Kirk had indeed died, spoke from the Oval Office Wednesday night.
Charlie was a patriot who devoted his life to the cause of open debate
and the country that he loved so much, the United States of America. He fought for liberty, democracy, justice, and the American people. He's a martyr for truth and freedom, and there's never been anyone who was so respected by youth. This is a dark moment for America. Charlie Kirk traveled the nation, joyfully engaging with everyone interested in good faith debate. His mission was to bring young people into the political process, which he did better than anybody ever, to share his love of country and to spread the simple words of common sense. On campuses nationwide, he championed his ideas with courage, logic, humor, and grace. It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country.
Now let me tell y'all something. Imagine if this was Kamala. What's going on, LT, man? Yeah, I got you. I got you, bro. Hold on. Imagine if this was Kamala. You would have heard... almost ended the stream. Hold on, guys. Imagine if this was Kamala. You would have heard how she had to survive her own assassination attempt. You would have heard how she had to go through her own, they shot at me too. You see how Trump was shot at and survived his assassination attempt? And he had to talk about another guy that went through the same thing, but guess what? He wasn't so lucky. And Trump never brought up that he almost died from the same thing. And the sad part is that we don't want this to become a trend, but it's becoming a trend in America. Fake ass snipers. Now, like I said, this guy he probably was going for Charlie's head. No doubt about it. Nobody really shoots anybody in the neck. But you got a concept of bullet drop. You got a lot of stuff that happens, when you're trying to snipe somebody. Even the recoil sometimes will make the gun kind of, jerk downward a little bit, even in a fraction. So it's just sad, man. This is just sad. If it was any other president, you would have kept hearing, "Oh, well, they tried to get me, and this didn't prevail, and blah blah blah." I know Trump probably like, damn, that could have been me. This is a terrorist attack, honestly. But let's go.
And by the way, the president just announced that he is giving Charlie Kirk the Medal of Freedom posthumously. Tributes have also poured in on social media. Political advisor Stephen Miller posted on X, "Our hearts are shattered. America has lost one of its greatest champions. A loving family has lost the most extraordinary husband and father. All of us must now dedicate ourselves to defeating the evil that stole Charlie from this world." Again, FBI Director Kash Patel, who was close with Kirk, wrote on his personal X account, "Rest in peace, my friend, conservative titan Charlie Kirk. I am praying for Charlie and his family. His passion for American and fearless leadership inspired millions, and his impact will live on in this movement for generations." Former President Barack Obama posted on X, "We don't yet know what motivated the person who shot and killed Charlie Kirk, but this kind of despicable violence has no place in our democracy."
Oh my God, you know what did it. You know what did it. You know what did it. Here Obama playing dumb as hell. Let's go.
Michelle and I will be praying for Charlie's family tonight, especially his wife Erica and their 2 young children. And as people were fleeing the school, armed law enforcement officers, they were pouring in. They were going from building to building to help escort people to safety. And just before 9 p.m. Eastern time, school officials gave the all clear, saying there is no ongoing threat to the campus. Utah Valley University announced that classes were canceled, that the school will be closed until at least Monday. You know, we've been on top of this story from the very, very beginning. And we're able to do that, by the way, because of our sponsor, Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, a firm with over 1,000 attorneys. You know why they're so big? Because they win a lot. They aim and fight for what you deserve. Morgan & Morgan, they make it so. This means this presser just ended, and we're bringing on right now former CIA and FBI agent, friend of the show, Tracy Walder. Tracy, thank you so much for coming on. Really appreciate it. So let's just talk about what we heard here from this presser. They were able to track the movements of the shooter, saying that the shooter arrived on campus at 11:52, tracking the movements through the stairwell to the roof. They find the shooting location, saying the shooter jumped off the building after the shooting, fled into the neighborhood, that they start canvassing the neighborhood, looking for doorbell footage, contacting anyone that has footage. They have confirmed they have video footage of the shooter, but they are not going to release it, and they are working on ways to...
Now, the reason why they claim they're not going to release this stuff is because the shooter probably is watching. This is what they say, and this ain't always true. And they don't want to let the shooter know how much steps behind them they probably are.
ID this person. Before we go any further into the revelations from this press conference, let's start there. What do you make of that police work, and what can we glean from that?
Well, thank you so much for having me. Obviously, it's relatively quick police work, in my opinion. I said yesterday that this was going to be a bit of a cumbersome process. In a way, and I don't mean this in a bad way, you have too much digital evidence. You have 3,000 college students, not all, but you have 3,000 college students who all have phones, all have videos. You have CCTV probably all over the school. That takes a long time to go through. So what that tells me is it was probably all hands on deck, obviously most of yesterday, and then into today to review that footage. Also, what's interesting to me is it sounds, just if he arrived at campus, or the shooter arrived at campus at 11:52, as they said in the press conference, that this person was actually not laying in wait all that long. I mean, they were laying in wait a bit, but we're not talking hours or anything like that. And so this is someone that...
What's going on, degenerate? Yeah, they know they're playing dumb. Obama's sitting up there playing dumb. I don't know what could I don't know what could have done this. Obama played dumb as hell too with the school shooting. These Obama's friends. Let's go.
Knew obviously what was going to take place on the campus that day. Knew, in my opinion, probably studied Charlie, how he spoke, how long he answered questions for, and was really prepared in what they were doing.
But also knew where Charlie was going to be positioned and knew exactly where to go. Like the idea of that roof, 200 yards away, set up a position, that was planned. That's what's eerie about it.
I mean, there's a whole tent right there. How do you not know where Charlie is going to be? Now, he was on the right side of him. I'm not going to lie, he was open. But all you got to do is look at where the chair is. And it's like, okay, there's one chair up there. Point the gun at the chair.
I mean, again, we're just trying to take it piece by piece here, but it doesn't seem that someone showed up and tried to figure out where's the best place to go. This feels very quick and very coordinated and very planned.
Oh yeah, there's no question. I said that yesterday actually on News Nation that I think this took quite a bit of planning, in my opinion, because the reality is I think they knew where the event would take place simply because it had been promoted beforehand.
It's called being backdooried. Charlie was backdoored. You can't smell the backdooria? Let's go.
And they probably knew that that would be that, I guess, what they're calling fishbowl gathering place. So kind of think Las Vegas mass shooting, that also was sort of a fishbowl situation, that he would probably be covered a bit with that pop-up tent. That's what he does tend to do in those outside settings, if you will. I believe this is a person that I do think if they go back, had been on campus before, in my opinion, and had probably scoped out some of the buildings that they felt would be the best and the most opportune to take that shot.
I'll get to this weapon that apparently they recovered in a second, but what's the technology? What is the ways they can work to ID this potential shooter from video footage?
So there's a couple ways. There's obviously facial recognition technology. Now, I don't know how good it is with CCTV or with the Ring doorbell cameras, right? I am not sure how clear of a picture they have of this individual. But one thing you also can do, and they actually did this with Mangione that you brought up before, was mensurate this individual. So how tall are they? Approximately how much do they weigh? You can actually glean all of that information from video footage, even CCTV video footage, which isn't good.
Okay, let's talk about this weapon. They announced they recovered a weapon, a bolt-action rifle, found in a wooded area where this.
Yeah, that nigga did sound like he got shot by a car 98. This niggas up here getting hit by World War II gun. Yeah, hit with the elephant gun. God damn. Hold on.
The shooter had escaped. The FBI announced they are analyzing this weapon. Are you surprised that seems to be the weapon, the suspected murder weapon here, a bolt-action rifle based on what we saw and what we heard yesterday? B, the fact of where it was recovered and why it was ultimately discarded. And C, how do they analyze the weapon?
So I'm actually not surprised that it was found. That would be the first thing, quite frankly, that someone in a situation like this would do. A bolt-action rifle isn't something that you're obviously going to be able to conceal and run around with, right? Anyone would be sort of picking you off if they saw that. I'm not surprised. I said initially, based on the sound, that this was probably a rifle of some sort. I didn't even need to see it to hear that. It was pretty clear, in my opinion, what kind of weapon this was. I'm not at all surprised it was discarded. I don't know how much evidence they're really going to get off of it. Again, as we talked about before, this person was very prepared. I feel they probably had gloves on in some way, shape, or form, probably had a hat on, any hair was out of the way. So I'll be surprised if it's fruitful in terms of identifying the individual, but obviously it would be used later at a trial or something like that.
So in other words, you are hesitant to say they might be able to recover fingerprints from the weapon. However, can they find out where it was registered to? Can they find out who purchased it?
Sure. Obviously, all of that is in play, of course. I'm just being honest, I would be very surprised if someone, and we talked about this, of this kind of planned nature, right? Scoping out the school, the situation, all of those things, would use a weapon that was registered to them or didn't have the serial number already removed. Now, again, it's great when criminals make mistakes. So maybe that is on there, but I would have thought that that would have been one of the first things they would have done, was either remove the serial number or use a weapon that was stolen and not registered.
The bolt-action rifle, is that tough to fire? If we're talking about firing it from a roof about 200 yards away, shooting Charlie Kirk in the neck, is that a tough shot? Are you saying there has to be a level of training, or what should we be thinking about in terms of this weapon?
Yeah, I've been asked that question actually a lot. I think we want to think that this is some kind of a trained assassin. You know, maybe we see that in movies and that's something that we want to see. But the reality is a 200-yard shot, which is about what this is. Again, I don't have the exact data, but a 200-yard shot I believe he was probably aiming for the head, came in a little bit low, but again, I don't know for sure.
Yeah, see, that's what I think. But it's not even. It's not even that. It's the bullet drop. I think if he had leaned back in the chair, he probably would have gotten it also. You know, or at least missed it the same way Trump. Like I said, it got to be God, man. Cuz how that bullet missed Trump? That's crazy. What's going on, LT, man? Looking a little chilly out there in Chicago. What's going that that cold coming in, man?
No, man, that's just my screen all grainy and shit, bro. Don't even trip.
Man,
What's good?
now I was telling everybody, and I specifically mentioned War Master and a couple of other people. Wasn't we just talking about this a day before it happened?
I just tuned in right now. What happened?
No, I'm talking about this Charlie Kirk thing. Remember, we were
Ah,
just talking about Donald Trump missing that suicide attempt, and
yeah.
people was acting like it never happened. Even I'm not even gonna lie, even Trump acts like it never happened. You know, I mean, he just did this whole speech about Charlie Kirk, and he could have been like, the same thing happened to me. He could have. You
Oh,
know,
you know, I mean, the man knows it's not about him right now.
huh?
The man knows it's not about him, so he doesn't need to speak on it.
Right.
I mean, would you? I mean,
No, I wouldn't. But I was saying, like, if it would, like, for example, the reason when we brought it up, right? It was like, okay, if Kamala got shot at, or anybody else, even Biden. Somebody made a joke about Biden, right? I ain't gonna lie. If you can't, I hate to say this, but if you can't hit Biden, bro, just give up your whole gun career. That man don't move for shit, you know. But no, you wouldn't hear the end of it if it was anybody from the left or in the Democratic Party. You would never hear the end of it. Every time they spoke, you would have to hear, even the audience would keep saying, "Remember when they were shot at? Remember they survived an attempt? They're so strong," and all this other stuff. They downplayed Trump. And the thing is that Trump turned his head and survived that.
it wasn't his time.
Yeah, he was. That's why I said it has to be God, because he was dead in the line of fire. You know.
In divine intervention by the Lord above that he believes in
Yeah.
saved him by inches. I mean, by inches, bro.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean,
Yeah.
if he didn't turn at that exact moment, or it would have been a headshot.
Well, technically, he was hit though. He was bleeding.
Yeah, he was.
He got
But
hit.
I'm just saying, a couple more inches, if he wouldn't have turned his face, he probably would have got shot in the eye, in the
Yeah, no,
temple.
yeah. I was saying it probably would have went through his temple. Like it would have landed in
It
his
would have
head.
been devastating. Yeah, it would have
Yeah.
been devastating, bro. But I mean, regardless, I mean, anybody that loses life, that's a good person, that's out there to speak truth, and not to hide behind all this fugazi, this fairy tale bullshit about men being women and women being men, and being trying. It's just wrong, and it's sad, and it hurts, bro. It just makes you think that, people that really, really want to speak up, and maybe this was their intention. I mean, the ignorant people that come online, or cheer for it's they'll have their day in judgment, bro.
Yeah, but how can you cheer for something like this, even if you don't know?
That's demonic. That's demonic, bro.
Yeah.
Honestly, man, any death is demonic, bro. Look how people are with their pets. Could you imagine human beings?
True.
You must have so much hate. I don't know. They don't hate the man. They just hate what he speaks, and what he speaks is truth and facts.
Yeah. And then
They want to live in a delusional fucking world, bro. They want to live in this, and they felt that they almost had it in the palm of their fucking hands, and they don't. and they come to violence, and they're cheering, and whoever did this, they'll have their day, and they're just hoping that this puts out a lesson or a fear tactic for other people that want to speak up. Well, I mean, no one's going to stop. They'll just have to be more security, more precaution, more. I don't know.
No, but this is the thing. The people didn't even the people that's doing the majority of the hating didn't even know who he was. They found out about him yesterday. And
Some
then
of those people, this
some
man's
of
been
them.
around for years.
Yeah, he definitely has. But this is the thing though. How they look at it, right? Shout outs to Guido Planet in the building. How they look at it was he's technically alt-right. Like he's just supposed to be some Trump alt-right soldier. You know what I'm saying? That got taken out. So basically they're trying to paint it
Listen,
as,
some of
oh,
the
he's
stuff that he says, some of his stuff that
Mhm.
he says does sound that way, okay?
Yeah.
But some of the stuff that he says is coming basically from that Bible, and then it's facts, bro.
Yeah.
As far as his abortion views and everything like that, everybody's got their views and stuff. But if you're that religious and stuff, you see exactly his point. You
Yeah.
see exactly his
Yeah.
point, and but other
Because he did
people
draw from the
that
Bible.
don't look
Yeah.
into it just looks like my body, my choice. Okay, but it goes beyond that spiritually, and obviously you didn't grow up that way.
Right.
Morally, they're trying to, bro. So for a long time, they're trying to take away God. They're trying to take away. No one has fear of the Lord. No one has fear of God. No
Yeah.
one has fear of anything no more.
Well, this is the
I
thing.
hate to preach on your
Mhm.
channel, man. I hate to preach
No,
on
no,
your channel, but you guys
you're
can
telling
see
the
this.
truth. No, you're telling the truth
But it
because
is,
he
and
was a
that's just the
godly.
way he was.
No, but
Yes.
you're telling the truth. You're telling the truth because he was a godly person, and he referenced the
Yes.
Bible all the time. But this is the thing. A lot of
He
those
was
people.
referencing. I'm sorry, Kurt. I
Mhm.
didn't mean to cut you up, but he was
Are you good?
referencing that right before he died. He was referencing
Yeah.
some passage in the
Yeah.
Bible right before he died, bro.
Yeah.
You
No, but
know.
this is the thing though. A lot of those people, they 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 uh they pretend like they're traditional. They pretend like they're traditional, and they're living, quote unquote, and I wouldn't even say this is modern because like it makes it seem like it's right, but it's not. They're living more of a, but you could say they're living more of a modern lifestyle, not necessarily
You talking about
traditional.
his lifestyle?
No, he's more of a traditionalist. Like he's more of a, own your house. A men get married to women. Wife and kids.
It's just not
Mhm.
that. It's just not that. He was about doing things for yourself,
Yeah.
public aid and all this public assistance and government assistance, just a stepping stone, bro.
Right, being self-sufficient.
It's
Right.
not for you to live off of. It's there to help. If you got a home or anything like that, yeah, get into it and get out of it. That's there to
Right.
support you. But most people just took advantage of it. Most of these parents out there, and especially some of the single mothers, I hate to say it, but it's true.
Yeah.
Even back in my day, and remember, I'm 50 years old. I'm half
So you
100.
seen it.
But even back in my day, single mothers were going to the doctors and just trying to get their kids some type of a government assistance, trying to say that
Yeah.
they had special learning needs or some type of bullshit to get that extra money because they decided, or their family, the man left, or she left the man,
But
one or
that's
the other.
the thing though, and it's messed up because the government took advantage of it. Because you have a lot of kids right now on Ritalin that's not supposed to be on Ritalin.
Right, and some of
It
these
got
mothers
messed up.
don't give a shit. I mean, it's an extra paycheck for them.
Yeah.
I mean, and some of these kids don't need it. Some of these kids just need a swift kick in the ass. Don't give them these fucking electronic phones or anything to a certain age. Don't let them get
Yeah.
on these social media and shit like that because it ruined the value that you grew this child up in. If you grew
Yeah.
this child up and since he was born with religious beliefs, with mother and father in the household and everything, and then you turn social media or throw the phone at them at age 1, 2, 3 years old, that's bullshit, bro.
But I mean, but see, but that's really what it is because even also the Ritalin is to sedate them. And what are people doing when they're on their phones? They're being sedated. You know?
Absolutely, bro. Listen, bro.
Yeah.
I listen, man. Look, I could be at home and I could be out there, but I decided to jump on. You can't, bro. Some people
Right.
still get that fucking cabin fever, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Fuck this social media.
Mhm.
What's this doing for me? It's just called entertainment, bro. Okay.
Well,
In other
you're
senses,
you're blessed. You're blessed, LT man, because guess what? And I would say I'm
how?
blessed too because we lived a good deal of our life off the phone.
Bro,
This is
we
all
didn't
they know.
have
This
all
is
this
the
technology, bro. The best technology I believe we had
Mhm.
was pagers, and then came out
Yeah,
those
but
big
the
ass
pager
black
wasn't an
phones.
umbilical cord. You didn't have an umbilical cord with that pager. Here you have an umbilical
Nah,
cord.
nah. Yeah. This is more. You guys thought that the fucking television was bad, and then the color
The
television,
phone
and then
is
the remote
way worse.
control. Wait.
The
Yeah, right.
phone
And then
is
the remote
way worse.
control. Listen,
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
Everybody go
no,
out to
because
dinner. Everybody go out
yeah.
to dinner tonight. Not tonight. Go out this weekend. Go out to a good restaurant or whatever, and notice just
Mhm.
you or you and your partner go out there and just look at the restaurant and watch how many couples, how many families are there having dinner, but they're all on their fucking phones
Well, I'm not even gonna lie. You
while
know
they're
what's
having
funny?
dinner. That's bullshit.
You know what's funny? If you take the phone away from a lot of couples, they wouldn't be together.
Nah, bro. Nah, not right now. Not right now, bro. I mean, couples that get together in this day and age with that
No,
were social.
sit them down without their phones. They won't know how to communicate with each other.
Look at
It's-
Charlie Kirk was born in 1993, I think it was it?
No, he was born a
19,
little bit later. He was 31,
31. So 80?
97 or something. Let me see. Hold
No,
on.
wait a minute. 4. So 94,
94.
I think.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yeah, I think it's around there.
Yeah, 94.
Yeah, something
Correct.
like that. 94, I think
Yeah.
it was, right?
Yeah.
Damn. Public school came in hand today. Yeah.
Yeah. Like a tail end millennial.
But I mean, he 94. Yeah, he was here before all this social media shit. You know what I mean? And he took advantage of it. He's a young man. Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just really different. I don't think a couple, let's say in my age, in my time, yeah, I can see it sometimes that we're there, and I notice it sometimes that she'll be on the couch on her phone, the TV's on, I'll be on my phone. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is it? Hey, come on, let's go take the dog for a walk. I try to
Right.
break that sometimes, but
Yeah.
does it come between? Can I just like, hey, come on, let's go take a walk, or hey, let's take a drive or go get some ice cream or some coffee or something? Absolutely. There's no like, no, I'm watching something, or no, I'm doing something, or I'm reading something. It's none of that bullshit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, if you got, bro, it comes down to this, bro. If you don't have control of your own mind, you're fucked. Excuse my French on your stream, but you're screwed,
No,
bro.
you're good.
You
I've
know what I
already said
mean?
way worse. I
You're,
said way worse.
you're fucked, bro. I mean, it's bad enough, like I said, that a lot of people are couch potatoes and stuff,
Yeah.
and just sit
I
at
mean,
home.
that's why I call it an external organ, like, because you've heard me talk about it so many times, like, in we grew up in the age of convenience. What broke up the family also was that, even the millennials, remember those TVs that had the little VCR built inside of it, so you could take your
Yeah,
dinner to your room and you don't have to sit there and watch what the family watch, because
I
I
had a
mean,
portable one. I had a portable one too, just to strap
yeah, so
around the neck. Yeah, I know.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, so
Absolutely, bro.
that really got rid of family time. Honestly, the TV took the family away from the dinner table. Like
Well, when
I mm,
when the game consoles, Atari,
mhm.
all that shit came. That used to take care of the kids' time
Yeah.
at home.
Yeah.
And then when we went out, that portable gaming system started coming
Mhm.
out, and
The Game Boy.
it's, I mean, bro. I mean, even with this social media stuff, I mean, it didn't get hot until what 9, 10 maybe, if that. I mean, even
Mm-hmm.
before COVID, bro, social media was still here, but no one was really into it all that. Everybody was still living their lives before COVID, but then COVID came, locked everybody, almost the fucking whole world down, and we had
Yep.
no choice but to entertain ourselves. Shit, stocks went up for me and Netflix, you know?
I heard too that people are trying to bring back landline phones, which is funny. I was looking at an article about that because I was just talking about this on my show, and then an article popped up.
Yeah, you know, there's a lot more other devices out there,
Absolutely.
which are better, like communication, just in case of an EMP strike, which has no bearing on it.
Mm-hmm.
Unlimited miles. So you guys seen all those commercials out there, and it's
Mm-hmm.
true. They're like phone walkie talkies. You know, remember? I think it was a Nextel, Kuda, was
Nextel
it
Chirp.
Sprint or some shit? Yeah,
Yeah, the
some shit
Nextel
like
Chirp. Yeah.
Hey, what up, what up? Hey.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just another form of communication. Absolutely.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, there's shit like that. What the fuck you want a landline for?
Yeah.
Just get something like that and carry it with you. You know?
Yeah. Now you got Wi-Fi, you got Bluetooth, and a gang of other
Oh shit,
different.
Nissan GTI.
Oh, there's a guy out here that has one of those. They're pretty cool.
The new ones or the older ones?
The new one.
Yeah, this is a new one of the new ones too. You know what, man? I mean, they're decent and stuff. I like them. I rather have an R8, bro, an Audi R8.
Yeah,
You know, if I'm gonna go,
I looked at one, and because my friend he raced his against a Corvette. I'm like, I'd still take the Vet over one, just looks wise. Even though I'm pretty sure it's very fast. But I would still take
like
I would
the
still
new
take an
Vets.
R35. I like the R35.
I like. You do? I do, but you know, give me an R8 with the V10 in it, not the V8 engine in the back, all-wheel drive.
That's a completely different car, though. That's something.
Well, and you talking about Corvette? I mean, which one you talking about? The older ones or the new ones with the motor in the back?
Well, at the time, it was the last one that had the motor in the front. Yeah, I was still talking about the FR.
You got one that's almost 1,1200 horsepower right now coming.
It's already out. Yeah, they got it out already.
That's some crazy shit, bro. That's
Yeah.
some fucking crazy power, bro. But to pay fucking over 6 figures, bro, for
No,
shit.
you can get them for 80 base. They
Nah,
base
bro,
they start at 80 base still,
bro.
yeah.
There's no way. There's no way.
Of course,
no
yeah.
way, bro. There's a
Of course.
redesign, bro.
Right off the showroom floor.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Those are supercars. The Corvette is technically a
yeah,
supercar.
yeah. Fuck yeah, especially with
Yeah.
that speed, bro.
Yeah. I mean, but they were already doing that with like the ZR1s and stuff like that. So, they kind of, been in supercar territory for a minute now.
Oh, what a beautiful night, bro.
How's Mom Dukes? How's everybody?
She's straight,
How's
man.
everybody going?
She's straight, man. Shit, she get her money. She don't fucking call nobody.
Yeah, I know. She fancy now.
I swear, bro. Before that, it was like all the time, hey, what you doing? What you doing? Now she's living the life, bro. Got a little extra cheese in her purse. Shit.
Yeah, man. She go come over one day. She gonna be like, it smells cheap in here. It's like, okay,
No,
Miss
it's
Laundry.
all right, bro. It's all right. I still got a stack. I still got a stack for her, holding on to it anytime she wants it. It's just if I give it to her, you know how the old women are, bro. They'll go out, they'll see this, they'll buy that, they'll go to a
Yeah.
garage sale, whatever, and all of a sudden their house is filled with shit, bro.
Well,
Come on, you
yeah,
really
they
need that
kind of they hoard stuff because sometimes when they hoard stuff like that, it's because they feel like they're losing everything.
Yeah, that's true too, bro. That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
That's a
A
fact.
lot of people.
Because
That's
it's like,
that's
wait a
really
minute.
yeah. When you get
All
older,
they have. That's all they have.
yeah. Because even watch out with it with yourself too, because when the kids leave the nest, sometimes you just start just buying shit, and
Man, I got enough shit, bro. I don't need no. All I need is my investments to go up so I can retire and then I can go fucking relax.
Yeah.
Fucking live off of my fucking my dividends, bro.
yeah.
That's all I need, bro. I swear, bro.
What's the latest
It'll
on
happen one
Bitcoin? I
day.
heard a lot of people talking about it. They said people say UBI is right around the corner, and they were talking about they might use Bitcoin for the universal
We'll,
base income.
we'll see what's happening, bro. I mean, regardless, bro, you still have a capital gains on this stuff, you know. So, I
Mm,
mean, listen, let's just say, you know, people have 200 coins, 100 coins, whatever, you know,
mm,
and all of a sudden it shoots up to $1,000. Let's just say December or maybe in 2026.
mm.
I believe it's going to go over that, but let's say $1,000, right?
Yeah.
So you have 100 grand, right? A
Mm,
lot of people won't know what to do. Then, you know, they'll buy their Cadillac with the fucking diamond in the back. You
mm.
know, they'll fucking go buy their new Jordans, their Gucci bags.
But you gotta be careful
You
saying that
know,
because Charlie Kirk said the same thing in
and it don't matter. You know, but hey, it's just they'll go broke, just like lottery winners that never had money. All of a sudden they have it, and they're buying all this shit that's a liability,
yeah, it
right?
actually messes up their life.
Okay. So
Mhm.
anyway, people were like, "Oh, well, you know what? I only had this much in it. Now it's worth this much. Why? I'm gonna splurge. You live only once." Okay, you live only once, and you're only gonna have it probably once because once it's
Mhm.
gone and it's at let's just say $1,000, and you got these many, are you gonna reinvest it? How much it costs right now to get what was it, 1,000, 2,000 coins, I think it was, or 3,000 something coins. I think it's like $25,000 or some shit like that. My math
Mm.
is probably wrong, but I know it's up there in the thousands, right? It's probably, you know, five figures or something close to it, right? You know, but so you look at Bitcoin. I mean,
Mhm.
would you have bought it back then at 2010 if you knew
I
for
wish I
$100, if
did.
you
I
knew it
got
was, well,
3 of
okay,
them
this is
offered
what,
to me.
right, this is what I'm saying, bro. Okay, it's here. We hear about it. A lot of people, uh, out of 100 people, bro, 98%, 97% of people don't even have or own any
Right.
type of digital asset.
Right.
Once the money, I, s- I don't know, bro. I just see
What's going
everything
on, Chris G?
changes.
Shout out to Vito. Mhm.
What changes from stone what changes from stone was salt to stone to some type of currency back in the days. Everything changes. We had gold. Now gold is they took it off
But
from the
gold is
dollar
always
stand.
gonna make a comeback though, you know.
Well, shit. Look what gold is at right now, Kuda. Look it up when
Yeah.
you get a chance, bro. It's
Yeah,
fucking
is
crazy.
yeah, that's we were just talking about it. Yep. Mhm.
I mean, even
Yeah.
silver.
But
I
we
think
but we
silver is
talked
at
about this months
40.
back. Yeah, we talked about this months back.
Yeah,
Gold will never
I
gold
think
is mhm.
right. Yeah, I mean, look at silver now too, and especially with all this stuff. I mean, everything takes electricity. Everything takes silver. Um, yeah, it's back to this Bitcoin and this
Mhm.
stuff. But listen, man, people will go broke because they don't know what to do, or people will say, "Oh, well, let me pull out. I got 100 grand. This is just for example, Kuda. I got a
Mhm.
100 grand. I'm just gonna pull out 50, and I'll leave 50 in there. What's the problem?" Well, a lot of people don't know, and hopefully they do, that if you pull out 50, you really only have 25 because you know you're gonna pay 25,
The fee
close to 25 grand for
yeah, the
taxes.
fees. Yeah, and the fees,
Yeah, I
yeah.
mean, because there's capital gains, bro. Just like when you win the lottery, you win 5 grand, you're really paying 30 something fucking percent, depending on your income and what you are,
So
depending.
you damn near got to pull out 75 to get to where you were trying to get, and it's like, damn, you might
Yes,
as
yes.
well.
And then what do you left with? Well, so you just like your own property or your own asset, just like Elon and Jeff Bezos and everybody else, you loan against your asset.
Mhm.
And your coins, digital currency is your asset. And
Hmm.
yeah, you know, you don't pay no taxes on loans. You might pay an interest rate on it, but it's okay because your asset is constantly growing. Let's
Yeah, so
say
it takes
within a
care of
month or
itself over
6 months,
time.
yeah. Well, let's say within
Yeah.
a month or 6 more months, now that coin's 1,500.
Now,
Let's say it jumped up another
what
1,000.
what are your thoughts? Everybody, I'm seeing like a lot of videos and people are like, oh, we waiting for Trump to come into Chicago. Do you think Trump can really clean up Chicago? What's your thoughts on that?
No, Trump ain't gonna clean out Chicago. The military will be, bro. Listen, man. When you see military presence and stuff like that, it's more intimidating and stuff. Okay, think about it when you're driving down the street when the cop gets
Mhm.
behind you. You're on your best motherfucking behavior, right? You want to turn that signal light
Exactly.
on. You're double checking. Oh, let me double check. Let
Exactly.
me slide my arm over here. He doesn't see it. Make sure my seatbelt's on. You know, shit like this. You know, everybody gets that nervousness.
Mhm.
The
You
gangbangers
stop
or
at
the
the stop sign and count 5 seconds.
right,
Mhm.
right. But you know, so
Stop at
some
the
of these
stop sign.
1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Okay, I think I can go now.
Yeah, 2 Mississippi.
but you know, and all these people going on
Right.
social media come to the Chirac and boom, boom, boom. We'll show you this and this. Listen, bro, you're not fucking around with regular law enforcement. Okay, you got the
That's what I was saying
military.
earlier.
Nah,
Yeah.
brother, there's a little kind of set of rules. Once they're here on the floor, and let's say there's civil unrest, I guarantee you, automatically he's going to declare martial law.
Yeah.
I promise
Yeah.
you
They're
this.
gonna fall in line.
Fuck, bro.
Yeah.
Even if they don't
They're
fall,
gonna fall in
even if they
line.
don't fall in line, martial law will put a curfew on everybody, even the people that ain't doing shit.
Yeah.
You got to think about it. Everybody
Yeah,
be
you
at
gotta be
home
somewhere.
at 11. Everybody roaming out the street, Gestapo style, motherfucker. Where your papers at? They got that right.
Mhm.
Let there be civil unrest. They can post
That
up
shit
in
is gonna be
every.
crazy.
They can post up in every fucking corner in downtown in Chicago. They can post up. They don't have to do a motherfucking thing. They can stand there like fucking statues, bro. They don't have to do nothing. The ones
Yeah.
that are going to be running around are this what's his name fucking immigration guy.
Mm.
Their people are going to be running around. Hey, will he pull 2 or 3 or dozen troops with him?
Yeah, that's what they did in DC. Because my friend was like, there's checkpoints everywhere.
Well, I mean, you got to think
You're
about
not
it. So
gonna get
let's say,
around the
yeah. Well,
checkpoint.
let's just say, yeah. I mean, there's DUI checkpoints, all this driver's license checkpoint, which I think kind of unconstitutional and shit like that. Does it keep the streets safer at night
Mhm.
around that area? Yeah, bro, absolutely. You're not gonna worry about getting hit by a fucking
Mhm.
car. That drunk driver, if he passes it,
Mhm.
he's gone. He ain't coming back to that area. And
Right.
what's the chances that there gonna be 12 fucking drunk drivers in that area? What's the chances?
Well, I was saying, I was saying too. What do you think is gonna happen to like surrounding areas like Harvey and all those other places? Like, do you think
What?
those areas will start to get a little bit more bad, or you think they're gonna be out there also too?
Just like roaches, bro. Wherever the roaches fucking hide, that's where they're gonna go. Once this place is cleared
Mm.
up and they splayed the raid all around and shit, okay, downtown Chicago clear. What's the next stop? Man, all the fucking roaches, we see them fucking scattering south.
Mm.
Let's spread it out.
Or
We're
they
already
they
in the
they
middle.
they
We're
hear
already in the
a police
middle.
presence.
We're already in the
Mhm.
middle. There's
Mhm.
nowhere to go east unless they're going to fucking swim. There's no place to go. So let's spread this out 100 miles out. Let's spread this out another 100 miles out. I don't fucking know, Kuda. We're just speculating here. We're just
Yeah.
making conversation, which is a possibility or
Right.
not, you
Right.
know? But they'll be
Right.
here. I see it like this. If they come, they're gonna be here. They're gonna be posted up. But you're gonna see Humvees. Are you gonna see military camouflage? Are you gonna see M16s on these
Mm.
soldiers' arms and backs? Yes, absolutely. Yeah, they will.
Right.
Are they gonna start
Right.
Gestapoing the citizens? No. Now, if they see a mob, they see a street, a gathering, absolutely. They'll stop it before they even fucking call the police. I promise you this.
Mhm.
If there's a shooting, they're not gonna wait for the fucking police to get over there. If they see it, they're gonna attack and take care of the situation.
And neutralize it.
I promise you
Yeah.
this.
Neutralize
I
it.
know this. Who gave them the
Absolutely.
power? Who gave the president of the United States?
Right.
Not the
And
mayor.
actually they're over the police precinct, you know. So
Federal is over the
yeah.
state.
Yeah. But
Okay.
where
Now
were
let
you?
let.
Mm.
Mhm.
No, I was gonna say, where were you when you heard about the Charlie Kirk situation? Because like yesterday and the day before yesterday was a very, very, very bloody day in American history. I mean, there was a guy in Texas that got beheaded. I'm not sure if you heard about that story. There was a young
Mm.
lady from Ukraine. She got stabbed up on a bus,
Yeah, I
and
see
that
that.
was
That's some fuck, man, bro.
yeah, that was
That's
sad.
some devilish,
Yeah, they
bro.
said
She
she
even
They
was
said she
like,
died.
oh,
I didn't know she died.
yeah, bro.
So
That's
and then
Diablo, man. You know, bro, man.
there was another school shooting, but they kind of downplayed it. So I got to figure out where that one was at. It was another school shooting. Then you had Charlie Kirk, and then you had the young lady
Look at the news
that
media. Look at the news media when that lady got stabbed on the fucking train. There was
Mhm.
no. And you see this news. I don't know what fucking news media outlet said this bullshit, but they on some fucking bullshit. Oh,
Mhm.
Charlie Kirk just got shot. We don't know if it's one of his fans shooting in the air and accidentally shot him. What the fuck was that?
That was propaganda
If I had
because
the
they're
clip,
trying to they're trying to make anybody with a MAGA hat seem like some hillbilly,
bro,
low
we
IQ.
know it is right.
Yeah,
It's fucking wrong, bro. Especially from a news outlet.
a
It's just
new
unbelievable,
yeah.
bro.
Well, the news.
Unbelievable.
The reason why guys like us and brothers like us that bring you guys the news this way. The news they hand around the same they hand
Yeah.
they use the same template. They just tweak the words a little bit. They all are reading off the same template, damn near.
Hmm. You know who?
So yeah. And then
Hmm.
look at Obama.
I think
Tweeted.
it's called. They're called
Mhm.
saying something.
Well,
Saying something.
Obama tweeted recently and was vague and ambiguous. You know, and there was and this lady right here was saying that that they um they said that the guy probably written something on the bullet. Some like trans.
Oh
Man, these
well,
people are always
whatever,
spinning the
bro. That's
public.
just conspiracy.
Yeah,
Whatever, bro.
they're
No
always
fuck.
spinning the public. Right,
You
right.
know
And
what?
then they
There was a
might find a
there was a
manifesto,
lipstick mark on it.
huh?
Who knows? Well, I mean, look at the guy that shot up those kids and stuff. You seen his fucking drawings and shit. There was something
Yeah.
going on with him inside. He drew a drawing with him looking in the mirror. The devil's looking back at him. His reflection. It's just, yeah, bro. It's
Well,
crazy.
this is my thing though, because these people they pretend like they pretend like they're like they're not traditional. Number one, they're not traditional, but they pretend like they're traditional and act like they're traditional when they're really not. And the thing is that they're confused because um when like for example and there's a lot of lesbian women coming out right now talking about this. When two lesbian women get together, what's the designated roles a lot of them do? Oh, well, you're the alpha and you're the submissive, so you're like the man and I'm like the woman. It's like y'all are cosplaying a heterosexual relationship even when you're gay. How does that work?
I don't even want to think about it, but yeah, you're fucking right.
Yeah, like it's like so you're gonna be the man designated, and I'm gonna be the woman, and it's like y'all are cosplaying a heterosexual relationship,
Oh,
even in your personal your personal relationships.
yeah.
It's the dumbest shit ever. You
I'm
know,
just right.
I, but you know what? But it's not even for. I mean, we see it, but it's not even for us to conceptualize because it's like, well, there you have it. you know and it's like every day we stray further away from God, but are you straying away or towards? And it's like, how could we expect a gay trans dude to have a soft spot or a what's the word I'm looking for? Like, how do we expect him to care about life, you know when his lifestyle isn't pro-life? you
Well,
know
I mean, those people's way of life is very. I believe it's a disorder. I mean, some people might feel certain type of way, right?
Hmm.
But reality is reality.
Well, when we were coming up,
Chromosomes
it was a
don't lie.
disorder. Yeah, when we were coming up,
Well,
it was
right,
classified as a disorder, but right
right. You
before the
know,
pandemic, they took it out the DSM-5, so now it's
I
not.
think they all got, yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know what happened during the fucking pandemic. Something they poured in the water, bro. I think it was called fucking. And then we stopped, bro, because they put something in the water, bro.
They're turning the frogs
Everybody.
gay. Whatever Alex Jones said, they're turning the frogs gay. Man, LT man, you're in a
I
great
just
position though, man. You're you're up out of the
pause.
game. You got what you want. You know what I'm saying? And you got to hold on to it. You know, as you've been. You know, it's not like you haven't been, but
I know, good. I mean, everything
shit.
has a. Everybody. How can I say this? Everyone grows up. Everyone learns the hard way, bro. You know, but the more what you have to get out of it is you have to learn and not to. If you step in shit one time when you turn the corner, you know when you turn that corner tomorrow, that shit's probably still there,
Right.
right? So
Right.
you're not going to turn that corner, or you're going to look around it. Same thing in life, you know, things don't work out and you up and then you fall. No one says to go and go cry in the corner. If you
Yeah.
do, get the fuck out of that corner and get right back up. It's just
Yeah.
keep it moving. I mean, listen, man, I fell, I've grown, I fell, I grew taller, I grew smarter. Um, I've learned, and it's true what Kirk says too, that if you live right and
Hmm.
you live, if you have God in your life, everything will turn out. Now, no one says everything's going to be perfect. Everything's going to have ups and downs. I mean, the world is going to test your courage and your patience. And
Hmm.
when you ask, like I said this before, when you ask God, God, give me patience. Does He just automatically give you patience? Does He put you in the situation to have patience?
Hmm.
You know, and I learned just to get up, dust yourself off, you know, and keep it pushing. I've learned that no one's never going to do nothing for you.
Mm.
Never, ever, ever is going to do nothing for you. When things get rough, people look out for themselves first.
That's true. I mean,
People,
but and
when you're
also
down,
too, you should expect them to, which is, you know.
no, bro, you know, no, yeah, I've gotten the door slammed in my face as an adult with my hand out and my stomach
Mm.
growling. And I learned really fucking quick when that first door closed. No one, no matter how much taxes I pay, had paid, no matter what I do, no one's gonna do nothing for me.
Yeah, no one's coming to save you. Yeah.
No, no, no. You have faith, you live good, you live righteously,
Mm.
and you keep pushing, bro, and everything will turn out. Bro, I mean, come on, look at the birds in the sky, man. They neither sow or reap, and they find shelter and food, and God takes care of them. You don't think God's going to
Right.
take care of you? Are you
Right.
kidding me? No, bro, it's just a lot of people just think that they have to do everything themselves, and I need this, and I need this. And no, bro, no, bro. I mean, I used to be flamboyant, and God, man, Jesus, I wish I had all that money back, you know?
Mm.
You learn in life, bro, especially the young guys right now, uh, live right, uh, make a name for yourself. No one needs to know who you are, but just make a name for yourself, you know?
So
Look how you're
are you
living
but
now.
are you seeing people, have you been seeing the response from people on social media? Like, are you seeing people knowing damn well they don't know who Charlie Kirk is, you know, giving their opinions? Like are you seeing Are you seeing this?
Bro, I've seen people think that Vanilla Ice was a fucking some type of Italian ice or gelato, bro. Okay, really,
If he
Kuda?
yeah.
I mean, shit. They don't even know President Trump's full name. They're gonna fucking know who Charlie Kirk is. Oh, you
Right.
talking about the guy on South Park? What the fuck? What?
Right.
You know, South Park made something out of it. Charlie Kirk was very proud.
That's
They made
probably
a
when they seen
prodigy.
him. Yeah,
Yeah, they made
yeah,
a
cause
prodigy of him, bro.
most people,
That's how famous this guy got, bro.
even in my generation, most people knew Little John and Dave Chappelle. I mean, Little John and Prince and all of them from Dave Chappelle, and not the actual. You know, they knew Prince from Dave Chappelle and what's his name, Rick James, and all of that other stuff. People are more
Yeah,
familiar
yeah,
with the Dave Chappelle skit than the actual artist. You know.
yeah. You'll be like, okay, and they'll be like,
Well,
oh,
you
Dave
know it's funny.
Chappelle.
You know it's funny. Yeah, they know it from Dave Chappelle, but like even Rick James and Prince was saying that Dave Chappelle ruined them actually. And you know it's funny recently, and like he's been popping up on my timeline recently. You know, Little John, he's now a bodybuilder. Like he
Get the
literally was
fuck
just
out of here.
joining a bodybuilder competition and stuff like that. So like he really he said Dave Chappelle ruined him also, but he does bodybuilding, which took me that took me by surprise. I'm like, a bodybuilder. So he just did a whole strongman competition not too long ago, and that's pretty inspiring. You know, I must say. You know, but yeah, he's a bodybuilder now. So I guess he changed his no more crunk juice. He changed his whole, you know, which isn't bad. I mean, he said
Dude,
something
that
like
motherfucker's half a
I'm blessed to
hundred,
be here.
bro.
Huh?
That guy's half a hundred. He better start taking care of himself.
Yeah, yeah, he's like 52 now. Yeah, I think he said.
Shit, bro. Fuck that, bro.
Yeah.
I guarantee you, man. I mean, dude, I've gotten stiff. I couldn't move my leg. I couldn't move my back. This and
Yeah,
this.
back
I
problem.
started
Yeah.
man, bro. It was real bad, bro. And then I started stretching, doing this, taking longer walks, stretching.
Mhm.
I mean, shit. Now I can kick my leg over my fucking motorcycle with no problem now.
Mm.
I'm telling you, bro. It was real bad, bro, because you're not moving.
But
You know what I'm saying?
even the bed though, you know, a lot of times too, the culprit be the bed, because in how you sleep also too, because a lot of people don't know, like your body goes into a state of paralysis. You know what I'm saying? You know, on the way to sleep. So a lot of people you'll lay down or sit down for a second and you don't even realize that you're in that position for like hours, you know, before you even move again, and you're like, you know. Okay, you went on mute. Okay. Okay.
I had to
Mhm.
turn on the
Uh-huh.
bike because my phone
Yeah,
was
yeah.
not
I was
charging.
about to ask you how's the bike holding up, man? You love that thing.
Beautiful,
You
bro.
definitely get your money's worth out of that. That's good.
Man, fuck that. Hey, and I'm off this weekend, and it's gonna be in the
See,
80s. What?
this is probably the
I'm
last
gonna
couple
wake up.
weekends in the 80s. When does it start to get cold there?
Ah, fuck. The other days were fucking cold, bro. It was
Yeah.
67, 70. I mean, it's nice, but when you're used to 80, 90, all of a sudden it drops to 70, you're like, yo, what the fuck? It's
Yeah.
cold, you know?
Yeah,
Right now it's
dramatically.
probably like 70 degrees. I mean, I got my sweater and my jacket on, but I'm on the bike. If I was just
Yeah, I was
walking
just about
around
to
and shit,
say
y'all wouldn't need
on
it.
your bike. So what? It'll be like 80 degrees, but when you're riding on your bike and the wind's hitting you, you
Yeah,
probably get like
it'll
a good
drop, bro.
65.
You'll feel like 15, like let's say
Okay.
15 degrees colder
Yeah, yeah. That's what I said. 65.
with the
Probably
wind.
feel like
Yeah,
65.
bro.
Yeah.
So the vest that I got is a windbreaker. It's thin, but the wind hits the chest and it just flies right off. I don't feel it on my chest, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
worst part. You don't want to feel that fucking cold on your chest, bro.
Yeah, you'll have a cough in the
No,
next
hell
couple
no,
of
I don't
days.
like. It's uncomfortable, bro. It's uncomfortable. So last time I did that, I fucking pulled over into the grocery store and got a couple of plastic bags and just put them on my shirt on my chest.
Yeah. No,
Until
that's
I
what
got
happens when
home,
that wind
bro.
hit your chest. Yeah. Are you gonna
It was
be
uncomfortable.
riding this? Are you gonna be riding this winter? This is your first winter with your
No,
bike. Are you
no,
gonna?
bro, nah, bro, no, bro. Let me tell you something. I'm tropical, bro. You forgot I'm Puerto Rican. I don't like the fucking
No, I
cold, bro.
know, but
Even though I've been here.
I know,
No,
but
bro.
you never know. You might find a group or something, or people that's like,
Man,
hey,
man,
come ride with us.
bullshit. I already ran into some lady.
I was just about to ask you, have you ran into any of the slingshot guys? Have they said, hey, come
No, I
roll?
ran into a Harley Davidson lady.
Oh
Hey, come
wow.
riding with us for Toys for Tots.
Toys for Tots.
Or
Okay.
yeah, and I'm
Yeah,
like,
charity.
yeah, no, man, you're not going in my truck.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't like the fucking cold, bro. I tell you, I hate it, bro.
Yeah, I
I
hate the
don't like
cold
it no
too.
more. The only time I
Yeah.
like it when it first comes down, and then after 2 or 3 days, it looks like dirty motherfucking shit all over the fucking street, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. The sludge and
Yeah,
slush.
and it's
Yeah.
just nasty, bro. All frozen up. You got to go out there and throw some shit because someone slips and falls in front of your house. You got to make the attempt to clean it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Fluffy shit is all right. I go out there with a fucking air blower and blow all that shit off. But when it comes down wet and you got to go out there every hour, bro, or else that shit will
Or
get
it's gonna turn into
tacky.
ice. Yeah, shit will
Man,
turn
you'll
into
break your
ice.
back, bro. You'll break your
Yeah.
back, bro. And there ain't no kids no
Man.
more. There ain't no kids walking around making $20, $30 fucking shoveling snow. Where the
Yeah,
fuck
they're
are
not
these kids
shoveling.
at?
Yeah, they these kids are in the house. They're not cleaning off cars or
On
nothing.
social media, watching other people shovel snow.
Yeah, they're on YouTube watching it. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh man, look at that, man. I'll probably
I'm
do
not
it
gonna
next year.
lie. I remember one year I Sub-Zero slid to my car. I remember one day I opened up my door and slipped, and I was literally
On the
I slid
passenger
down
side.
my driveway. I slid down my driveway. I was literally the only thing that stopped me from falling was my door. But imagine like your car door open and you're hanging off from the interior, trying to slide further away from your car.
You bogus, right?
Oh my god! I had
No,
a
it's decent out here.
Mazda 6, huh?
It's decent out here, man. I'm already ready for the winter time. I'm
No,
already getting
y'all
ready.
winters are different. I wouldn't wish a Chicago winter on
Nah, but
nobody.
you
Y'all
know
winter
what,
with that
bro?
wind.
Yeah,
It's the wind you
bro.
gotta watch out for. It's not even the damn snow. It's the wind.
Bro, let me tell you something, bro. Yeah, it gets so cold sometimes that by the time you go outside to your car, your eyelids are a little
Frozen.
frozen. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Sometimes it get that bad. I mean, sometimes it gets so fucking cold with the winds, just with the wind blowing. You got to use goggles because
Yeah.
the wetness from your eyes, it feels like they're freezing.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
just
could
like when
only
you pour
imagine.
water on oh, bro, it's fucking terrible, bro. So I'm already getting a freezer. I got a client now that owns his own farm, which he has half cattle, full cattle, whatever you want, And he'll butcher it up and
Okay, I was just about to ask, does he kill them? Because my uncle has a goat
yeah,
farm, and yeah, he kind of does
yeah,
that too.
yeah. And
Yeah.
then he's like, man, you know what? Just come down. So I'm gonna pack up the freezer and stuff, and downstairs I got a couple of shelving, fill it back up
Mm-hmm.
with some more canned goods and shit that I did for COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going out, bro, unless I
Yeah,
have
you
to.
just stay indoors as much as you can, unless
Yeah,
you got to
bro.
go
Listen,
grab something and
December
come
wasn't
back.
bad.
Yeah.
December's not too bad. December's a lot of shit snow,
I
right?
heard this winter is
January,
gonna be.
no.
They're predicting this winter to be like wild.
Well, let's shut up, Kuda. What the fuck, bro?
Yeah,
Let's put it. Don't throw it this way, bro. Give it to New York first.
I like fall. I like fall too though. Fall is not that bad depending on
Fall, I
how
go
it goes.
riding in fall too, bro. I'll go riding in fall, bro. I'll just bundle up.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Bro, it's not bad. When it's freezing, bro, it's bad. You know what
yeah.
I'm
Like
saying?
at
It's bad.
nighttime pack it up. But during the daytime, like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. is not that bad. But
Yeah,
y'all got the
it
wind.
sucks.
Like I don't know. Y'all got that wind. I don't. Chicago wind will open up your jacket and shit. That shit ain't no joke. Chicago wind will
Yeah.
untie everything. You know, you try to tie something
Sometimes,
down.
the blizzards, you won't even be able to see like 10 feet in front of you sometimes.
Yeah.
15. Yeah, you won't even see in front of you. You know, let
I
alone
kind of do
driving.
like when it snows though, cause it's like quiet, it's peaceful. You know, snow. You know, like the heavy. Sometimes like the snow the day after it
Bro,
kind
ain't
of
nobody out, bro. You
quiets.
can go fucking walk to the store. You can fucking walk out with your
True,
Rolex. Ain't nobody out. Ain't nobody
true.
out.
Yeah,
You know,
and it's quiet because
gangbangers at home.
it eats up sound. Snow eats up sound like the decibel.
It's decent, man. But I just nah, bro. I'm ready to go someplace warm and someplace where they charge less taxes. I'm ready to get the fuck out of here, bro. On the real, I ain't
No,
lying. True
you about to
story.
go. You about to go where everybody goes. Florida.
Nah, oh man. Matter of fact, they just passed that old ban in Florida. You could open carry now. Um, the lawyers just saying don't go out there right now and start open carrying, but
Yeah, that
instead of
first year is probably
rifles,
always gonna be
yeah.
rough. Yeah, that first
But
year is
that
always gonna be rough.
old, the lawyer basically said that the old Jim Crow, whatever, we got to put it to rest. So open carry now. I mean, I don't know if it's a good thing or if it's a bad thing. If you
Well,
open
that
carry,
first
I
year,
mean,
yeah, that first year is gonna. Don't go out there that first year. I would say like a couple years in, then you go. You know, it's not like you're going to Texas or anywhere. You know, that's
no,
used
but you
to it.
got to think about it, man. Even here in Chicago, when they have conceal and carry, I mean, even
Mhm.
some of the officers act like a fucking crazy motherfucker, knowing that it's conceal and
Mhm.
carry here, and a lot of people,
Mhm.
I mean, even knowing that when you're pulling somebody over, it's supposed to be in the database,
Mhm.
and they still act a fool.
What do you think? Speaking of guns, and I'll let this play too if you want to go over because they just said that he got hit with like a. I know it wasn't a Car 98, but they said he
It's a
got
high
hit with
power
like a
rifle.
bolt action rifle. Them shits are powerful though. You know,
Hell
sleep
yeah.
on it if you want. Them Car 90, them shits are powerful. But and it did sound like an old ass, you know, war rifle. You know, one boom. You know, but
It's a deadly weapon, bro. It's a
do
deadly
you
weapon.
think he
That's all
was
it takes is
aiming at
someone.
his head and like you got bullet drop? You know, because a lot of people don't know about bullet drop. You know, with the gravity. You know how like a sniper, you have to aim a little
No,
bit
it
above the
depends,
head.
Kuda. I mean, it
Mhm.
depends. Maybe I mean, who knows? If he was a marksman or a professional, it depends. If it was
Mhm.
an
Somebody, you
amateur
think you think you think
shooting,
somebody you think somebody you think he probably got military background? Is what you're saying?
bro, the guy that they picked up, bro, there was some guy that interviewed, and they said, "Man, I know this man. This guy don't got no money. He got no skills like that. He's an old man. He can't even fucking shoot 100 yards, let
No,
alone
but the
distance."
old guy. So the old guy that they picked up, the first guy,
That's not him.
yeah, he was. They knew him. He was an activist, but they got tired of his shit. Like they
Right.
law enforcement knew him, so they just grabbed him while he was out there. They
So in
tied him
another
to his
scenario,
grabbed.
maybe this guy
Mhm.
was good at a shot and he didn't want to take no chance. So
But I mean that
regardless, with that
if he
cat,
aimed for the neck, that's they do
I
snipers
don't even
do
think
aim
he,
for the
bro.
neck.
I don't even think he aimed for the fucking neck. I
I don't.
think
That's what
he
I'm
aimed
saying. I think he
anywhere.
aimed for his head, but it dropped and hit his neck.
He aimed either anywhere from his torso, from his chest, anywhere
Mhm.
up, or from the head down to his torso. Knowing the
Yeah.
caliber of bullet that he had, the rifle that he had is going to do damage no matter where he hits from the head
That's
to his
true.
torso.
True.
The guy's
True.
gone.
True. Yeah. True. True. Yeah.
Okay, if you're gonna shoot somebody with a fucking
But what
380.
what if he did aim for the neck? You know, some people would be like, I want to take
Okay,
his
well,
voice.
yeah,
You
well,
know,
perfect,
yeah.
perfect. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe instead of his head, the
Did
demon.
you see the video?
It says he.
I don't want to send it to
Yeah,
you. It
bro.
might mess up your day,
Nah,
but
bro. Yeah, no,
yeah.
I already seen it, man.
You
YouTube don't
saw it
show
when the
shit
blood
like
was
that,
coming
but
out his neck?
it was. Yeah, that was very terrible.
Yeah.
That was very terrible, bro. For someone to
I
go that
haven't
way in
seen
front
some
of his
shit like that
family.
in a while. That I was like, oh fuck. I
Well, I mean,
immediately
think
was like,
about
this
it. You
ain't
see
right.
how we feel like that. That's why they don't show it here in the United States like that. You know what I mean? Because there's too many
Mm,
people. But
mm.
they might as well. They might as well just show stuff like that so they can see the dramatic and how people feel and see the ignorance of those people that come out and cheer for
And
shit
say
like
something.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Absolutely, because
But
they're
I mean,
cheering
but I
as
mean,
he
but
died.
it be bad enough. People here are desensitized to stuff like that. But the crazy part is the people that are cheering. I wouldn't necessarily say they're desensitized to it, but they're just you got to be a morally corrupt person to even.
Yeah.
It's not like he was a
Yeah,
gang.
bro.
And that's crazy. It's not like he was a gangbanger. It's not like you know what I'm saying? You kind of expect it with like the King Von types and those types of guys and stuff like that because you know, they use their voice to get on
Bro, the
here and
way
rap
he
about how
said, bro, let's
that.
just say this. He told people that 1 +
Mhm,
1 is 2 and does not equal 3.
mhm,
Basically, he was speaking facts. That's all he was doing. If he's
mhm.
saying that a man is a man and a woman is a
Is a
woman,
woman.
and there's
Mhm,
no way, how does that determine his life or death, bro?
mhm.
How? If he's speaking facts, bro, I
And
say
mm,
the people that saying that the men that have menstrual cycles, no, I'm not even gonna say it, but
they're still
they,
women.
bro,
But you know
bro,
what you know what they did when I first got to Thailand. I did a story because you know how like you know you have pads and they had the Tampax and stuff like that. They try to make it seem like it was the men, but it was the actual women. They took the Venus symbol off of those packaging. So basically they're deboing women out of their own gender. And I was talking
uh,
about it on the last show. They're deboing women out of their own gender. And
and you know what's fucked up? A lot of women ain't speaking up on it except for the righteous ones, right?
they can't. They can't.
Right?
They're gonna be
That's why,
they're full on bullying women. They can't.
yeah, that's why women, no, you know what? I'm sorry, bro.
They open up that's their friends. They open up Pandora's box.
Could
When the
you
straight
imagine a
Mhm.
military man running at you with a skirt on and heels with a fucking M16? You're like, what the fuck is that?
He'll get that's a free kill right there. He would have got
Get
me.
down, get down, come out with your hands up and your pants down. I mean, come out with your hands up. What the fuck is that, bro? Come out with your hands up and your pants down.
He got like a pink M16 and his bullets.
Camouflaged. It's
Look,
just,
man. I
I
mean,
mean, you see some of the fucking pictures, bro, with fucking generals and shit with lipstick and all muscular with skirts on and heels. What the fuck, bro? Are you serious, bro?
they're not teaching the ABCs no more in school. Apparently, they're teaching the gay
Bro,
BCs.
bro,
It's called the gay
let's
BCs
say
now.
no, bro. You know that's why everybody laughs at the United States, man.
I
That's
mean,
so
I
terrible.
hate to say it. There's third world. United States is a third world country to a certain degree. I'm not even gonna. It actually, because the first world countries is even worse. Like people don't tell people that when you live in the first world, quote unquote, first world country, you're a guinea pig. You know, and that's the scary part. You know, it's like, oh man, you're a guinea pig. Oh, this new piece of tech come out. Yes, it's in your hands, but the repercussions, like what's gonna happen to people with Neuralink when that shit start malfunctioning? You know, a glitch means death. You know, you know, you got to wait for the update to come before you can think clearly. Like what's going on? You know, No, for real, because that's what they're doing right now. Even video games, like we've been
Hold
talking
on,
about
hold
it on the
on,
show. They don't
baby.
even finish video
Hold on,
games. They put the video game
hold on,
halfway.
hold on, honey. I'll be there soon. I'm just uploading.
Right. Let me download the new update.
Let me see how to be a man in bed.
But what I said that was gonna happen already happened. A lot of women they're rejecting the new Chat GPT because the Chat GPT the 5. I'm not gonna lie, 4 was better than 5. Like 4 had more of a of a personality. 5 is just lazy and I don't know.
The world is
I'm
changing,
gonna throw
Kudo.
away
The world
AI
is changing.
altogether. Yeah.
I think this digital asset is going to be the new currency. Is it going to take Is it going to take over fiat currency? No, I believe not. You need to have one and the other. Just
Mm.
how you have physical cash and you have credit.
Mm.
Um, Even if they take away physical cash, you're still going to have fiat in form of credit, right? Which
Mm.
dollar for dollar. Even Trump said this. Even if
Mm.
your digital asset is $1 and now it's worth $50,000, they're still
Mm.
going to you still can trade that $1 for $1 fiat. Okay. MasterCard is coming out with an XRP credit card, and it's supposed to have came out August 25th, but I'm still looking
Mm.
for it.
Mm.
Where you can go. I mean, look at even Ferraris letting you buy a Ferrari in XRP. Look at the housing market and the real estate market in Dubai. They're letting you purchase real estate with digital currency, especially XRP now.
Well, I mean that's they do that because they want a specific type of customer too. So they tapping into the the real world
But
market.
the point is, it's that's currency.
Yeah,
Okay, so
of
once that
course.
currency becomes, it's just a certain amount, and that once that amount is gone, it's gone. It's going to end up being massively expensive, like um, Bitcoin is right now. No
Mm-hmm.
one can go buy $100,000 Bitcoin, right? But you can
Mm-hmm.
go buy $100 or $200 worth of it, and
A share.
eventually, if it
Yeah.
well, I mean, you buy pieces of it. I mean, same way you like a dollar. You don't have a
Yeah.
dollar yet, but if you rub 2 pennies together, and eventually you have 4 pennies and 5 pennies, and eventually you have $1's worth, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Same concept, bro. If you buy that 1/4, that one asset, of Bitcoin or whatever, is $100,000 now. You're not gonna buy one, but if you put $100 and all of a sudden you got $1,000 and you just sit on it, all of a sudden that $100,000 Bitcoin jumps up to $200,000. How much did you make off of that $1,000 investment?
Exactly. Yeah.
You see what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
So even if you buy, I bought my coins at 71 cents, and they're at
Dang.
$3
So
right
you were still in at a great time.
now. Yeah. So I bought them at
Mm.
71 cents. My friend bought them at 49 cents. He bought 10 grand of them.
Dang.
Okay. So if you
Damn.
got $500, 500 coins right now, are you going to be able to retire soon? No. 5 years from now, possibly, right? But if you
Mm-hmm.
got $1,000, not 1,000 coins. Are you ready to? Could you retire? Maybe, maybe. But if you got a
Yeah.
family and stuff like that, and all of a sudden it's $1,000 and you got $1,000,000, do you, or do you actually have 500,000 if you cash out? Right? Okay, so that's not really enough to retire, let alone your
Yeah.
family or your wife. So you still,
Yeah.
but is that comfortable? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Now you wait to a point that the banks are going could say, "Hey, you know what? You can make your payments in your XRP," or "Hey, we're offering loans 1% on your XRP." So you go in there, you say, "Okay, well, you know what? I got this much. Give me 50 grand.
Yeah. They
Oh, I
lean
got
against
extra."
it. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, just like your house, I like a HELOC, bro.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's gonna
And then
happen, bro.
they're not even gonna really give you too much. shit with it, because the thing is that like for you to even be sitting on that much, you know, they just automatically
It's an
leave it
asset
alone.
that grows, Kuda. It's an
Yeah.
asset that grows.
Yeah.
It's not just going to be something. All of a sudden, the price is locked $2.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's an asset that today is $2, tomorrow could be $5, next day could be $4, and next day it could be $1,000.
Mm.
But if it's at $1,000 right now, you can go in and say, "Give me 50 grand of it." You're not trying to get all. I mean, even if your own house, even in your own house, you got $200,000. The bank's not going to give you $200,000. They'll give you like 75, 80% of the value of it
Yeah.
only.
Yeah,
Same concept, G.
they've been they've been screwing people over, you know.
Well, think about it, bro. Think about it. You pay your
Mm.
1 or 2% or whatever, 6%, whatever the fuck it is, right? You pay it back. You're not losing it. If anything, you're getting it back. Plus, it's gaining more money. It's an asset that keeps growing. So why wouldn't you pay for it back and get it back? You went in with
True.
50, now it's worth 60. Get it back. Why
And
would
just
you sell
reinvest
it
it,
and go buy yourself?
honestly.
Oh
Right,
my
right.
God, bro. Let me get 50 grand of it and you go buy a fucking condo someplace else. And while that condo is working out on it, fuck it. Oh my God, bro. The possibilities, Kuda. You don't understand, bro. You don't
Yeah,
understand. Just
I
think
used
about a
to,
goal.
even though it's not that
Mhm.
bad, I used to like I had a bank account with like 125%. I mean, 1.25% APY, and when I used to put away and I used to see the money flipping there, I was like, damn.
Mhm. Well, think about it like this too, Kuda.
Mm,
Bitcoin was
mm.
$100 in 2010. Okay, COVID was, what year was COVID? 2018,
It was like the end of
17,
2019.
something like that,
2019.
right? 17. Okay,
Yeah.
so no, a little bit earlier, I think, bro. Right?
I mean, no, well, everything started
Okay,
locking down, and we found out
okay,
about it like the end of like
okay.
2019, I guess.
So
September
19. So
2019, I guess
okay,
you could
so let's
say.
say 20. Let's say 2020, and then in 5 years, Bitcoin's at $114,000. Okay,
Mm.
so 10, 15 years. Okay,
Damn,
15
2017 is
years.
almost 10 years ago.
Okay,
Fuck.
now we're at
Mm.
$100,000. Kuda, all I got to do is work on my health, make sure I stick around for the next 5 to 10 years, and
Which you will.
possibly,
Hmm.
and if it hits up there, like I said, bro, no one's gonna fucking know. But I promise there gonna be signs. No one's gonna know.
But this is the thing. This is before 2030, man. Bitcoin about to go crazy a couple times
I believe
before
so.
2030. Yeah.
I believe there's gonna be a cool down period for XRP too, and there's
Yeah.
gonna be a cool down period
Bit
for Bitcoin.
Yeah, I got Bitcoin reaching like a high bull run, and then like even the low compared to what we know now is technically high. You know, like a bigger
I see a
ceiling.
bull run of Bitcoin at least 250, at
Yeah.
least 250,
Oh, you saying it's
if
gonna jump
not
another 100?
200.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I believe so. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, even the people that are up there are looking at it in the future. By 2030, it should be $1 million coin.
Well, it's already the currency of like El Salvador and other places like between
Yeah,
the
bro.
peso and Bitcoin.
I'm getting in it. I got a
Mm.
lot of other stuff to take care of, but yeah, I mean, I s- I kept Nvidia and Tesla,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
maybe a couple petroleum gas companies
Commodity. Are
and
those technically
oil
commodities
companies.
like Exxon and
I
stuff?
kept, yeah, yeah, and a couple oil companies, but I sold everything. I sold my Home Depot. I sold my Portillo's. I sold my AMC. I sold
Mm.
everything, and I bought all XRP.
Yeah, as an Asian guy, he was telling me like instead of spreading everything out, especially like with stocks too, he said just buy one or two and just focus
Well,
on
I mean,
those two.
Nvidia. I mean, that's the best AI computer technology chip out there, and
Yeah,
everyone's
they have
using it.
classes
He
now.
was at
Yeah.
he was at the summit over there at with Dubai when they invested $500 billion or something dollars, something like that
Yeah.
for the infrastructure. You see what's going on in Texas already, where they're building the big
Yeah, I
mega
heard.
plant.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
hmm Things are changing, bro. Things are changing, bro. I say, look at the way technology is going on right now. 5 more years. Think about where we can be at 10 years. Things are going to cost more money. Things are going to be, technology costs money,
I'm
bro.
not even gonna. I'm not even gonna lie. I'm looking forward to like a good future, but something tell me it's gonna be a dystopia.
What do you mean by dystopia? Hold on.
Yeah, some tell me it's gonna be like what's the name of that movie? Shit. Let me find the name of this
Go ahead,
movie.
tell me, bro, because I think I got you.
Yeah, like a dystopia is like it's gonna be fucked up, but it's gonna be like futuristic. It's gonna be like what is the
Yeah,
name of it?
yeah,
Was it Watch
yeah.
Dogs?
It's going, and the only ones that can be there are the ones of wealth, and not necessarily
Yeah.
power, not necessarily power. Let's just say Judge Judge Dredd.
Yeah, Judge Dredd. That was the movie. Yeah, yeah. You knew exactly what I was
You
talking
know,
about. Yeah, you got it.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
it was
mean,
Judge Dredd.
there's
Yeah.
the bottom, and there's the
Judge
top. Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, bro. I
You
mean,
about to
you
you
gotta
about to
think
have a
about it,
modified
bro.
Audi, man. Your Audi about to have
Man,
like
listen, bro.
the Back to the
Man, fuck
Future
that.
package.
Man, fuck that. I'm taking to the sky, baby.
You
Oh
gonna have
shit,
the
danger's coming. To the sky I'm going, baby. No, bro, think
would you
about it.
take a
Just
DeLorean? That was like the biggest car of the 80s.
bro,
DeLorean.
there's a Omni. I think it's a company right now that's
Mm-hmm.
trying to get people to invest. I don't know why Elon hasn't came out with something like that, but it looks just like a drone for two people, and
Mm-hmm. What's going
it
on, War Man?
vertically takes off, and it's
Mhm.
bro. I mean, think about it. Right now, if you want that Corvette we were talking about, you're looking at six figures, right?
Yeah. Well, you know,
What about if you want?
well, low six figures. I mean, if you do the taxes and
All
everything,
right,
yeah, six figures.
all right. Let's
But
just okay. Fuck it, cool. For your sake, let's say fucking 80. Okay, motherfucker, it's eighty
well, no,
thousand
well,
dollars. All
all right,
right.
but look,
Now,
but look at what they said. They were gonna stop everything because remember, everything was supposed to go electric, and then Trump is anti-electric. Honestly, to tell you the truth, that's why it was crazy what he was doing with Elon because.
they need some type of fucking fusion power that generates its own energy. They need something. You don't need a fucking craft that's electric that's gonna fucking fly 20 minutes and you gotta ground it. What's the point?
See, that's the thing. You know, in America, the car is a symbol of freedom. I'll take an electric car if I'm in a foreign country because it's like, where the hell you found? We gonna drive to Bulgaria or some shit? You know, in America, because you know people take cross country trips and stuff like that. And I'm not saying you can't do that in an electric vehicle, but you're restricted. You
Cool.
know,
That's
with
why the
electric cars,
sky,
you're
bro.
restricted.
That's why
Yeah,
the sky, bro. The sky, bro. You can get from here to downtown in 5 to 10 minutes, bro, compared to a car that takes you an hour.
yeah, yeah. But people
Yeah,
gonna have to
what I'm
learn how to
saying is
fly.
that this technology that's coming, bro. I mean, that with technology, you don't even fucking need it. Do you need it for fucking driving the Tesla and autonomous? Think about
True.
using that technology in the fucking sky, Kuda. Hey
Well,
man,
I
take
didn't
boom,
know.
boom, boom. Take me over
I
here.
I didn't know when I bought a drone. I didn't know that to really fly it, you have to go to AA class. Like you have to know, but it makes sense when I figured out what it can do. Like you have to know what a pilot knows. You know, at least have a basic
Well, I mean, it
education.
depends on what type of license you get. You're gonna get it for a hobby, you don't need
Yeah.
it. But if you're gonna go, you gotta get the
Because
A's.
it depends on the type of drone you have because like you have to do the same thing like you know how they talk about like visual flight rules and then you have
Mhm.
like because you have to adhere to a certain thing when you can't visually see the actual aircraft, you know, and the drone that I have it has a sensor but it's only at the bottom, so I only can see a green light flashing at the bottom. The bad
Man,
part is
fuck
that.
that. Get some fucking goggles, cool, and you can
No, it's
avoid
horrible.
that.
But look, I have the remote control in my hand. I can't use the goggles in the remote.
What? You fucking what the fuck? Or can't
But
you
no, with
drone and
the
walk
drone
at the
that I
same
have,
time?
because the drone that I have, it works off the iPhone app, and then they have like a second version of it with the screen built in, and then and shout outs to War Master. It's funny because he got here. We were talking about this. There's an actual drone where you actually put on like a head goggles, like you said, and like basically you're like what you see in your goggles is basically the camera of the drone. So you'll
No,
see,
have you tried it? Bro, it's
No,
like
I
you're
haven't. No, but
fucking
but you
flying.
know what? But they're
It's
weird
like
though
you're
because
flying the fucking drone yourself, bro. It's
yeah, I've
awesome.
flown it. Yeah, I fly. I got my drone still with me right now. I just can't
It's
take
like
off because
it's
I'm just
like
not at
you're in
airport.
a fucking cockpit, bro, and you
Yeah,
could sit right there in the chair and you, man, bro, oh my
yeah,
god, bro. It,
yeah. I love my drone. Yeah, and it got sport mode and everything. But America's weird with it now because apparently China bought DJI. And look here, there go War Master. Yeah, it's called the FPV drone. It's a black one. They're really cool. You know. You said America doesn't produce enough power to go electric. Yeah, yeah, and it's not really a grid. Yeah.
yeah,
So
but
we were
what do you
talking
think
about this
that?
War Master. Shout outs to War Master because we were literally talking about this on the last show. LT Man is here, War Master is here. We literally and I literally quote myself on the last show was talking about it had to be God when Trump turned his head. And sitting here talking with LT Man about this, right? Because War Master brought up in the show, and I remember it word for word. War Master said the left act like this didn't happen, and it did happen, and just the conversation that we were having, LT Man, and I'm just rethinking it, and it's like because it's obvious because we were here, we reported on it. Trump got hit. You know? So there was this picture that was recently taken. I don't know if you guys saw it. And it was showing Trump and I think Vance and whatever was sitting by him, and the camera angle was on the right side of his face, and they were like, something's not right here because his ear looked like it wasn't shot. His ear looked regular, but people don't know. I mean, even though the ear is a very soft, it's a lobe, it's a very soft thing. They don't think the president got the best medical care. It could heal, you know. I mean, the bullet grazed him. Like he didn't get. It's not like it shot his ear off. It like literally, it scuffed his ear. So people are acting like he didn't get shot, and they're playing this game like, oh, we think it was a hoax. What do you wanted to do, to die in front of y'all? And I think that's a yes. Seeing what
Yeah,
we're seeing right now, those people have no sympathy for that man and his kids. Nobody has no sympathy. And like I said, I've exposed, my audience, and a lot of you guys already know about him. I've exposed, my audience to Charlie Kirk. And I wanted to ask War Master what's his thoughts on it, because he was a conservative, and a lot of stuff that he talked about, we all agreed, War Master said they use. I didn't even know they used glue. I thought they stitched it. So he said they use surgical glue to close wounds, which makes sense because it's a softer wound. You said the media try to say Trump fake getting shot, for fuck's sakes. Exactly, and they try to make it seem like
well,
like
they
he
said that
staged it.
about Charlie Kirk, that they think, oh, we
Yeah,
don't know, Charlie Kirk got shot, and we don't know if it's one of his
they
fans
were
that
trying to
shot
act
one of
like he
his
was
cars.
alive for like 20 minutes after it. He was dead as soon as it hit him. His eyes
Yeah,
rolled to
poor
the
guy,
back of his head.
bro. Even that shock, which kind of like shocked him. You see how he froze up?
He
Just the
cringed up.
amount of
Yeah,
blood, yeah, just the
yeah,
amount
yeah,
of blood that
yeah.
came out, he wouldn't have survived, bro.
When he made a fist with his other hand, and when he dropped the mic, I said, "Damn, he's gone. He's
Yep,
gone.
yep.
He's gone." Like he tightened up and just he was gone. That was the most fucked up video I saw. I couldn't even do a show yesterday. I stayed in bed, and then I heard about the person in Texas getting beheaded. Then I saw the video of the girl getting stabbed up on that train. Man, and then there was another school
Yeah,
shooting.
too
I
much.
said no more West for me today. I'm not.
America's a
Yeah,
fucked
bro.
up
It's
place, man.
sure is.
You know.
Sure is. But we're here, and I'm not leaving.
Where do we go now though? And Chicago's next. Like I they were, and then I pray for you. I pray for you out there, but I know you know how to move and you live righteously, so you know,
I mean, Kuda, let me tell you, bro. Anything can happen to anybody. Okay,
yeah, that's the scary part.
anytime. I can be at the Taste of Chicago and I can get shot by a stray bullet. How many people in this world already, and let alone in Chicago, how many kids or people have gotten shot by stray bullets? They weren't expected. They were probably walking or watching cartoons or some shit, and they died. Right? People
Kids.
cannot worry.
Yeah.
Right, but people cannot worry
Right,
about
party.
that. God even told us, don't worry about tomorrow. Worry about today. Today's worries are sufficient, right? So walk in life. Don't worry. There's a possibility, but am I going to walk around thinking, oh my God, am I going to jump on my bike and say, oh my God, let me not ride my bike because I'm going to get hit by a car? No,
Yeah,
that'll
you
prevent me from riding it, right?
Right, that's the key. You don't want to live in fear. Yeah.
No, bro, you can't, bro. Listen, I live in Chicago, bro. Oh my God, how can you live in Chicago? I've been here. Now, I go to Mexico or something. I'm Spanish, but you don't think I got fear too for over there?
Yeah, and then
Come
that's
on,
another
bro.
thing. That's another thing too. They'll be the fear makes sense there because they'll be, oh, where are you from? And they'll hear the accent, or crime is a proximity thing too. So you'll be more of a target there than damn near a tourist. Well, they'll still
Kuda,
consider you a tourist, but yeah.
my phone, my phone's gonna die out. Let me ride back to the house.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah,
If anything,
it's
if you
getting
can
dark. It's
just
getting
tune
dark out
in.
here. No, it's
Yeah.
getting dark, and I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm really scared, bro. What is it? Hold on. There's an old man looking at me. Hold on. There's some
Oh
YNs
man.
over there, bro. Hold up. Fuck, look at them YNs looking at me.
Yeah,
Oh shit, what shoes I
right.
got on?
They
Nah,
got
bro, I can't
shiesties on.
worry, bro. I
They
can't
got
worry. But fuck that. I got my shiesty on, man.
Yeah. No, you know
Yeah,
what's
bro.
funny?
Yeah.
I was thinking the other day because you sent me that link of Scruff McGruff. So remember,
That was wild.
Man, my friend Jermaine, he has this comedy joke. He was like, Scruff. He said, there's people over there robbing people. He said, I'm not going over there. They got Michael Vick jerseys.
What the fuck? Michael Vick jerseys. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I mean,
I didn't
look
even
at bro.
think about
Listen,
that.
hey, listen, bro. If I'm walking down the street, right, and I see a bunch of motherfuckers with some shiesties on, am I
Oh,
going to
I'm going on the
continue
other side of the
walking down
road.
that street?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I don't give a fuck if they see me crossing the street. I don't care if they see me going into the store. If they see me going into the store, and all of a sudden I see them in front of the store, I'm calling 911.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, one, okay. One
You
with
know
a
what's
shiesty,
crazy?
that's too much.
In my neighborhood, though, to a certain degree, I'm gonna tell you the truth. Even growing up as a young man, you gotta divert their attention. If there's a group of YNs there and stuff like that, you gotta be like, hey, y'all know where I can find some such and such, some flowers and stuff like that, and be like, all right, cool, I'll take y'all
Not
number and
even,
stuff like that.
bro. Not
No.
even, Kuda. There was this one dude. He was
Mhm.
walking. He goes, "How you avoid getting stopped by the police?"
Oh yeah, he
He
starts
started
sashaying.
switching his hips. He started being all sassy and sweet. I was like, "Motherfucker, okay."
Yeah, he twirled around. Hey, look, you got to do what you got to do to make it to the next.
Hey, Kuda. When I grew up, man, there was a couple times I stuck my fucking finger in my nose and started picking at it and looking at it just to walk past a crowd of guys when I was younger.
Hey. You
After
still
that,
here, right? You still
I'm
here,
still
right?
here. And then that booger was still on my finger when I turned the corner, bro. Yeah, they ain't gonna fuck around with someone fucking picking their ass if they know. They're like, man, fuck that kid.
Right.
Bro, there's sometimes, you know what, bro? There's sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, like you said, to live and fight another day. Okay?
Yeah.
There was several times that I knew what I could do, but I didn't want to take a chance. Call it pussying out or wussing out or being yella or
Man, look,
whatever the fuck you want to call it,
have
bro.
those people that would have done something or you know that you made it past in the past. They're not even here no more. So you know that shit is irrelevant. If you got to dig up your nose to fucking stay here and be here, get to digging, man. Because them people ain't here no more. That shit does not matter. People say, "Oh, you pussy now." Well, guess what? The people that call you a pussy, they probably not here neither too.
Yeah, there's a bunch of times that you try to let the hair grow on your chest
Yeah.
and you regret it. You regret it, or you regret ever letting that fucking hair pop out because it's like a tattoo in your brain that you'll never get rid of. So,
Nah, man.
young men, think twice. Nah, bro.
Yeah.
Certain things that some people have to do in their life to survive.
Well, I mean,
And,
we were talking about it because a guy was telling me that he got robbed in DC not too long ago, and I'm like, when you get robbed, it does stick with you. It definitely does stick with you. You definitely, it'll mess with your manhood. You think about it a couple of times.
imagine this, Kuda. Imagine someone knocking on your window with the tip of a gun, and you turn your head, and you can see down the barrel, and
Down
you
the
see
barrel,
the
yep.
bullet in the timer. Okay, you ever seen those cartoons with the cat or the dog with the heart pumping in their throat?
Out your chest, yep.
No, in your fucking throat. I promise you, on everything I love in my life, that's what you feel.
Yeah.
And that brief second when they say your life flashes in front of you, I promise you, on everything I love, that's what happens. You think about your childhood up to where you were at that moment in a matter of a second. It's unbelievable how it passes. And
Yeah, man.
thank God he didn't pull no trigger and let me come back to my senses and got away.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, getting robbed is something, but getting a gun pulled on you with someone that looks like he had nothing but fucking death in his eyes.
It's something totally different.
Bro,
Yeah.
yeah, I can't even talk about because it's just bringing back wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
No,
and I
but
haven't seen that since I was
but that person, even then, that person's probably not here no more neither. So,
right, but it's still it's still a drama. But did it teach you it taught me not to snooze. It taught me always look over my shoulder.
Yeah.
That's
No,
what
but
it
I
taught
mean,
me.
all of that stuff is replaceable. You're not replaceable. Even the brother, remember last month we were talking about Tug, the guy that was in his car and he was talking to the people, and then he got shot one good time, and he's not here no more.
Right. Cool. Let me
Yeah.
jump out, man. I'll holler
All
back.
right. Get home safe,
I'll be
okay?
back. Hey, if you're still on, man, I'll tune in. Let me get to the crib.
Absolutely. Get home safe.
I'll talk to you in a little bit.
Okay. Shout outs to LT, man. Yes, sir. Hold on. Let me get my horn. Hold up. Yes. Yeah, dick kick. But no, you know what you gotta do when you do one of those parties? You gotta yell it like dick kick. and then you do it. Now, shout outs to War Master. War Master said what I said earlier. War Master said, I didn't agree with everything Charlie said. He still was a good dude, and the world lost a good one. Yeah, man. I saw whatever was putting out a couple of clips and stuff with him because I remember, we went over a couple of episodes with him on the Whatever podcast. We also went over that episode with the, I was just playing it earlier with the Rick James girl, when they were on Jubilee. And you know what I'm saying? You got a whole bunch of black people that never listened to him talking about him, and they're like, but let's just keep it 100. The stuff that we be watching over here on Player Talk Radio, y'all, and just in general, because you guys, y'all can keep up with it when I just throw it on and we're going over it. Even though, I break it down, and certain people I may, I may teach somebody a thing or two, or you guys may teach me a thing or two, and we have a great conversation about it, right? But one thing's for sure and two things for certain. I know that you guys aren't sitting around watching Love and Hip Hop all fucking day. You know what I'm saying? And I said, and I stand by this. I have the best audience in the space. Maybe small, but we stand tall. It's shrunk over the years, but I don't give a damn because it's gonna increase again. But what I'm saying is, we can keep up with a conversation. You dig what I'm saying? The people sit up here and no disrespect to that brother, but whatever. People sit up here and watch Jay Prince all day. People sit up here and watch Rello all day. And these are people that sit up there thinking that they're smart. And it's like, bro, what are y'all? People get into brain rot content all damn day. And they will literally get mad at you as a content creator when you don't do brain rot content. So when I break down those videos and we us here, we get it in. We chop this shit up. This is real interactive. The stuff that we talk about, it keeps us sharp and on our toes. You know what I'm saying? It keep us on our feet. What I'm saying is, we can keep up with the conversation. Most women that's gonna sit up here and try to race shame you, and whatever, they can't even keep up with a Andrew. That's why he be laughing. We can keep up with watching Andrew cook up a couple of feminists. We can keep up with Charlie Kirk cook up a couple of feminists. We can keep up with. I'm not even gonna lie. Even though he's really good at it, you see a difference. And you see them on the panel, and I'm there's something that I mentioned, and I'm glad actually Fatty got them together, and it's a little bit different though. But you see a difference between Tommy Sotomayor and an Andrew. You know what I'm saying? Like, you see a difference between Charlie Kirk and, let's say, a Minister Jap or somebody. There's a clean difference. You know what I'm saying? Like in the debates. I mean, I got to give it to the brothers. We don't need all of that shit to fry somebody up. But I'm talking about, you see, they go into like the intellect that they go into and stuff like that. And remember, on the show before Charlie Kirk passed away, remember I was telling you guys, I was like, bro, black women couldn't. You get the biggest feminist resistance from black women, and they can't even keep up with that type of conversation. That's why when I saw Charlie Kirk and then Andrew debating that Rick James type of sister, I'm like, okay, she's actually somewhat smart, even though they can't keep up with that type of conversation. And the funny part is that, it was something that I said in that show that I remember that I said, and I was like, it's funny when they're actually smart and they get to this level of conversation, they're just dumb on another level. You know what I'm saying? They're just dumb on another level. And I kind of revisited some of the stuff that I said in those episodes on today's episode. It's like, bro, do Gen Z even have the mental capacity to even be a sniper in today's day and age? You know what I'm saying? And this is not a dig at Gen Z, but think about it. If you're sophisticated enough to be a fucking sniper, that means a piece of you is so intelligent. Why would you do this stupid shit? That this asshole that shot Charlie did today. You gotta be a jackass to show up to a damn debate with a sniper rifle. Or whatever. They're talking about it right now. Whatever rifle that he used. Just go down there and debate them and get ate up. Simple and plain. Oh, this guy's a dumbass. Can you beat him in a debate? No. And some of these people, they be thinking that, oh man, black people, they don't have the intellect. They don't have the mental capacity to even fight or do this, that, and the third. So what did they do? They run the guns. What did this goofy ass nigga do? He ran to a gun. Literally. America took the biggest L within the past 24 hours, 42 hours, we're going to say. Yeah, you stay out the way. You said there was vigils all over the world. Listen, this is the thing, War Master, and you know as well as I know, they just created 50,000 more Charlie Kirks. Because you want to know why? Somebody's going to see that cold demonstration and going to be like, you know what? Somebody got to do something. Somebody's going to not know who he is, and they're going to be like, you know what? Let me go down his rabbit hole. This nigga got a big ass rabbit hole. Something about that sounds homo as hell. I don't even know why I said that. But they're going to go down the rabbit hole and they're going to get red pilled. Somebody going to be like, man, who was this guy that got hit like that? Oh, that's the guy from the... Oh, shoot. And I'm not going to lie. You're going to have a lot of leftists. When the left goes left, you're going to have a lot of leftists. Or people that was on that side of the fence come over to the other side of the fence. Yeah, I don't know what got into me, party. I have no earthly idea what got into me, bro. Yeah, pause, man. Shout outs to Guido. Man. Hold on, Guido. Hold on. That's true. Anything can happen to anywhere at any time. You said, I will never go back to Mexico. There's good places. You know, the places that I recommend black people to go, there's a place in Mexico called Merida. You know, and it's kind of, I think it's close to the Gulf, more closer to the Gulf. And I heard it's pretty dope, you know, and there is a quote unquote black community there. Actually, while I was here, I was like, man, let me hurry up and learn, you know, how to speak Spanish, you know, because you know, being bilingual it'll never hurt, you know. But yeah, you know, like you said, they're evil, bro. I got to show y'all the videos I've been running into of people going in. They're celebrating, and as you know, the majority of people celebrating his death got septum piercings. What a surprise, y'all! What a damn surprise! The people that's celebrating his death have septum piercings. Okay. Guido says, I truly believe Charlie would have been on a redemption arc like Tucker Carlson yeah, definitely. I seen him going I seen him kind of going down the Ben Shapiro route, but honestly, I seen a couple of people saying, "Yo, when are you honestly going to run for president?" And I think that's something that people didn't like. You know, and he said he was pushing for Vance, you know, to be in that chair and to be the next president, you know. I'm not gonna lie, this probably maybe strengthened or crippled, you know, certain campaigns that's probably gonna take place in the future. But I wonder if Vance would have made him a vice president. That would have been fucking ridiculous. You know, but they say he doesn't have a political background, but look who's in office. You know, do you need a political background? Like shit, you know. He said black folks on Facebook talking about wrap it up. I don't know why they started. Man, black folks are just trying. They need attention, bro. They need attention. They're inserting themselves into some shit they don't even know about. Like I said, you watch a couple of his debates, you'll be more well suited for the bullshit You know, that man, black people don't know half the time black people don't know what the fuck they talking about. And that's a big part of black fatigue, bro. Cause you gotta exist around fools. And listen, don't God bless you if you love your people like we do. You know, God bless you if you love black people like we do, but fuck. A human being can only take so much. You a human being first before your race, man. Yes, love and hip hop is still a thing, and it's getting worse. You know. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button, support the show. 6 hours and 36 minutes into the madness. Glad to have you guys.
Thank you, girl. Sprinkle.
Glad to have you guys with us. All right. You know, and we still got the 9/11 show coming up. I'm sorry. I had to take yesterday off. I was mad at America, you know, and I still am. I'm still mad at America, you know. But listen, man, and one of the things I want you guys to take with you to your grave that you guys learn here from Player Talk Radio. Do not let these fucking people in the black community race bait and race shame you into some fake ass loyalty, and these people don't even know their history. And it's a slap to the face to the ancestors. You know your history. You know, if you guys listen to Player Talk Radio, just hear some of the stuff that I've been you know, kicking. You guys know more of your history than the average person walking around. You guys know your history, and a part of your history is to not get duped by bullshit people that don't know their history. You know what I'm saying? And you know, and for centuries black men have been expiring because people think that it's a good idea to put a battery in their back. You don't even have a battery slot. Like, these bitches don't know. Like, nigga, I'm giving y'all the game. Be gas powered. Like, a motherfucker walk up to you talking about some battery. Bitch, battery. Oh, this diesel, baby. Battery. You know, they have lower IQs, but Gen Z, I'm not gonna lie, Gen Z know the truth. You know, I like the direction that Gen Z was going in, but they're gonna fall in line with alphas also. Alphas are not gonna have no damn brain. You know, alphas are not gonna have no damn brain. The reason why alphas are not gonna have no damn brain is because they're being tinkered with right now in school. Let me tell you something that I thought about with all of this crime and school shootings and stuff going on right now. Let me actually tell y'all something that I thought about. Let me throw something out there. Let me throw something out there. With school shootings and all of the stuff that's going on in the world today, and the parents, these Gen Z parents that are having these alpha babies, and millennial parents that are having these alpha babies, you're going to fall into having them comfortable being taught by AI. If your kid's at home being homeschooled and remotely, you know, you remotely work, so in there, you know, you're gonna remotely learn too in their, you know, with the, you know, whatever, you know, whatever. They're not gonna really know how to critically think. That's what I'm gonna say. You know, it's a trade-off. They're not gonna know how to critically think because they're gonna be like, well, I could use AI. You know, who wants the cumbersome you know, who wants the cumbersome task of thinking? You know, who wants the cumbersome task of thinking? You know, thinking is too cumbersome. You know, outsource your thoughts to AI. You know, I think alpha is going to be a crash out generation too. I think a lot of them are going to be committing suicide and all kinds of stuff. Oh, damn, I said the fucking word on the internet. God damn it. Hold on. Dang. I said the word on the goddamn internet. Goddamn. Shout outs to War Master. War Master says the left have to demonize their political opponents so the crazies would hurt us. Yeah. I thought about it. I'm like, the concept of one man's enemy is another man's freedom fighter. If they demonize, and I'm not gonna lie, this is what happened with Trump and was it the January or whatever? What's the fucking date when them people stormed the damn Capitol building? Anyway, if they had succeeded to a certain degree because they were thinking that they were doing something patriotic, I don't know if they would be heroes today if they had succeeded. Right? But the fact that they didn't succeed, now they're now the fact that they didn't succeed, now they're cowards and they're losers and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? So that's a bummer. If people really hate Charlie Kirk, let's see if they champion this shooter a champion. Let's see if he's gonna go down as a champion. Is he gonna unsubscribe himself? If all of these people are praising him, but they are evil, and what they got to do is that they, like you said, they got to make the guys, they got to make the Republicans. I mean, not the Republicans, but the conservatives. They got to make anybody that's not the left look evil, so they can justify. You know what I'm saying? They can justify what they're doing to other people. It's the same thing. Like I said to people, with like a lot of the hoes in like the in the third world, in other countries and stuff like that. What they do is they will drug dudes and scopolamine them, and it's like, but they out there selling coochie, and it's like they think that they're under they think that they're under they think that they're under they think that they're doing the right thing, if that makes sense. It's like, oh well, he's a trafficker and he's this, that, and the third, and I've been out here and I've been selling myself for a long time and I'm tired of it, but I'm gonna do something wrong to him because he's not supposed to be doing this anyway, and he's breaking the law and shit like that. So it's like they feel justified. They feel justified. They feel justified. Which is crazy. That, oh, I feel justified robbing this person. Oh, I feel justified doing something terrible to this person. And it's like, nah, no, that's not right. Even the police look at it like it's not right. So what they got to do is, before they do something fucked up to you, they got to demonize you. And with this Charlie Kirk situation, the crazy part is that so many people, y'all, is waking up. They're waking up. I'm not even going to lie. I'm going to tell you the truth. If you got a friend or somebody around you in this situation, turn them, I guess, from Democrat to conservative, or they really dive down the rabbit hole and they turn them, don't even trust that person for like the next 2-3 years. Because we were just talking about it. Remember, we were talking about it in the Manosphere, how these people flip political parties and stuff like that, And it's crazy how people are more loyal to their football team. People are more loyal to their football team than they are with their politics. How the hell does that happen? War Master said conservatives are canceling the left. People are contacting their employers for that. Yeah, I heard about this. Do you guys have any links? Let's watch that and laugh together. I heard that a couple of people are getting kicked out of their certain positions because they're on TikTok laughing at Charlie Kirk. Like, how evil do you have to be? Barefaced. You get on here barefaced and laugh within less than 24 hours of a man that got, bro, just even the manner of death is brutal. And I'm not gonna lie, the first person I thought of, I was like, yo, Myron better watch his ass. Myron better watch his ass. And I heard I saw a little bit of it, but I was way past it. You know, sometimes like the best part of the show is kind of like in the beginning, because you kind of have an idea of what the person gonna get into. Even though with this show, you never know what I'm gonna get into. You know, I'll be mid show and I say some wild shit, and it's like, damn, but it's true. You know, same thing with you guys. You know, I know Myron better. Literally, Charleston White was on a school campus and left because they sat up there and was asking them about being a rat. Imagine that. You go to a school campus and they're like, "Oh, are you a rat?" And they trying to ask you street questions and shit like that. And it's like, listen, I get what you're talking about, but like, why would we talk about this on a college campus? You know, like, what are you teaching these kids? You know, what are you teaching these fucking kids? Like, you know, like, why would a college student be worried about someone being a snitch? You're the problem. You're the fucking problem. Now, War Master says, for laughing and cheering Charlie Kirk's murder, payback is a motherfucker, man. That's some good content right there. I mean, it's not good content at all, but it will please me. You know, it'll be a little bit pleasing to see, despite what's going on. You know, America took a big L, man. You know, you know, if the last couple of days don't let you know, haven't showed you that you're living in a fucked up place, it's crazy. Niggas getting beheaded, bitches getting stabbed up on the damn fucking train. They can't even ride their train home. I felt so sorry for that little girl that got stabbed up too, man. She just the fear in her eye looking up at the guy, and this guy looking down on her, and then go through with it. What is wrong with people? Degenerate says, not going to lie, as someone that is moderate and kind of pessimistic about both the left and the right, I will admit that the left is very morally hypocritical. Yeah. War Master said, people are saying if Charlie Kirk survived, he would have forgave the person who shot him. Damn, you always making me think, man. I'm not gonna lie. I you know, it seems like he was 10 toes down in his Christianity. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't say he would immediately forgive him, but I would say during his healing process, he probably would. I wouldn't put it past him. That I didn't even think that far. You said, nah, it's not black fatigue, it's ghetto fatigue. Yeah. You know, I think about it. maybe that's a process of graduating in the black community. I think that's a process of graduating in the black community, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I think that's is absolutely a process of graduating in the black community. If you haven't felt that way about your people, or shout outs to War Master, like War Master said, secondhand embarrassment. You know, how are you supposed if you haven't felt black fatigue as a black person? How that is a fucked up measuring stick to say that I'm growing. Just think about how fucked up that is to say, damn, I got to use the concept of black fatigue to say that, I think I'm maturing. I think I'm maturing. Black fatigue is a fucked up measuring stick of maturity. You said cooning or not, it's really hard to take niggas seriously at this point. Yeah, they're trying to insert themselves in it, talking about some stay out of it. Like, bro, y'all niggas get off of Tariq's nuts, man. Cause black people they never used to talk like that. And then all of them sound like Tariq now. It's like, bro, get off that man's dick. Pause. God damn. They repeat this man word for word. Like, damn.
Get out of here, you damn nigga!
Get off that man's nuts. Like, how the hell are you gonna go live and say, man, black people stay out of this, don't insert yourself in it, while inserting yourself into it? Nobody asked black people about Charlie Kirk's death. Y'all don't know who he is. Listen, I could talk to the next 10 niggas and not expect them to know who Charlie Kirk is. And even show them a picture and they'd be like, I don't know who the hell that is. Them niggas don't even know who George Soros is, but they swear up and down Black Lives Matter. They know who Kevin Samuels is. But if you ask them, who do you think you're listening to when you're listening to Kevin Samuels? They won't know. They're like, man, that dude, like Kevin Samuels said, like Kevin Samuels said. And it's like, they don't even know who BGS is. But they swear up and down they Kevin Samuels. They Kevin Samuels fans, though, y'all. Yeah, January 6th. Yeah, man. I knew it was somewhere close to my birthday. You said, I see people on X and Twitter posting what happens when people gloat about murder. You said campus is Jasmine Crockfield. What do you mean, party? Jasmine Crockfield. Crockettfeld or Crockett Crockified. Campus is Jasmine Crockified? My bad, y'all. My eyes. I'm trying to squint while looking at the screen. You said Myron had a couple of shorts where he ripped into weirdos in his chat about what a huge legacy Charlie Kirk has. Yeah. And he was just frying up a couple of people too. Conservatives love to debate. The left want to destroy. Yeah. I agree. You said that's real though. You said just like they said they was going to shut up after Kamala lost. I gotta say it again. Yeah. And then the other dude, like a whole I mean, they've been practicing saying that shit because they heard Tariq say that when like Tethers got killed. Remember when that and she's just going to trial for it now. Remember when that white lady killed that Nigerian dude, the Alua dude? And they were like looking at his tweets and stuff like that, and they were like, "Oh, he's anti-FBA. Stay out of it." While whole time inserting themselves into it, and it's crazy. It really don't make no difference if people speak on something or not. You know what I'm saying? It really makes no difference to me. But the thing is that when you have to use Kevin Samuels or someone's death as a means to get attention, you know. Like literally, I dropped a YouTube short on Charlie Kirk. I didn't put no clickbait in it. I didn't put nothing in it and stuff like that. Trust me. I'm a content creator. You know, which y'all know. I'm a content creator. You guys have no earthly idea how much demons and stuff that I have to fight back. And maybe that's why, you know, maybe why the channel's slowly growing, but I'm glad because I want more genuine, more genuine people here than a bunch of fake people around me, right? You know, and also too, I don't want to put y'all around fake people too, because that block button is something vicious. We heavy on the blockade over here, but you know how much demons I fight back to not make clickbaity titles and just like trying to get people to click on my stuff. I will make something minimal, you know. I'm not the type of person that'll make a video like, oh my God, Charlie Kirk found alive and well, and then a whole bunch of people click it like, what's going on? Is he alive? I'm confused. Is he alive? And then they click it, and I'll be like, alive and well in the afterlife. Alive and well in the afterlife, you know. Or he was alive in the ambulance and then he died. Man, listen. And I don't even know why people are lying to y'all. If y'all seen that fucked up video, because I saw the one where he's like facing the camera. So I seen the bullet fly into his neck and all the blood was gushing out. It hit an artery. He was dead. He tightened up and cringed up a little bit and made a fist with his right hand. And the hand that he had the microphone on, it loosened up and then the microphone just dropped. He keeled over to the left. It was bad. It was bad. I couldn't believe what I saw. I saw it. I said, ooh. I watched it a couple of more times out of trauma. I'm not even going to lie. Seeing something like that. Why would I have to get on the fucking internet and see some shit like that? That's my fault. Clicking links and shit. That's my fucking fault. It's my fault. I could have just heard about it and but people were going to see it. Let's get back into it. Shout outs to War Master as always. I appreciate you. Shout outs to Party. Shout outs to everybody here. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Shout outs to War Master dropping a huge $20 on the Cash App. Let's go. Hold on.
Damn, boy. Damn, boy, he's thick, boy. That's a thick ass boy. Damn.
Shout outs to War Master. Let's go.
Girl, thank you, girl. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
Yeah, he was gone before he hit the ground, and the crazy part is that I think he wanted to. I'm not even gonna lie. That bullet tore up his esophagus, bro. He didn't even get a chance to gasp for air. He didn't even get a chance to gasp for air. I know this is gonna sound fucked up, but it's probably true. That bullet left a big ass hole in like between his neck and like his collarbone. If y'all listen to the pre-record I did, I'm like, man, it coasted. The bullet coasted into him. That's why I'm like, there's some bullet drop there. You know what I'm saying? Whoever was shooting, if I don't know, maybe they'd aim for his neck, because some people are like, I'm gonna take his voice away. How do you take somebody's voice away? You chop them in the neck or you aim for their neck. if there was, he was gasping for breath, and you know that you know when you get shot, your body, your heart rate speeds up. You breathe a little bit more heavy. That's the body trying to protect itself. Badly enough, when you get lung shot, you know, or a bullet goes through your neck, bro. That's not a good. No, that's not happening. So you can see him try to gasp for air, and unfortunately, any air that he would have gotten would have came through that hole that bullet created, which was being covered up by blood. Well, shit, it wasn't even being covered up by blood. Blood was just coming right out of it. And let me tell you something. When you're a speaker and you talk, your voice opens up a little bit more. You know, that's why when you wake up in the morning, you sound like Batman and shit. You be sounding like you smoked a bunch of cigarettes and stuff like that. It's because your voice hasn't had the time to warm up and the blood get to circulating. You know? Oh man, here come UFO. UFO choosing war. Speaking of UFO, I heard the US is currently shooting at a UFO right now. And not telling nobody about. Well, actually, it was on the news, so I guess they're telling a lot of people about it. But anywho, it's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to War Master. Thank you so much. Hold on, here we go.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Shout outs to War Master as always. Thank you so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. And you know,
I am a nasty woman.
Shout outs to War Master as always. War Master dropping gems as always in the chat. He says that the left are evil. America is good. And the left are evil. Yeah, I heard they shooting at a no, and the news is being vague about it. I think it was Channel 9 News that was talking about it, CBS or something. And they said they're shooting at this object in the sky. And they said it's thwarting all the missiles that they're sending at it. And it's like, bruh. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like the world is stupid. And I thought about this, and I said this years ago. Did you know that if Jesus was to come back, think about this, right? Because nobody thinks about this or says this. Did you know if Jesus was to come back, they would attack him? He would get attacked. He would get attacked. You know? Let's say if Jesus came back and it's like Armageddon, it's not Armageddon, like he's coming back on some peaceful shit. Let's say if Jesus was to come back, Armageddon would happen because he would get attacked. Women will be trying to sleep with him. Okay, so you know about it. Yeah. You said they launched a Hellfire missile at a UFO and it just bounced it off and it just bounced off. Yeah. Yeah. So it's like, bro, you can know how to handle a situation, but somebody else is gonna go fucking with something. Like, why? If you launched a Hellfire missile at it, why are you fucking with it? Why are you fucking with it? Now let me tell you something too, y'all. I am a genius. But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. Before actual extraterrestrials, I would think that there will be humans in that UFO. If anything. You know what I'm saying? Like if a UFO got shot down and they open it up, I would think there'd be humans in there before I think there would be a extraterrestrial. But then again, humans are aliens too. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Anyway, I guess one story at a time. My battery's about to die. Let's get back into it. One story at a time. Let's go.
Sure. This is someone who is familiar, obviously, with weapons. There's no question. I don't think if you've never held a weapon before, you would be able to do that. But this is someone that probably had a scope attached, had been sitting there for a few minutes, got the target in their sights, and got off that shot. So I think it's someone who is moderately to highly familiar with weapons, but not some kind of a trained assassin. Now, if you were
And it's crazy because like I'm not gonna lie, I keep looking at anytime I see pictures of Charlie now, I'm looking at his neck, and it's like, dang, bro, that shit tore his neck up. If y'all want to see the video, because it got, I mean, it's all over the internet, but the original one, the one that I got, I know a lot of people didn't see the one that I got. It gets scrubbed, but listen. I don't know if y'all into stuff like that. I might have to make a Patreon or something and put some shit like that on there. I don't really, because I really don't want to mass distribute no shit like that. But some people are like, yo, I want to see it. I want to see it. But I think I'm guessing. I don't think a super trained sniper would want to do that to him. Because if they're a super trained sniper, 9 times out of 10, they're probably a conservative too. No joke intended. But a conservative sniper, because snipers are never mind. Anyway, there was a joke in there somewhere. I think they were aiming for his head. Because the head is, you really can't. I mean, unless they were really close, depending on, because they said it was 200 to 500 feet. You don't just aim for somebody's neck. You can miss somebody's neck. And he don't have a big ass neck, but he does have a big ass head. Heads are big, y'all. I just think the bullet drop got him in the neck. I think the bullet drop got him in the neck. I think they were trying to head tap him, and the weight of those sniper rounds or those rounds are heavy. So, gravity does play, a role. So if you want to hit somebody in the head, sometimes you have to slightly aim above their head, and then it head taps them. Or if you want to hit somebody sometimes if you want to hit somebody in the head, depending on the bullet drop, sometimes you aim for the head and you catch them right there in the chest. So also the caliber and the type of power. Remember, I just showed y'all earlier that if y'all want to see how bullets really work, go look at people shooting at the ice. And the guy shot the bullet at the ice and it ricocheted off the ice and was still spinning on ice. If you want to see how bullets really work. That bullet tore his ass up. Niggas talk about he was alive for 20 minutes. No, the fuck he wasn't. He was done. He was done. I mean, I guess they put the extra sauce on it to make him seem like, oh man, he was fighting and he fought the good fight. No, he was done. He was done. And why would y'all expect him to be fighting and shit? Nigga, fighting what? 2 minutes into that gunshot, God was talking to him like, damn, dog, they got you, bro. He was shocked too. His eyes got big and then it rolled to the back of his head. He couldn't do nothing. The first thing your body gonna do is try to breathe. Breathe what? He inhaled a bullet. Do you believe in the ancient astronaut theory? What's the ancient astronaut theory? You said that white girl got stabbed in the neck. He got stabbed and he got shot in the neck. Damn. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That white girl blood took a minute to come out of her. And the crazy part is that she was so shocked too. I'm not even gonna lie. She was shocked looking her killer in the eye, looking upward before he stabbed her, which is crazy. I ain't gonna lie. Rick Ross said something in one of his songs, and it's crazy. He said, "I pray to God. I pray to God. I look my killer in his eyes." I said, "Dang, dang."
Talking about 600 yards or more, sure, but I don't feel that that's far enough for
Somebody
this to be
said
some kind of a
200 though.
sharpshooter.
Is a bolt-action rifle common? Do a lot of people own these?
Yeah, I mean, I would say again, it depends on the area, right? I think
Sure.
if you're living in the middle of New York City, right, or Los Angeles, no. But this is Orem, Utah. There is wilderness. There are hunters. There is a culture surrounding guns. I live in Texas. People have these. So I think it just depends, to be completely honest
Right.
with you, on where they live.
Okay. They also indicated that they have recovered a footwear impression, a palm print, a forearm print or impression. How do they recover that? What do they do with that information? How do they ultimately process that to determine the identity of those people, of that person?
So the footprint is going to be very similar to what we saw in the Brian Kochberger, Idaho case. Obviously, they're going to photograph it. They may even cast it, right, to get an actual impression of that footprint and save it. Then once the problem is let's just say it's a Nike footprint. There are millions of people that own Nikes. And so that's going to be something that might not help them immediately identify the individual, but may help them actually convict this individual if they find them and find that exact shoe print. So that's going to be good for evidence later in terms of obtaining a conviction. Now, a palm print obviously is not the same as a fingerprint, right? There may not be a database registered for that, but what they may be able to recover off of that is DNA. And we know how great, obviously, genealogical DNA has been in terms of identifying someone. So if this is not someone in the system, they may be able to do that with a palm print.
And when they say that this is a person who blended in well with the college institution, what does that tell you?
I mean, what that tells me, I believe, and I said this yesterday, that this person had every intention of using the college as cover for themselves. I mean, full stop. So what that tells me is this is someone who at least looks like they belong on a college campus. So we're talking 18 to maybe later 20s. May not be, but looks that way. Someone who really wouldn't draw necessarily attention to themselves, doesn't stick out in this situation. So if someone saw this person walking, to this building, if you will. We also have to think about the fact that there could have been a change of clothes. Afterwards, they said they saw someone in all black clothing, running away from that rooftop. This could have been someone who came to the college in, I guess, plain clothes, not all black necessarily, and then changed out afterwards to disguise themselves more. So I think this is someone who definitely looked like they belonged there.
Yeah, he said
If I
some
remember
wild
correctly from
shit,
the
and
press
then,
conference, they
and then
said
yeah,
they got,
he
what,
got hit.
130 tips? That's a lot. How do they sort through it to determine what's credible?
I don't mean to sound rude. It's a lot, but it's actually not as many as I thought, if you want me to be completely honest with you, Jesse. I actually thought that we would have thousands, simply because of the sheer volume, right, of how many
Hold on,
students
guys.
were there. Then you have a neighborhood, right, with Ring doorbell cameras, all of the things. You also have a public in this area who is probably on high alert and wants to help. And so I actually thought we would be in the thousands, if you want me to be fully transparent. I'm not saying 130 is low. That's good. That's a great place to start. I'm just honestly surprised there's not more.
Are you surprised the shooter hasn't been caught? I mean, this was a very public area. There wasn't a ton of security, right? They talk about maybe the lack of law enforcement, but they were quick on the scene after the shooting. 3,000 people there. Everybody had cameras. Are you surprised that the suspected shooter was not caught yet?
Yeah, that's a touchy subject because yesterday I actually said on the news when they said they had caught someone, and I think it was sort of an older white male that they had on the ground. I actually said, I do not believe that this is the shooter. I believe it is too quick to capture him. And I believe the shot came from the roof, and everyone piled on me for that. And so I am actually not surprised that they haven't caught this individual. I think that this was highly planned. This person absolutely had an egress route. And if this shot did come from the roof, it's not going to be someone who was able to be caught immediately on the ground exiting the scene.
And I wanted your explanation about what happened yesterday. There were reports about individuals who were detained. They were let go. FBI Director Kash Patel saying that a subject was in custody but released after interrogation. I think there was a lot of confusion, particularly online, about where the day was going to end. Can you explain that a little bit more?
I mean, I'm going to be completely honest. This isn't like political in any way. I would say this about any FBI director. I do not believe that they should be putting on social media until they know for certain that this is absolutely the individual, because it does create confusion around the public. And then what happens is people let their guards down, and you may miss other tips, legitimate tips of individuals who really did perpetrate this. So I wasn't a huge fan of that, but I understand the need to want to arrest someone who did this.
When you think about how the shooting happened, talking about shootings, Charlie Kirk was talking about shootings.
Okay.
The last word that he said before he was shot was violence. You see him get shot. Do you think this is a situation where it was one person acting alone, or do you think it was coordinated and there was some help? I mean, we don't know at this point. I've seen a lot of people talking online about what may or may not.
Now, somebody said that they should take. Somebody said that they should take. That they should have taken the guy that was asking the question into custody also. You know, they were like, "Oh, are you gonna take the guy that was asking the question?" Shit, my monitor is dead. Fuck. Hold on, guys. Somebody was saying that, asking them, are they gonna take the guy into custody because he might be in on it. He might be in on it with the shooter. I was like, dang, I didn't even think about that. I wonder. I wonder. I can't even see. All right, hold on, guys.
Not have happened. From your perspective, we talked about how it might have been planned. Would you suspect that there could be multiple people involved?
So I think so, but not in the sense that you may think, Jesse.
Okay.
So what I actually think is there are these, they're from Telegram sub-channels, those kinds of things on social media where individuals talk about this kind of thing and talk about this kind of violence. So I 100% think that there were individuals in this chat room assisting this person, goading this person on, wanting them to do it, because that absolutely exists in this internet subculture. So that's where I think these accomplices came from, and that's what ultimately needs to be shut down.
Real quick, all the videos, all the participants, does the FBI, does local law enforcement, do they try to interview all these people? Do they try to get all this footage? What happens?
Yeah, that's a tough one, because like we said before, this is what, 3,000-ish students, and it's real difficult to confiscate all of their cell phones, especially ones that ran away, right? So my guess is what they're going to do is anyone they came into contact with, they probably took their phones or asked for their phones. Then also any video that they're seeing being leaked online, shared on social media, they're going to find that, and they're going to find the person who did that, not in a bad way, but they want that video. And so I think those are the things that they're probably doing right now and yesterday.
Tracy, before I let you go, before you have to jump back to News Nation and go, and you're such a brilliant voice on this, do you have confidence that the shooter is going to be caught within the next few days?
Oh gosh, I would like to hope so. My only concern is that this person has quite a bit of hours of a head start. There is an airport only 45 minutes away. And if we don't have a name on that individual, they actually could be out of the US by this point, and that becomes complicated. So I'd say my confidence is...
I don't think they smart enough to... All right, she tripping. I don't think they smart enough to pull some shit like that. Unless they got like a just, and I think they would have been flagged. You know what I'm saying? What do you think, guys? You think they just probably went to the airport and got like an emergency ticket? Hey, I need to be in Guatemala right now. I need to be in Guatemala. Somebody just got chipped off down the street. And here you come in here running to, man, get the hell. I don't think I don't think they out the country.
Probably 65%.
Tracy, listen, thank you so much for coming on. I mean, literally this press conference happened 5 minutes. It ended 5 minutes before you came on. Always appreciate your insight. You can check Tracy out online on News Nation. She's a contributor there. Really, thank you so much for taking the time. We really, really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me, Jesse. I really appreciate it.
And that is all we have for you right now here on Sidebar. Everybody, thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts.
Now, this is what they're trying to say. Y'all already know the conspiracy theories are coming in. They're trying to say Israel got rid of Charlie Kirk. Like, Israel don't want no goddamn. They probably don't like what he said about them, but like, come on now. You know? What's going on, Morbid? What's Ty talking about? Ty City is live? What's going on with Ty City? Shout outs to Ty City. You said, yo, I went out and touched some grass and popped in the ties for a moment. What's the topic now? We're still talking about it. We switched on to a couple of topics. We're talking about guns and some other stuff. Aliens. All kinds of things. Give me 1 second, guys. Shout outs to Asmongo. I want to see what he got to say.
It's me again. And today we're going to look at some of the interesting users on, you would never believe it, Blue Sky. That's right. And I don't know how this keeps happening.
Okay.
But yesterday, after Charlie Kirk was brutally murdered, he was shot in the throat, bled out on stage in front of everybody, including his own family and his children. The number of people in the games industry who decided to go on to social media, particularly Blue Sky. A lot of these people, you have to understand that many of these people have already been run off of Twitter because there's a level of discourse and negativity that they can't really deal with. So the only place that they can really exist is on effectively a reservation.
That's crazy that they're getting ran off of Twitter. Shout outs to War Master. War Master was just talking about this. And I had this video queued up for a couple of hours. War Master was just talking about this. So let's see if they go deeper in on this. Shout outs to Morbid Trinity. Morbid Trinity says saw some Matt Walsh clip. He's on some kind of kick. All right, let's go.
Like Blue Sky, where their opinions are protected and they're allowed to be vitriolic and nobody's allowed to tell them that they're wrong. Well, that's why we're making this video. We're going to be looking at some of the different people that, after the death of Charlie Kirk, decided to, and I'm not really going to be going through, everybody is going to draw the line at a different place. Here's where I draw the line. I personally have a big problem with people that are celebrating him being killed. I don't have a big deal if somebody says I don't like him or I never liked him or something like that. But for the people that are celebrating for him being killed, advocating for future violence, and saying that it's a good thing, I think that's what crosses the line for me. And I think that's what crosses the line for any reasonable, normal person. And so anyway, we're going to go through a number of people. And the first thing I wanted to start out with today is that maybe you guys remember this from the beginning of the year. It was a big content year, I would say that. And people might have forgotten, but there is a person who decided to advocate for killing your local MAGA. This was a Blizzard employee. And I want to say that after the video that I made on him and a lot of other people made on him, this person lost their job and effectively has ruined their life. And I want nothing more than for the exact same thing to happen to the people in this video too. So I hope that after you guys see these individuals and you see what they're advocating for, you'll be able to go out and tell their employer, hey, you know what? Maybe I'm not comfortable funding a video game that is employing people that are advocating for the brutal murder of a person in front of their family. And it's absolutely insane, but it's also not surprising. And so anyway, we're going to go through some of these. Obviously, I put out a post about this before. This was yesterday. If you guys want to make a list, and this is something I'll go ahead and just contextualize it all. So there's several game developers that are liking posts that are people mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination. We'll look at pretty much who these people are. We'll start off with this. These are people, Dennis. Let's look at this, and this is also on Blue Sky. I'm 6'5" and Vans, Blue Sky Social, sound effects associate at Bungie. So Bungie, you know the game that's trying to make Marathon, I guess they were too busy. He's doing sound effects, not visual effects, so maybe he actually has to do his job rather than just just copy pasting something off of Twitter. But anyway, you've got somebody like this who's advocating for, and again, people might think that it's not a big deal. Oh, well, these people aren't making these statements themselves. These people aren't really saying anything that is that extreme. Here's the reason why it's a big problem. The reason why is because it creates an ecosystem and an environment where the actual extremism and the actual radical behavior is feeling comfortable. It feels comfortable in an environment where you have this blasé, passive acceptance of it, and you have people that are just basically complicit with it, but they're not openly saying it. They're just privately doing it, or they're just privately voicing their support as well. And, well, I guess in this case, it's not private anymore, is it? And so anyway, we have a associate producer at Bungie who is liking and promoting tweets that are celebrating the death of a person being shot in the neck in front of their family and bleeding out profusely on the stage in front of millions of people. And so good job, Bungie. Really good winners you've got here. I can't wait to play Marathon.
Yeah, Bungie
I thought
is a
that my
game
expectations for the game couldn't be lower, but somehow Dennis has managed to fulfill, or exceed those expectations, you could say. I've got another one also. Kelly, senior producer at Sucker Punch, amateur cosplay armor, D&D enjoyer, source of corgi pics, they and she. Okay, so we have also, and you're going to see this word, this term, Sucker Punch.
Yeah, what is actually gonna happen? Because that'll be a way to get LGBT people. I'm not gonna lie, I never thought about this. So if something happens, like, LGBT people be getting people fired, right? And when people was when people was when people was what you call it, what's the word I'm looking for? When people was voting for Trump, they'd be like, "Oh, does your establishment, support this guy and blah blah blah, and the Epstein files and stuff like that?" And they were getting people fired, and people just had to sit there and take it. They didn't really, they didn't respond back. They couldn't really do nothing, back, honestly. So, it's like, is this like a Trump card? Like, can people do something back now? Can people do something back now? It's like, yeah, you're on TikTok laughing at a man that was just, brutally murdered in front of his family. Like, that's how people. This I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's a weird flex to get back at people that literally got other people fired for literally less to nothing. But let's go.
A number of times. We're not talking about the action, but we are talking about the company. This is the company that makes the game, or that is making the game, Ghosts of Yotai. Ghosts of Yotai, and this is also important to keep in mind, is that the voice actress for the game, for the character itself, has gone multiple times on record making the most deranged, stupid comments, like defunding the police. She's just your typical, like, libtard, insaniac, moron, retard, right? It's not really that complicated. But what it really indicates is that there's a culture in this company, and there's a culture in this environment where this type of radical, violent behavior and language is normalized. You have multiple people at the company that are all saying these things, and we're going to get to the other ones too. This is another person here also that works at the company, and so you can see right here, obviously this is them retweeting or posting something that they did with the game, and then right after that, I hope the shooter's name is Mario, so that Luigi knows his bro got his back. And I've been noticed that Twitter has noticed me from I've been Told that Twitter's noticed me from across the room. Well, we certainly have. We absolutely have. And I think that these kinds of comments are absolutely disgusting. This is a person that works at a massive game company, and they're openly advocating for on public platforms and promoting and celebrating the murder of a random person. This is disgusting. It's really disgusting. And in my opinion, I don't think that it should be tolerated. And that's the reason why I'm making this video. I think that everybody should try to message
y'all gotta understand, white on white crime is a completely different beast, y'all. When they become Karens towards each other, shit.
Anybody that works at this company, anybody who, you know, like any sort of PR, any management, you know, anything like that, let them know that you don't want to support a company that employs people that celebrate the murder of innocent people just for exchanging ideas. This is a disgusting, disgusting thing to do. And you can see also, and I think this is a systemic problem at the company itself. Whenever you have three people, the voice actress and then these two other people that are also doing this, I think that it's very obvious that this company has been infected with the same kind of moral rot that many other video game companies have unfortunately been affected by. And so you have,
and the crazy part is that a lot of those video game companies in the last 10 years have hired a load of feminists.
Also, Zibs, they, them, always a very good.
Just throw the whole company away at this point.
Good indicator of mental awareness and normality. A producer at Magic the Gathering. So this person works at, I'm assuming, Wizards of the Coast. And they're working at Magic the Gathering Arena. Previously also at, wow, what are the coincidences? Wow, what are the odds of that? What a coincidence. And so what you've got here, this is, again, another person who is celebrating this type of violent behavior. And I think that, again, people need to make their voices known and make them heard that this is just simply not acceptable. This is not normal. This is not what average people want. We don't want to have people that are openly making statements and calls to violence like this, or celebrating calls to violence or actual violence like this, making our products. It's disgusting. And I know that some people would maybe consider and say, well, this is something that could be a little bit like cancel culture. And I want to say that it absolutely is. 100% is. The fact is that these are the same types of people who would lie about you and make up things about you and try to destroy your career and destroy your reputation for disagreeing with them on something political. But now whenever it's happening to them, they're the victims.
I'm not going to lie. I have to give Trump his credit, because he could have been like, yo, you know, he could have highlighted, you know, how he survived an assassination attempt. And it's sad because Charlie didn't. But he literally, showed humility and just kept it on Charlie. But Lord knows he could have been like, yo, hey, the same thing happened to me. But God willing, I turned my head. He turned his head at the right fucking time, bro. If Charlie would have just, like, leaned back in the chair and swung back, man, he probably would have seen the first bullet come. And then if it was really like one of those old pistols where you got to load in the bullet manually, man, you only get one shot, y'all.
Well, if you want to be the victim, it's time to earn it. I think also, here's another thing, is that if you work at one of these companies and you have one of these individuals that works at your company, you do have a recourse to this, and that's calling and talking to HR. Because the fact is that HR does not operate in your best interest, and it doesn't operate in their best interest either. It operates in the best interest of the company. And when you have people that are making public statements and calls to violence and celebrating violence like that, they're creating a hostile and an unsafe work environment. And anybody who works in HR, anybody who works inside of any sort of corporate environment will tell you that that's something that just can't exist in a corporate environment. There's a reason why we have levels of decorum, and there are some levels of HR that make sense. And so if you work at one of these companies and you have a person like this doing it, make sure to talk to HR and let them know how uncomfortable you feel that there's a person who's working at your company who might want to advocate to have you killed because you disagree with them. Tell them that it makes you afraid to come into work. Tell them that, you don't know, maybe you're going to file a lawsuit. You feel unsafe at your workplace. And honestly, here's the important thing. You should feel unsafe because these people would justify violence against anybody who disagrees with them. And just because you think you know them doesn't mean they wouldn't do the exact same thing to you. And this is them. This is the game that they're making right here. And you can see that they've made no statement about this. Now, let me ask you a very simple question. If these people made a degrading comment towards the trans community, for example, or towards the black community, for example, do you think Sucker Punch would have immediately fired them and made a statement?
Hell
I
no.
think so, absolutely.
Hell
But for
no.
some reason, these people are protected. And the reason why they're protected is
But
because
if
there's
they
a lot of
outgive it,
other
they
ones
are
at the company
protected.
that feel the exact same way that they
It's
do.
a weird flex.
That's the only logical reason that I have. And I think that at a certain point, Sony or somebody needs to step in. Whoever owns this company needs to.
But the crazy part is that the people that's gonna have to fire those people probably feel the same way. All right, y'all make sure y'all please hit the like button and support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it.
Step in and root out this disease before it kills the entire company, because I do think that it will have a
Please hit the like button, support the show. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go.
tremendously negative effect on the game. And you can see this right here. This is a post that Sony made. I guess it was
Put my rain cloud up.
a
y'all.
couple of days ago about Ghost of
It's raining on
Yotai.
today's
And
show.
you can see 1,000 comments on this. Your senior dev at Sucker Punch is a violent leftist, etc. And these are more comments here. Never let up the pressure. Never, ever, ever do that. Keep this pressure up until these people lose their jobs. And then after they lose their jobs, then take a break, relax, pat yourself on the back, wait for them to get another one, and then do it again. And that's the only way that you should treat these animals. And that's exactly what they are. You shouldn't view them as people. You shouldn't view them as a person with a political disagreement from you. These are violent animals that are trying to destroy the last good thing that we have, which is the open ideas of political discourse. And they're celebrating murdering people for doing it. And as soon as that starts happening, I don't want to know what's next. And the worst thing is that I already do. And I think you do too. And so anyway, we've got more of these. Here's Resignation is not enough for me. I hope he tanks the studio. And cowards keep quiet. The studio deserves to go under. I understand why a lot of people at these companies don't speak up, which is why I suggest that
They're getting bullied. People are taking a life for a life. All right. Shout outs to Asmongold. All right. Give me 1 second, guys. I appreciate you guys for hitting the like button and supporting today's show. I don't want to end it here. So let me try to charge this thing in the background, but I want to show y'all something real quick. I want to show y'all something. Take a look at this. Hold on. Hold on. Y'all couldn't see it. Hold on.
And there are a lot of people that are like, no matter what side of politics you're on, you should never celebrate something bad happening to someone. I, on the other hand, do cheer when bad things happen to bad people.
Charlie Kirk just got shot.
Yeah.
Ah!
Well, breaking news, folks. Seems somebody just took a shot at one of the Fantafast's favorite 5-mile-wide mouthpieces, Charles Chuckle Kirk.
Bro, you know I had every intention on some kumbaya shit when I heard what went down with Kirk, bro. You know what I'm saying? Telling everybody to hold their horses in regards to how you feel, what you want to do. You feel me? Because clearly this is just a mental health issue, right? And if there was one thing that the majority of us could come in agreement upon, that this is a mental health issue. It doesn't matter if you blue or red, white or black, Democrat, liberal, bro. That motherfucker is nuts and need to be held accountable, and everybody should be in support of someone that just lost their life, especially under these circumstances. Kirk just goes out speaking, telling his truth, and discourse. That's it. Discourse. But that, bro. That, dog. It's like, I know it's anecdotal on my part, bro, but it's too much, bro. It's too much. It's motherfuckers that I know, you know what I mean, that are acquaintances of mine, like within the arm's reach of me. I won't say in my circle. Clearly not in my circle. Well, maybe in my circle, because I haven't had this discussion with some of the people in my circle, bro. So I don't know at this point, dog, because it's been too many people that I know that are not strangers that have been in support, you know, celebrating what took place with Charlie, celebrating his death, dog. Evil, sick, and mental. So like I said, ordinarily I've been on some kumbaya shit, bro, thinking that we can all get on the same page and behind the fact that we got a severe mental health crisis here in America, and it's much more severe than I even imagined, dog, because, bruh, the amount of people that are in support of Charlie Kirk losing his life in that fucking manner, dog, is mental. Ain't no coming back from that, dog. So y'all die on that shit. Y'all die on that sword, bro. And the motherfuckers on this side, you know what I mean? Because you got to draw a line, dog. You got to draw a line, bro. You know what I'm saying? Fuck this kumbaya shit, bro. Fuck this kumbaya shit, dog. And at the end of the day, we don't even know. We don't even know what bro is on. We can assume, you know what I'm saying, that he's a libtard, that he's, you know, blue in the face or whatever. We still don't fucking know. It could be something different, but, you know, given the situation, it will only make sense that, you know, you got the ultra right wing pundit, you know what I'm saying, doing debates at a college campus and get shot. People can put the pieces together and only assume that it's some, you know, blue-haired freak back there behind the rifle, dog. But it was some old geezer. You know what I mean? So what's up with that? Right? We don't even fucking know. We don't even fucking know. But doesn't matter. Still making the world turn. You know what I mean? And I'm never in support of people out here getting played like pawns, but this is like, you know, survival of the fittest, bro. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers got to protect themselves, dog. And if you are a insane maniac that is out here brainwashed, indoctrinated to the point where you are supporting the death of a man in that way, bro. That shit was tragic, dog. That shit was tragic, bro. If you ain't seen the video, I recommend you not see the video of him actually getting popped. That shit was fucking tragic. And you got fucking idiots out here supporting it, bro. You know what I'm saying? R.I.P. Charlie Kirk, man. It's fucked up as fucked up can be. I don't know, bro, but like fucked up shit happens. Not to minimize that. Not to minimize that. And in a perfect world, We should only be acknowledging that a psycho killed Kirk. That should be what we're all focused on. A psychotic idiot murdered Charlie Kirk. But we can't even do that because the elephant in the room is that you got these army of retards that are out here supporting his fucking death. That are supporting his fucking death because they don't agree with his viewpoints. So I guess it behoove y'all that identify with the blue and the left, right? Even though we don't even know what took place, dog, but the narrative is that y'all are responsible for it. Y'all better separate yourself from this narrative, this bullshit, this debacle as much as y'all can, bro, because it's gonna be guilty by association if you don't make it abundantly clear that you don't support that, dog. As I would expect the society to say we don't support that, but you literally have idiots, demented, fucking demon ass bitches out here supporting the shit, dog. So y'all die on that sword, bro. You know what I'm saying? Y'all keep barking that shit. Y'all keep talking that shit, right? You know what I'm saying? These idiot fucks, and y'all are giving the other side a reason. Y'all gonna fuck around and find out. Y'all are gonna fuck around and find out. It's like, even if I was up here on some kumbaya shit and telling people to simmer down and, you know, don't run with it, bro. It's just, you know, mental health shit. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter. The cat is out the fucking bag and motherfuckers are waiting for a reason to pop off. And now you gave motherfuckers the ultimate reason to pop off because you took out the ultimate right winger, bro. You took out the top of the fucking food chain. You know what I'm saying? The only thing higher than that is fucking Trump. You missed out on that motherfucker. And this shit's worse because you actually took Kirk out, and Kirk ain't a politician. All he does is speak his truth. All he does is try to make his version of America great again. He's not invading on nobody's rights. He's not forcing people to do shit they don't want to do. All he's doing is having intelligent discourse with fucking retards for the most part and got his life taken for it. So what that means is that there's no talking. There's no talking. That's what that means. There's no talking. Can't even talk to these motherfuckers, bro. Can't even talk to these motherfuckers, bro.
I agree. And the crazy part is, in the end, the people that are fighting for that fucked up world, they don't even want that fucked up world. They don't even want it. They don't even want to live in that world that they think that they want for themselves. Man, what a life.
All right, so y'all keep that energy. You know what I mean? Y'all keep that fucking energy, bro. Because, you know, shit is real now. Shit is real now, and, you know, those of y'all that are on the commonsensical side, the humanity side, the intelligence side, you know what I'm saying? Please have your head on the fucking swivel. Be aware of your fucking surroundings. You know what I'm saying? Get mad, get irate, you know what I'm saying? But be smart with the decisions you fucking make, bro. Because shit's about to get real, dog. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely a coincidence that, you know, Charlie created the turning point, and his whole demise will be the turning point in all this, bro, because you best believe, you know, shit ain't gonna be the same after this. For the best or for the worst, but being a realist, as idiotic and sadistic and demented as people are, and how social media is used to brainwash motherfuckers, bro, it's definitely gonna get worse. All right. And now the other side reason to get active, because typically it is the left. Typically it's the fucking wokies out here doing the most, responsible for the fucking mass shootings, responsible for the most ludicrous, insane, sadistic shit. You know what I mean? But now you giving motherfuckers reason to get active. So motherfuckers want to play that game? Let's do it. Let's fucking do it, bro. I'm just being a realist, dog. I'm not gonna be out here on this, kumbaya bullshit, bro. Like, don't shit surprise me, but I'm surprised today as I'm on my feed seeing people that I fuck with,
I didn't know he
that I'm
lose
aware
it,
of, that I follow, that are pretty much just laughing at the fact that Kurt got killed. So, let's get it.
People, the unthinkable.
All right, hold on. And they're using this to laugh at black men. They're using this to laugh at black men.
Kurt getting unalived. Every person that I've seen that's like, oh, well, he deserved it. He should have shut his mouth. I go to their page, God first, Christ is Lord. What the hell Christ do you support? God loved people when they were abusing him, beating him, and doing all these tormented things to him. I never seen God say, hey, assassin people. He doesn't say that in the Bible. What's wrong with you guys? I'm sorry, I'm not perfect, y'all, and I know I got a mouth on me. I know I'm very highly opinionated, but I don't wish death upon nobody. I've been blocking people left and right for your dumb shit. I don't care if you follow me. I don't care if you've been, oh, Tay, I love your content. You're my favorite content creator. If you're coming in my comments saying, yep, he deserved it, I think that you should probably get off my page. There's nothing I could do for you here, and I don't support any type of violence or hate towards somebody. If somebody hit you first, beat their ass, dog walk them. But a man is just sitting there talking when they have a whole family. Those kids are fatherless now. Oh my God, you guys, you're evil.
I saw a video of a B-Dub, of course, of all people, saying that black men's obsession with Charlie Kirk is weird. And then went into this whole tirade about, him losing his life and saying that if it was one of us that lost our life, he would use it as a talking point or whatever. I'm going to say this, and I mean this. I don't know what has happened to black people over the past 20 years, but when someone passes away for whatever reason, even if you disagree with them, I was always taught you don't speak ill of the dead. I was always taught that you respect the dead. Why you people, my people, have become some of the most demonic, some of the most hateful people walking the globe. You're out here celebrating Charlie Kirk dying. And you're not doing it because he's white. You celebrated when Kobe died. You celebrated when Kevin Samuels died. You're just a miserable, hateful group of people. And it's disgusting.
I can tell you I'm super blessed. I have the best wife in the world. We have an amazing life. Building a family is the coolest thing ever. And my prayer for all of you is that you one day can do that.
That's so cute.
It's honestly the most joyful thing. And I've had some pretty amazing experiences. I've been very, very blessed. Very lucky, you could say, but very blessed is the word I would use. And the greatest joy I've ever had is coming home to my little daughter running up to my leg. There's nothing that even comes close to it. Not flying on Air Force One, not meeting with presidents. That's all that pales in comparison to your little girl coming up and squeezing your leg.
What's going on YouTube? It's your boy Rome back with another video. If you're new to the platform, welcome to the tribe. By the end of this video, I hope you subscribe. When this news first hit, I was actually considering not even covering it. I kind of been staying away from politics a little bit for a couple of reasons. One of the main reasons is that it just doesn't seem to really draw in the views that it did around the time of election time. But and for some reason, my audience, there are a few people in the audience that throw logic out the window when it comes to politics. That's another reason. That's another thing that I've noticed as well. And the third reason being is that they think that I'm choosing sides just by agreeing with one party more so than the other, even though I stopped voting a long time ago, and I reiterated that several times. But even then, still people are stubborn as shit. But it is what it is, man. I wanted to cover this because I'm disappointed. I'm very, very disappointed. I am embarrassed to be an American. As a person who spends a lot of time overseas, I can tell you, and the reason why I use the word embarrassed is because when I woke up, because as you guys know, I'm in Thailand, so I'm about 12, 13 hours ahead of y'all. When I tell you guys, when I woke up and I saw this in the Thailand newspaper, in the Thailand news internet, I saw it in Thailand news before I saw it on TikTok and people talking about it on YouTube. That's when I knew America is cooked. This has the attention of people of other countries outside of the United States, you guys.
Oh my God. So I'm looking, and The Rock's daughter says that if you want people to have kind words when you pass, you should say kind words when you're alive. That's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. People are gonna talk shit about you regardless. It don't matter how they killed you. What are these hoes talking about?
I want you to think about this. I'm 12, 13 hours ahead of y'all, and Thailand was covering this already. I'm really disappointed in the people, man, and the way they are responding. I'm gonna be showing you guys the video Trisha Zed did covering, because I think he probably did the best job of kind of blending a little bit of reactions from both sides. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get it.
I've not seen nor heard anyone celebrate Charlie Kirk's death. I'm sorry, CZ. Can you show these videos of people rejoicing? I'm actually curious. Is it joy or lack of empathy? Sure.
Good news, he's dead.
May this be your video. Anytime somebody tries to gaslight you and say people aren't celebrating this entire situation.
This is filthy work.
This isn't what I regularly talk about on my channel, but as somebody who has a platform, my spirit was disturbed when all of a sudden my algorithm began to be filled with people celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And I called this out in my last video I released.
All right, hold on. So there's this disrespectful picture going around with him bleeding out from his neck and dying. And like I said, I didn't agree with a lot of things he said. And like this guy said here, I'm not going to make fun of him or rejoice in his death like other people are. He said at the end of the day, he was killed for voicing his opinion, and that's never acceptable. Imagine if you were or your loved one was killed over their opinions, right? People are saying that it was a trans white man that did it. So black people that don't know what the hell they talking about for the most part say this is the 8, or let me see. This is the. All right, so this is what they're saying that he said about black people. He said, number one, Charlie Kirk said black people don't deserve reparations. That's hit or miss because you have a group of black people that's claiming that certain black people don't deserve reparations. You got to be specific. So that's that on that. Number two, he said that black men abandon the women we impregnate. Why are we pretending like that don't happen? That black men don't want that, like black men don't want women to get Plan B. That women choose a specific type of black men. There's a percentage of men that's getting all the play, and black women have way more kids than black men. And there's more than 51% of black men that don't have kids. Black people don't know that though. They have to come to places like this to hear that. Number three, he said that black women with degrees only succeed because of DEI. I'm not sure if that's true, but just the other day, Kelly Price said that black women wouldn't have shit if they lost their DEI jobs because they were talking crazy to her. So apparently there might be some truth to that. I don't give a damn. Number four, he said white people pander to us and we get whatever we want. Oh, that's a doozy right there. That's a doozy right there. I can see. Hey, I'm not agreeing with him, but you know, okay. He said black people are responsible for all the crime in America. Now that's cap, and I don't think he said that. That would be cap. You know, black people always got to throw in some bullshit, and you know they always got to mix in a little bit of bullshit with it. Then he says that while pushing all of that, he also downplayed the danger of mass shootings. This is number 7. The irony: Charlie Kirk was shot in a mass shooting by a white man. That wasn't a mass shooting. That was a targeted attack. So, you know, you can't really believe what black people are typing, y'all. Do your own research. We might spend this whole weekend doing our own research as this story opens up.
But people try to gaslight me into some type of racial debate or discussion. And my stance was simply, I cannot, in good conscience, with the platform support, celebrating anybody's death simply because they disagreed with my values, right? And that's what you're about to see here. And people are going to try to tell you that this isn't happening, but that's what I am against. And these are people who identify as liberal who are celebrating. If anybody who identified as conservative was doing the exact same thing, I would say that is wrong as well.
So y'all took my video. I'ma say this shit again. Somebody tried to take Charlie Kirk.
Look at the nose septum. Look at the septum piercing, y'all. Look at the septum piercing, y'all. This shit is just obvious at this point.
Out. Am I mad? No. I have no thoughts and no prayers. While he was doing his little basic rant, running his mouth about how he doesn't like anybody that's not white, straight, and cis, while he thinks that women should not have the right to vote or the rights to their own body, while he thinks something is wrong with the LGBTQIA+, somebody tried to take him out. In Utah of all places, which is a red state, that behooves me. And I'm surprised it hasn't happened sooner because as many people as he's offended, this is a shocker that is happening in Utah. But I will keep my eyes on this news, and I'm not wishing thoughts and prayers.
Now, you guys should know that her original video was taken down probably because TikTok thought it was too harsh. This isn't about left or right to me. I have no allegiance in the end to any race or any people. My allegiance in my personal life, especially as I've gotten older, is to Christ, is to Jesus. And this disturbed my spirit. And if they ever look back in history, if my children ever look back and wonder what I thought about what happened here in this situation, or the violence that I hope does not continue, because I don't think retaliation is the answer. And that's not what we're called to do as Christians. I want my stance to be abundantly clear. I do not care who you are or what you believe. This thing of celebrating death because of difference of opinions, to me, is evil.
We really have to be grateful for the gifts that we are being given right now. How great is this day? Oh my God, please let him be dead. Please let him be dead. Please let him be dead. Please let him be dead.
Yeah, so much for the Democratic Party being the empathetic side. I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you this right now, bro. To the U.S. government, well, the Democrats in particular, y'all know that $20 million that y'all plan on spending to talk them in. Just go ahead and keep that in y'all pocket. Don't even waste y'all time, because after this shit and seeing how the people who voted for you are responding to this shit, it's probably going to be a very long time before y'all see a Democrat become president again, because I don't know what the fuck made these people think reacting to this way was going to help y'all any, because it's doing y'all a disservice. I'm telling you that right now. It's just making y'all look even worse. At this point, y'all legit look like
weren't enough. Here's somebody who's about someone who they disagree with and being happy that they're getting shot. Listen, the comments are worse than the actual video.
To the people who are happy Charlie Kirk got shot, pride comes before destruction. Let me repeat that for you. Pride comes before destruction. You think it's funny to laugh at a man's downfall? Wait until God humbles you. Humble yourself now, because there will be divine consequences for your actions.
I heard he was debating gun control when it happened. Like he was doing his thing of like, hey, mass shootings are cool because, you know, we need guns. And then
that video was a lot, but all I could think about, how did that other motherfucker miss? Last year, how did you miss? How did you miss? I don't understand. That's how that, and I've said it since it happened. I think that last assassination attempt was staged. Okay, I don't believe it. And seeing that video of that man getting Swiss cheese let me know that that other man specifically aimed at his ear. That's all I'm saying.
His wife and children were in attendance, dude. Imagine, you know, imagine being a 12-year-old, you know, watching your dad fucking die.
For those guys who don't know who this is Dean Withers. He's actually a left-leaning political commentator. And there's a lot of respect, and maybe he has a child, right? And I don't think people realize, but then again, people don't care. People are monsters, is what I'm definitely learning more and more. His children saw the whole thing. His wife saw the whole thing. His family saw the whole thing. I'd have empathy for at least that. To me, should be highly concerning of where we're headed as a society. And I just can't sit there and be quiet. It's just not going to happen.
Nobody deserves that. Not even Charlie Kirk.
And you know what? Respect to him. Because if it's one thing that I have picked up on, it's some people that were still leaning, a little bit more left leaning, even after the election, and seeing how people responded. Because you started seeing more people kind of like drifting over even afterwards when they started seeing how people on the left responded. But you're starting to see even more people saying, oh, like, I cannot support liberals anymore after seeing how they're responding to this. Because even as a person on this channel who, based on a lot of people who watch me, say that I lean more towards right. Okay, I'll give you that. A big part of that has to do that I was raised old school. Parents are boomers. It is what it is.
Right.
However, I can appreciate the fact that even though he probably didn't agree with a lot of the stuff Charlie Kirk said, and even I didn't agree with some of the things that he said, and I tell you guys on this channel all the time, I don't expect people to agree with 100% of the things that I say, vice versa, so on and so forth. Nothing is absolute. People really need to get over it when it comes to that. However, again, I can respect the fact that even though he disagreed with those things, he still has enough empathy to sit over here and know and acknowledge that even he didn't deserve that. And it really sucks that even though his family was in attendance, people don't even have empathy for the family.
That's true.
Like, damn, his daughters and wife saw that shit, and y'all are still being super insensitive about this. But y'all are supposed to be the empathetic. Let me stop.
Celebrating somebody's death just because you disagree with their political views is sick as fuck. I don't care how you try to twist it, turn it, whatever. It's sick. Like, I'm seeing people comment under people's tribute posts to Charlie Kirk. They're commenting like smiley faces, laughing emojis, what else? Saying he deserved it. Y'all don't see how sick that is? Is this how far America has taken a left turn? Like, it's like, if you disagree with me, you deserve to die type of thing. Like, that's weird. People are allowed to have different political views, and they're also allowed to voice those views. That's the good thing about living in America. We're allowed to do that. We're allowed to not live in an echo chamber and have different points of views, and that should be okay. This man had a family, he had a wife, he had children, people who loved him, and for y'all to like parade and celebrate his death, that's sick as fuck. Like, you're weird. I don't care, that's weird. Like, seek help.
Oh my god, did you guys see the news? Emma Stone lookalike contest in New York on September 17th. Yep, that's all.
Breaking news, guys. Charlie Kirk was just shot at while he was having a debate about mass shootings.
I don't think you all even understand what you just did. If he's not okay. This was a voice for the people, and whether you didn't understand it or not, he was trying to help you. What Charlie was doing was for the best interest of the USA, not the best interest of him, the best interest of the USA. I look like crap. I cannot believe I'm on here looking like this.
Can I say something real quick? Even if you don't agree with that, because there's a lot of what Charlie Kirk also believed that I did not agree with. How could you be happy about how his life came to an end? Is my question.
But it's just sad that y'all, let me not say y'all, because I know all liberals are not the same, but anyone who was laughing at this, I'm trying to, I'm trying not to curse too. How do you claim to be the party of love, but when someone doesn't agree with you, want to take out a weapon and pew pew? How is that a party of love? Quickly. This man has a family and a wife, and this man preaches a gospel. You will be dealt with. Jesus does not play about his children. We are not all God's children. We are all his creation. Until you take God into your heart, that is when you become his child. That is a child of God. You will pay somehow if you don't repent. You will pay. I don't know how I'm gonna start work right now. I'm so
And I want to say this. My mind isn't at a place where I think everyone needs to pay and we all need to go into this, civil war. I really hope that this is a wake-up call that doesn't end up in the worst possible case scenario.
I'm not gonna lie. I watched that video of Charlie Kirk getting shot in the neck. I don't feel bad.
Yo! They got that big gum, little teeth motherfucker that be debating college students. They got him in the neck. They got him in the neck. Shit.
And y'all also see Generation Z niggas. Nose ring. Man, the West is warped, y'all. I've been telling y'all this for years.
Whip. Like a fucking samurai film. Oh, good news. Good news, everyone. Good news. Over what? Over what? Over what? Over what?
This nigga just wanted to take his shirt off, man. Y'all niggas, man. Y'all internet niggas, bro. Y'all the worst, bro.
Y'all have single-handedly managed to piss off an entire generation of young conservative people. This man was a father. He was a son. He was a husband. He was a change maker. This man spoke at my church. He was a God-fearing man. And y'all took him out because you don't like his words. This man had the courage to do things that the ordinary person wouldn't do. He took risks. He took the risk of not going to college. And he studied his butt off by reading thousands of books. This man had the courage to start a business where it could be risky if it failed or not. He had the courage to debate people who may not agree with the things he had to say. And he still did it. And y'all took him out. Things are going to change. I don't think anyone's going to tolerate this much longer. You watch what I tell you.
Damn, it's like a really great day today, y'all. What y'all doing today? Like, is anybody cooking something? Is somebody throwing stuff on the grill? Like, I know summer's almost over, but like, how are y'all feeling today? Like, what's the good word? You know what I'm saying? Like just some really great air today.
This video is probably gonna get taken out, but I don't give a fuck. The fact that it's 2025 and you guys are still resorting to violence when you disagree with someone is fucking weird to me. Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck at 31 years old and pronounced dead. He leaves behind a wife and two young kids. All because what? His beliefs? So what? No two people think the same. No two people will agree on everything. Does that give us a right to take each other's lives? Because if that's the case, the whole world is against each other. Couldn't handle him on an intellectual level, so you resorted to challenging him with a gun. Crazy. And that's your flaw. And you know which political party I'm talking about. Every political party has that flaw, and that's yours. You had the option to never see this man, but you took it. Took the opportunity to see him in person. You have every opportunity to block him on every single social media platform, so you don't have to listen to him, you don't have to hear him. You do not have to marry him or have kids with him or live with him. But yet you are probably stalking him online and leaving fucking negative comments and getting yourself worked up and angry. You're fucking stupid. You guys are ridiculous. The woman who lost her life on the train should have never happened. That should have never happened. She came here for safety. 23 years old. Just got off work, going home, minding her business. And y'all people have the fucking nerve, the audacity to say, well, we don't know what his mental health was like. I don't give a fuck what his mental health was like.
He should have never fucking been out. And if you got mental health problems, it is your job and your responsibility to take action, to take care of your mental health issues. That is not my job. That is not society's job. That is not the president's job to do so. Y'all need to start taking accountability, because this shit is crazy. It is sick. And the fact that people really fucking cheer certain shit on, you guys are sick. Because what happens when someone takes your life? You want people cheering? Leaving behind a whole family. Y'all are fucking sick.
Hey guys.
You want to know another reason why this bothered me so much? And another part of this has to do because I've been traveling to other countries. Do you realize that there are other countries that don't have the right to speak freely as we do in the United States? I'm talking like you can get hung, get jailed. Yet in the United States, we fight for the right to have that freedom of speech. People fight to come to our country so that way they can have that freedom of speech. And then y'all sit over here and preach so much how important it is to y'all, but when somebody goes against your ideas or doesn't agree with you 100%, look how y'all respond. Look how y'all react. It's very, very immature. And again, I'm very disappointed and I'm very embarrassed. And it's sad because people in other countries wish they had the right to speak freely like that. But seeing incidents start like this happen, it's starting to make me second guess maybe this is why other countries don't allow their people to speak so freely. Yeah, I know that's controversial as hell, but damn it, there was no reason for this to happen. This man didn't do nothing to y'all. This man was a father. This man was a husband. And that's why I showed that clip at the beginning, because as much as he enjoyed doing what he did, nothing was more important to him than family. And he always spoke on how important nuclear family was to America, because that's when America was at its best. That's when America was the richest. That's when Americans were married at one of the highest rates.
That's true, UFO.
That's what he emphasized the most, if anything, from what the little bit that I saw him speak on. I did agree with him on that part because the history and the statistics show you that. So I don't understand why somebody felt the need to take him out just because of that. It's ridiculous. I tell you, man, can't even have a difference of opinion anymore, bro. It's ridiculous, man. It's just really sad to see. Y'all let me know what you thought about this. If you're new to the platform, please subscribe. OGs, I appreciate the love and support. Make sure y'all hit that bell.
All right, they're saying that somebody had a book up on Amazon called The Shooting of Charlie Kirk, and they took it down, by Anastasia J. Casey. Hold on. Let's see if you can hear this. Hold on, y'all.
Charlie Kirk by Anastasia J. Casey over on Kindle, Amazon. Through detailed reporting, first-hand testimonies, and careful analysis, Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University shooting explores the event from every angle, talking with first-hand accounts and all of that stuff. Here's my question, though. I understand that people can write books pretty quick now, especially with AI, but how do you publish it on the 9th when he was shot on the 10th?
I mean, she probably was in the...
If your to-do list is never ending and your brain never shuts off.
Well, this was quick. The Shooting of Charlie Kirk by Anastasia J. Casey.
They said she took it down, but she probably had a book template up and put it up, or she's probably in another country. She probably is in another country, so. And I think you could alter the date, but honestly, man, Amazon take about 72 hours before they put your book up. So I don't know. She probably flipped. She probably swapped it out, because you can do that after a book is published, and they might not catch on to it. That's probably why they took it down. Hold on. All right, guys. We are already past 8.5 hours. I'm gonna stick a pin in this one. We're gonna be back a little bit later. I don't see this story going well. You know, rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. Man, cook these hoes from heaven, bro. This Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. I'm gonna see you guys on the next one. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Also, thank you guys for supporting the show. Damn. I'm still trying to process this shit, man. It's Player Talk Radio. Peace.